This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Members, the first item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with the point of order, Mr Alex.
Mr Speaker, since the Assembly last met, it has emerged that the lead party of government, Sinn Féin, retained COVID business money for more than 6 months until flushed out by Stephen Nolan. When today, if at all, will the Assembly have an opportunity to ventilate and discuss that issue?
There are plenty of opportunities in the order paper today for members to raise whatever questions they want to raise subject to that matter. The first item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Jonathan Buckley replace Mr Alex Easton as a member of the Committee for Health, and that Mr Alex Easton replace Mr Jonathan Buckley as a member of the Committee for Communities.
I call Keith Buchanan to move the motion. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. The next item on the order paper is we have a ministerial statement, and I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list, and if they wish to be called, but they can do so by rising in their place as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question, as this is not an opportunity for debate per se, and long interventions shouldn't be entered into. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the transport sector held on Wednesday the 7th of October. The meeting was conducted via video conference due to current COVID restrictions. Eamon Ryan, TD, Minister for Transport, Gordon Lyons, MLA as accompanying Minister, and myself attended the meeting. It was a very positive meeting and a lot of progress was made. A number of issues were discussed at the meeting, including the implications of Brexit, our response to COVID-19, the latest EU funding position, our shared New Decade, New Approach commitments, and our future work programme for the transport sector. During the meeting, I also raised the issue of the withdrawal of the bus errand service between Belfast and Dublin, and how we need to work together on an all-island transport services. On the implications of EU exit, the Council noted the work being carried out to prepare for the end of the transition period and the implications from a north-south perspective arising as a result of Brexit. Ministers agreed to continue to cooperate on transport issues in the coming months. With regard to the response to COVID-19, we noted the ongoing liaison and communication in relation to transport services, operations and protocols in the responses to date to the ongoing pandemic. We also agreed that as ministers and at official level, we will continue to cooperate and communicate on the impact of the pandemic on transport operations, both between Northern Ireland and Ireland and also between the island of Ireland and overseas. We also welcome the continued cooperation between the Department for Infrastructure and the Department for Transport on EU funding-related matters. The Council noted the potential loss of some funding opportunities due to Brexit and the implications for communities here on our shared New Decade, New Approach commitments. The Council also noted the joint position paper and project list prepared by both jurisdictions in the context of the development of the new Peace Plus programme 2021 to 2027 and the position with regard to ongoing CEF and Interreg projects. The Council noted the various commitments outlined in New Decade, New Approach, in particular in the area of infrastructural investment. In relation to the A5 Western Transport Corridor, we noted that both governments remain committed to the A5 scheme, and as part of New Decade, New Approach, the Irish Government reaffirmed its £75 million commitment to the project. The Council noted that following a public inquiry into the scheme in early 2020, the Department for Infrastructure received an interim report from the Commissioner on the 2nd of September 2020. My officials are considering the issues raised and recommendations made in the report and are taking legal advice. When I have been appraised on the outcome of this review, I will consider carefully taking legal advice into account before deciding on the next steps in relation to this regionally significant project and the timing of the publication of the report. On high-speed rail connectivity, Ministers noted the Department of Transport and the Department for Infrastructure will further develop draft terms of reference for a proposed study of rail speeds. Importantly, we agreed that the high-speed rail feasibility study would be extended to Derry and Limerick. Minister Ryan and I took this decision because we recognise the fact that the North West has for too long suffered from underinvestment, including in rail. We are both committed to addressing regional imbalance across the island by better connecting our communities and enhancing economic growth. This work and the study itself will be overseen by a high-level steering group comprising of representatives from both departments as well as transport authorities from both jurisdictions. The Council noted the commitments in New Decade New Approach in relation to the Narrowwater Bridge and agreed that both departments will work together to consider next steps to progress the scheme. In respect of renewed air services, Ministers noted that the review to explore potential government support for renewed air services between Belfast, Cork and City of Derry Airport in Dublin will be progressed by the Department of Transport, working with the Department for the Economy and the UK Department for Transport. The Council also noted the ongoing work in relation to cross-border greenways. Lastly, we noted that the current transport work programme dates back to 1999 and agreed that it would be useful to review it in order to ensure it takes account of many developments, both globally and locally, as well as the work already done and lessons learned from that work. An updated work programme is to be considered at our next meeting, which is scheduled to take place in early 2021. In closing, Mr Speaker, I welcome the re-establishment of our formal NSMC meetings. For too long, these important structures have not been functioning, and it is vital that we work collaboratively in the face of the all-island challenges of COVID, Brexit and climate change to find a way together that protects our citizens, enhances our economy, connects our communities and protects our environment. I look forward to working with my counterpart, Minister Ryan, as we continue to engage positively on how we can work collaboratively to deliver for citizens and communities across our island.
Thank you, and I call the chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure, Michelle McElveen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister has reiterated her commitment to the A5 scheme, and I note that she received the interim report from the public inquiry on the 2nd of September. Can she outline the issues raised and recommendations made in that report and detail the timescale for the next steps? Similarly, in respect of high-speed rail connectivity and the development of draft terms of reference for the proposed study, can she provide a timeline for that and give a commitment that the decarbonisation of the transport sector will play a major part in any revised work programme?
I thank the chairperson for her question. In respect of the A5, yes, the report has been submitted to my department. It contains a number of issues which my officials are having to review and also seek legal advice upon. I've asked them to submit recommendations and a detailed submission to me, and as soon as they do that, I will give very careful consideration on the next steps in terms, including terms of publication of the report and the next steps. In respect of the high-speed rail, both my officials and officials of the Department for Transport are working to finalise the details of the feasibility study, and we expect that that feasibility study will take 12 months to complete. And of course, as I've said many times on the floor of this House and outside it, I am committed to tackling the climate emergency. Transport is the second highest contributor here to greenhouse gas emissions, and so the decarbonisation of our public transport has a very important role to play as we work to tackle the climate crisis.
Nicole Cahill-Boylan.
Agus Coram Fáilte Rivratis Donaira. Could I thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for welcoming her statement. Minister, just in relation to the last paragraph in terms of environmental issues and green issues, can you expand a wee bit on the conversations you had with the Minister in relation to that?
Yes, thank the member for his question. We spoke about the importance of greenways and the need to work collaboratively on greenways. We talked about the need to ensure that we collaborate in terms of our transport network. As I say, raised the issue of the withdrawal of bus errand services, the importance of ensuring that we have connectivity across our island, but importantly ensuring that we have a public transport network to reduce people's reliance on cars. We also talked about the importance of collaboration in terms of our response to COVID as well. So while it was a transport sectoral meeting, inevitably the issue of the environment and the climate emergency ran through a number of the discussions.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, I'm sure COVID-19 also played a part in the discussions, and could I ask what role and what agreements that, in terms of collaborative working North-South, have you been able to agree with your counterpart in the South to help protect our communities and to help defeat COVID-19?
I thank the member for her question. The truth is that COVID does not respect boundaries, and all of us are at risk of spreading the virus and at risk of contracting it as well. And I think that's why it is for all of us to do all that we can to get through this pandemic safely. All aspects of our lives and our services have been affected, and transport is no different. Public transport in the north has been severely impacted by the pandemic, and patronage is currently at around 46% of 2019 levels. TransLink has been implementing a range of public health measures on its vehicles, including enhanced cleaning, limiting rear-facing seats, introducing no change policy for cash, and introducing the requirement for passengers to wear face coverings. Recent surveys have indicated that compliance for the use of face coverings is around 86%. At the NSMC, myself and Minister Ryan agreed that it is vital that we keep the lines of communication open as we both deal with the relevant COVID-19 restrictions. Our officials will continue to cooperate and communicate on the impact of the pandemic on transport operations across this island.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, in relation to the A5 Western Transport Corridor, you talk about the Irish Government's reaffirmation of the £75 million commitment to the project. Surely this was meant to be £400 million at one stage?
I thank the member for her question. The A5 is a commitment in New Decade, New Approach, and the Irish Government has reaffirmed its commitment of providing £75 million in funding. I also noted, though, and wholeheartedly welcomed the announcement by the Taoiseach that the Shared Island Unit will set up a fund of €500 million to build a shared future, and the fact that it's been very clearly set out that infrastructure, north and south, will be a key component of that going forward. So I am very much committed to working with my ministerial counterpart and with governments right across these islands to ensure that we can get the investment that we need in our infrastructure.
I call Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. As the Minister will be aware, the transition period is coming to an end very soon. Time is ticking. What assessment was made during this meeting of the potential impact of not reaching a deal and on the impact that would have upon transport north and south?
I thank the member for his question, and he raises a critical issue. The British Government's decision to leave the European Union will have a profound effect on the way we live our lives and go about our business on the island of Ireland. I have very serious concerns that movement away from the common standards, practices and regulations which our transport operators have become accustomed to will have a detrimental impact in areas such as international haulage access and cross-border public transport, particularly if Northern Ireland-based operators are in the position of trying to align with two separate sets of standards or regulations in order to conduct cross-border business. My department is continuing to work collaboratively across these islands to make the case to protect our interests, but we absolutely need to see an agreement between the British Government and the European Union on a future relationship that allows us to maintain regulatory alignment and the free flow of people and goods across the island. I and my officials will continue to engage with the transport sector here to press urgently for the clarity and answers that they need.
I call David Hilditch.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and welcome the statement from the Minister this morning. On the high-speed rail connectivity and the discussions taking place there, it has been indicated that a high-level steering group will be established, comprising of members of the Department and maybe transport authorities. It concerns me that the aims that's being made across the water of a similar scheme, and could the Minister guarantee us that that will be a very high-level expertise, a steering group established?
I thank the member for his question. I think that it is ambitious to seek to have a spine of connectivity around our island and for that to be high-speed rail. It is visionary, it is ambitious, and it needs to be worked through at a very high strategic level, but making sure that we see it right through to delivery to the operational end. So I can assure the member that we have the ambition, we have the vision, and this will be led at a very high strategic level at the feasibility study.
I call on Liz Kimmins.
Corlin, I thank the Minister for the statement. Minister, you've mentioned already around Brexit-related issues and your commitment to continue to work with your counterpart in the South in terms of transport issues in relation to this. And I know the previous member has touched on this as well. Can you advise, as part of those conversations, if there's been any indication whether drivers from the North will need a green card to travel south?
I know that this is an important issue that the member has raised, and I believe that there should be no disruption to drivers travelling across this island. And so we are continuing to engage with the range of stakeholders to make the case and to ensure that we can do what we can, given our limited role, to ensure that that disruption doesn't happen.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank the Minister so far for her answers and statement. Just regarding the north-south high-speed rail line, as you've indicated, you're going for a feasibility study on that, and also you've indicated a narrow water bridge as well on that statement. Would the Minister give us an indication of the budget, a very high-level budget figure of what that rail link would be, and would she carry out a feasibility study on linking our neighbours to our east, Scotland, with a bridge, and maybe give it more consideration than she has in the past?
I thank the member for his question. The purpose of the feasibility study will be to identify a range of factors to ensure the delivery of this project, one of which will obviously be the funding that is required, and I will give a commitment to continue to update the House as that work progresses. In relation to connectivity, I have always said that I have absolutely no difficulty. I actually see the merit in having connectivity at a physical level, but also in terms of relationships. I've said on a number of occasions that one of the positive things that I have experienced from COVID is the engagement with my counterparts right across these islands, the learning that we have shared, and we are committed to continuing that engagement. I think the member is referring indirectly to the bridge between Northern Ireland and Scotland. Connectivity across this island is really important. My view, though, is that £20 billion on one bridge could be better spent on a range of connectivity projects that would deliver much more for our citizens, our communities and our business here in Northern Ireland.
Call Martina Anderson.
And I want to thank the Minister for her statement. And Minister, as you'll be aware, there was a debate in the Chamber about the North-West rail connectivity. So in the statement you talk about high-speed rail and you also talk about the loss of European funding. Do you envisage having further conversations with Minister Ryan around the Western Arc to ensure that Derry, Letterkenny and Sligo is connected, and you could hear from the debate in the Chamber that there were cross-party support for that?
I thank the member for her question, and she will be aware of my commitment and ambition for rail across our island. She will be aware that I've ring-fenced funding to ensure that we can get the Phase 3 back on track, feasibility study there, and I've made it very clear that that work needs to be completed at pace. Also working with Minister Ryan, we ensured that Derry and the North West are going to be included in the high-speed rail feasibility study. That is a commitment in New Decade, New Approach, and I think it was absolutely right that we extended it. I have welcomed the €500 or million euro fund that's been set up for infrastructure project, and I'm happy to have further engagement with Minister Ryan to see what more we can do to enhance our rail offering right across the island.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for this statement. It's worth just saying that this meeting and what's come from it represents some of the biggest shift forward in terms of all-island infrastructure in decades. Can I ask about Brexit briefly? She's touched on it before, but specifically one of the concerns is around the professional qualifications of train drivers, bus drivers, things like that in relation to cross-border transport. Can she say that if no deal looks likely in the weeks to come, that there will be a reconvened NSMC or further discussions and engagement with her southern counterpart in order to prepare for that very unfortunate set of circumstances?
I thank the member for his question. I'm very sensitive to the fact that discussions between negotiating teams are ongoing and the outcome will be determined by the British Government and the European Union. My department continues to work closely with DfT counterparts in London to ensure that Northern Ireland issues regarding cross-border services are being kept to the fore during UK-EU withdrawal negotiations. Any outcome that places a limit on the number of hauliers, for example, allowed to travel south to transport and receive goods, such as the need for a ECMT permit, will have the potential for serious supply chain disruption and detrimental economic impacts in the north. In addition, should bus operators not be in a position to offer regular and special regular services into the south or provide cabotage services, this will have a negative impact on consumer choice and free movement between north and south. With regards to cross-border rail, I am hopeful that the arrangements that have been put in place will mean little or no disruption for passengers, and longer-term solutions to our mutual benefit can be put in place. I also agree with the member that we have the NSMC structures. We have within the Good Friday Agreement set out the purposes of those structures, and I think that it would be a very useful and beneficial avenue to be able to explore some of these issues to ensure that we are absolutely prepared as best we can be, while being mindful that we are not a member state involved in the negotiations.
Call on John Stewart.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement so far. One of those key transport commitments and commitments for the new decade and the approach, Minister, was that of the York Street interchange, and there's no doubt that will have a positive impact not only on commuters and freight in Northern Ireland but cross-border. Can I just ask, was there any discussion around that, any discussion around assistance with that project and an indicative timeframe of when we might see that project delivered? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. In respect of the York Street interchange, the member will be aware that it is a commitment, and I also took the decision to have a short, sharp external review to ensure that the project can progress in the right way in terms of being future-proofed. That work is ongoing and the report is being carried out. I would hope to be in receipt of that report in terms of that review by the end of this month, November, and then I'm keen to do what I can to move the project forward, subject, as always, when it comes to infrastructure projects, to the funding being made available.
You call Tom Buchanan.
Speaker and Minister, I note a number of important projects in your report today, but none more so than the A5, which has been rumbling on now for more years than I wish to remember. And I know that you will know of the importance of the A5 project for the commuters in the West. Can you give some indication as to when this project will now come and commence on the ground? Have you any idea of what the actual cost of it is now going to be? And again, do you know, will the scheme be delivered as a total project, or will it be delivered in various phases?
Again, I thank the member for his question. He is right to highlight the importance of the A5. It is a commitment within New Decade, New Approach. It is also a strategic project in terms of tackling regional imbalance and connecting communities in the area that the member represents, but it also is a hugely important project in terms of road safety. As I say, my officials have been given a copy of the report. They are considering the issues that have been raised and we are seeking legal advice. As soon as I receive that submission, I will make a decision on the next steps, including the timing of the publication of the report. And I want to assure the member that I understand the frustrations in the fact that this project has been a long time, and it will be progressed as soon as we can complete all of the statutory processes that are required.
the Minister for her answers thus far. I note within the Minister's statement that she refers to that she had raised the bus earn withdrawal of the Belfast or the Dublin to Belfast route. Can we expect a statement in the near future saying that that route is going to be restored? And would the Minister agree with me that it also shows greater emphasis for the need that the new high-speed link between Belfast and Dublin is not only used to boost the economies of Belfast and Dublin, but also the towns along that route, such as Lurgan, Portadown and Craigavon?
I thank the member for his question. I am committed to securing island-wide services between Belfast and Dublin and indeed across the island, and I did raise the matter with Minister Ryan at the NSMC Transport meeting. My department will continue to work to provide services for our communities north and south and will work with TransLink to minimise the disruption to passengers along this route. You will know that the Bus Éireann route is a commercial one, and so Bus Éireann took the decision that it did. I'm committed to ensuring that we don't reduce our services, and so I'm examining, subject to funding, what TransLink can do there, because we currently provide half of the services. But I agree with you that we have to realise that our cities are our economic driver, but that should not be at the expense of our towns and cities along the way. And so I'd be keen to ensure, I've given a commitment around tackling regional imbalance, that we continue to do what we can to ensure that towns, villages right across the north are able to benefit.
Call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Minister, in response to my party colleague where he had asked you about the high-speed railway and about the lessons actually from England, and in your answer you had said about this was a very high level. But given the difficulties in your department previously, whenever there was the last railway from Coleraine to Londonderry, they couldn't even get the platform size right. How confident are you that you have the expertise within your department to actually move this particular project forward?
The member for his question. Well, we are working at a cross-departmental level across the island. It is going to be high level in terms of the engagement, as you would expect on a feasibility study of this nature. I can give you a commitment that I have no intentions of presiding over a farce, and I'm committed to doing what I can to ensure that we get the right feasibility study, the right terms of reference, and that we can very quickly move and progress it in terms of delivery.
Call Sinead Ennis.
And I thank the Minister for her statement. Could the Minister provide us with a more detailed update on her discussions regarding Narrow Bridge? And could the Minister give any indication of when we can expect to see construction of this vital project?
I thank the member for her question. Considerations of options for a bridge at Narrow has included engagement with key stakeholders. Most recently, in September, I met with representatives from the Narrow Bridge Community Network and local political representatives. Officials from my department have also recently updated an outline economic appraisal of options in respect of the future development of Narrow Bridge in collaboration with the Department of Transport. I am committed to progressing this project and will work with partners in the local community and across this island to deliver the progress that is now needed on this important transformative all-island project. This will include a meeting that I have scheduled with both of the local councils as well, so that they're able to feed into the project and their views are taken on board. I also welcome the shared vision and commitment of An Taoiseach and the Irish Government to building a new shared island that is better connected and served by all-island infrastructure through projects such as the Narrow Bridge.
Call Cara Hunter.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her statement. I welcome the positive progress that was made at the NSMC on transport, and it is very much welcome that we can see the continued collaboration between the two ministers, North and South, on all-island rail, which is a very important issue within my constituency of East Derry. With the extension of the NDNA commitment to high-speed rail now extending to the North West, can the Minister advise us on the next steps of this transformative project?
I thank the member for her question. As the member will know, I was very keen to see the extension of our commitment to New Decade, New Approach to include the North West in the feasibility study for high-speed rail. In order to help address regional imbalance and better connect our communities, I believe that this is a very important project, particularly in terms of opening up our travel corridor on this island. I worked closely with Minister Ryan to see the study extended, and our officials are now working to finalise the terms of reference before proceeding to procurement. Minister Ryan and I have a shared desire to enhance rail connectivity across our island, and we recognise the benefits of this greener, more sustainable mode of transport to take this project forward in the quickest possible time frame.
I call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister indicated in her statement that there was discussion about the implications for transport north-south and indeed east-west. There is considerable concern from hauliers, distributors and the Food and Drinks Federation in particular about the implication of Brexit and the arrangements, the protocol on the supply of products on our supermarket shelves. So my question to the Minister is, has there been recognition in the Republic of Ireland of the damaging implication of overly bureaucratic procedures which will impact on our supermarket shelves and may be reciprocated an impact on suppliers in the Republic of Ireland moving goods into GB? So will both parties be seeking pragmatic solutions which are light touch, which enable goods to move easily east-west and west-east?
I thank the member for his question. I think what is apparent is that Brexit is completely damaging, and the way that it is being handled is damaging. I have been meeting with the haulage sector to hear their concerns, and they are hugely anxious and concerned about the absence of any clarity or detail from both the British Government and the European Union in terms of what they need to do to prepare for the end of the transition period. What absolutely needs to happen is full implementation of the protocol. The member is right to point out the issue of food security. This was an issue we were very conscious of and remain conscious of in terms of our response to COVID. And I can assure the member that I will continue to work pragmatically and in solution-finding mode with anyone and everyone, because I recognise the huge concerns and the anxiety that's being caused to hauliers, to people in retail, and increasingly to consumers as it starts to become apparent that the consequences of Brexit will be damaging for all of us.
I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, you remember in simpler times, on a beautiful summer's evening, we travelled from Newry along the canal, past the Victoria Lock, down towards Slieve Foy and Carlingford Lock to meet our partners in Fianna Fáil. When Brexit was our major only concern, now things are different. I do welcome the inclusion of greenways in your statement, Minister. It's clear that the Minister is seeking to deliver a change in direction within your own department and by extension the way we travel and connect across our island. Can the Minister provide any further information on the work to deliver greenways north and south, and specifically in relation to the Albert Basin to Victoria Lock Greenway and the Middletown to Smithborough Greenway, where you've already agreed to connect the end of that greenway to Middletown Village? Thank you very much, Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The member is correct. I am trying to work to change the culture within my department and within our society to refocus how we travel and connect communities. I do want to see real change where we have cleaner and greener spaces and where active travel is an intrinsic part of our society. And I want to see that right across the island of Ireland, and I know it's a passion that Minister Ryan also shares. In September, I announced £2.8 million of funding for 6 Greenway projects across Northern Ireland, and I hope to be in a position to provide more support and am encouraging councils to progress projects to the point where the department can support their construction. In terms of cross-border greenways, there are 3 projects that are being funded under the Interreg programme, and these are North West Greenways, the Ulster Canal Greenway and the Carlingford Lock Greenway, and I am committed to working closely with my counterparts in the South to make progress on these important projects.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for her, and I suppose her elaboration on the work around the Narrow Water Bridge in particular, and thank her for her renewed and ongoing commitment to that really critical project. But the Minister constantly references the importance of enhancing our economy. Does the Minister share my view that particularly now at this time, we need to have projects that are ready to be built and ready to go as quickly as possible? And does she also agree that Narrow Water Bridge is such a significant project that will bring that much needed employment to the area? And will she commit to speaking with the Minister for Finance and all the counterparts across this island to get this project ready for delivery?
I thank the member for her question, and I do agree that Narrow Bridge is a transformative project. It is one that will enhance the local economy. It will be a huge boost to tourism locally but also regionally, and it also will bring very important environmental benefits as well. I also think that it's particularly poignant in the face of Brexit in terms of actually physically connecting communities. So it is a project that I believe in, and I want to work hard to try to progress. I'm happy to have conversations with anyone to draw down funding. It is no secret in this House that the Department for Infrastructure often struggles to secure funding, so I'm willing to talk to anybody so that we can bring a cocktail of funding around the table to ensure that we can see this bridge built for the multiple benefits that it will bring.
Jim Allister.
The Minister is doing much work on north-south infrastructural projects, and she has a great enthusiasm for that and has held many ministerial meetings in that connection. Could I ask her, how many times has she met her Scottish counterpart to discuss the much-needed improvements in the A75 and the A77, which are such a vital link to our economy?
I thank the member for his question. I suppose the focus on north-south projects and north-south engagement is because we're actually making a statement on the NSMC. But I can assure him that I do have a very regular engagement with my counterparts across these islands, with Robin Walker, who I've met on a number of occasions, the Secretary of State, but also have had several engagements with Grant Shapps. And as the member points out, I've also had several calls, teleconferences with Michael Matheson. You are right to point out the A75. It is an important project, and it's one that my officials have been engaging with their counterparts in Scotland, and we understand that that is very much at the centre of Scotland's transport plan, so those conversations are ongoing.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, thank the Minister for her statement. I want to follow on from Mr O'Dowd's point about the suspension of Belfast to Dublin bus earn routes. I'm concerned that COVID has been used as an excuse to suspend these services, especially as it's being called indefinite and no time is given to when these services will resume. And obviously previous Southern Government's propensity for stopping and suspending bus routes is very concerning. Does the Minister have any concern? I know she's raised it, as she said in the meeting, that for all the talk that Taoiseach has of a shared island, that shared transport services doesn't seem to be on the agenda of the Government.
I thank the member for his question. He will be aware that Bus Éireann is a commercial service, so it was a commercial decision that this company took. We, on the other hand, with TransLink, have a publicly owned public transport network. It's something I think we should be very proud of. And while we temporarily stalled services at the height of the pandemic in terms of restrictions, I hope the member has recognised that we have worked hard to ensure the protection of services in our public transport network, and I will continue to work with Minister Ryan, to work with TransLink and to work with anyone to ensure that we continue not just to protect our services and protect our routes and protect public sector jobs, but that we recognise that it shouldn't just be a protectionist policy when it comes to public transport. It should be one around enhancement and improvement, recognising that it is a critical public service that is essential in terms of tackling the climate emergency.
And that concludes questions on the statement, members. And I could ask members to take a raise. Do we reconfigure the chamber for the next item of business? Thank you.
Order, members. We now move on to the consideration stage of the Budget No. 3 bill. I call upon the Minister for Finance, Mr Conor Murphy, to move the bill.
I move that the consideration stage of the Budget No. 3 bill is now taken.
Thank you. No amendments have been tabled to the bill. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group the 9 clauses of the bill for the question on stand part, followed by the 5 schedules and the long title. I trust no member objects? No. Good. Yep, that's it. The question is that clauses 1 to 9 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that schedules 1 to 5 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Budget No. 3 bill, and the bill stands referred to Mr Speaker. The next item on the order paper is a legislative consent motion for the Pension Schemes Bill, and I will ask members just to take their ease until the Minister arrives. Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is a legislative consent motion for the Pension Schemes Bill. I'll ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly agrees, in line with Section 87 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Pension Schemes Bill dealing with collective money purchase benefits, the Pensions Regulator, pensions dashboards, and further provision relating to pension schemes as contained in Part 2 and clauses 117, 120 and 129 of, and Schedules 4 to 6, 8, 9 and 11 to the Bill, which was introduced in the House of Commons on the 16th of July 2020.
Clear as mud. Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on the debate, and I ask the Minister to open the debate.
Thank you very much, Principal Speaker. As members will recall from the debate on the original legislative consent motion, the Westminster Pension Schemes Bill establishes a collective money purchase schemes where contributions are pooled and invested to deliver an aspired benefit level. The bill strengthens protections for scheme members and enhances the powers of the Pensions Regulator and introduces stronger sanctions for those who wilfully or recklessly harm their pension schemes, including a maximum of 7-year prison sentence and a civil penalty of up to £1 million. It increases transparency about individuals' pension savings by introducing pensions dashboards and introduces pensions to help tackle pension scams. The original legislative consent motion for the bill, as introduced in the House of Lords, was approved by the Assembly on the 1st of June 2020. This additional legislative consent motion is required to cover the amendments made to the bill since its introduction The amendments introduced a new policy regarding climate-related financial disclosures, which is outside of the scope of the original motion. This new policy seeks to secure effective governance and disclosure of the climate change risks schemes face, with the long-term objective of protecting members' benefits against the risk of climate change and of the risks and opportunities associated with the transition to a lower carbon economy. So in practical terms, this will allow Government to mandate the recommendations of International Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures, the most widely used framework against which institutional investors report and assess exposure to the financial risk of climate change. The climate-related financial disclosures amendments cover 3 areas, so governance requirements, publication requirements and powers of the Pensions Regulator in the case of non-compliance. The amendment also requires schemes to have regard to the official guidance on complying with both effective governance requirements and publication requirements. The amendments built on regulations which are already in place that require occupational pension schemes to take account of the climate change in their investment practices. Occupational pension schemes with 100 or more members have already been required to explain how they take account of climate change in their investment strategies. Under the regulations from last month, all schemes are required to report publicly how they do so, as transparency is key to informed decisions and informed change. The Pensions Climate Risk Industry Group, which was convened to provide guidance for trustees of pension schemes on integrated climate-related risk assessment and management into decision-making and reporting, has highlighted that all pension schemes face climate-related risks, irrespective of the way they invest or the estimated duration of liabilities. Many schemes are also supported by the employers or sponsors whose financial positions and prospects are dependent on current and future developments in relation to climate change. The effect of these amendments on private pensions policy is to strengthen the requirements placed on trustees and managers of occupational pension schemes to include proper climate risk management within their governance processes and publish that information so that it is available to all. This builds on the expectation that occupational pension schemes and other large asset owners disclose in line with the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures recommendations as set out in the 2019 Green Finance Strategy. Climate change is expected to have a significant impact on pension schemes' assets and returns for savers, both through the risks of a warmer planet and the transition to a lower carbon economy. Therefore, it is only right that long-term investors, such as trustees, are informed and empowered to take action to address these risks and protect the retirement savings of scheme members. These measures aim to ensure that pensions and schemes are in a good position to play a role in the change to a sustainable low-carbon economy. So on the 2nd of October, the Financial Conduct Authority outlined a time frame to align its climate risk reporting requirements with those flowing from the Pension Schemes Bill. This move will ensure asset managers and FCA-regulated pension schemes are required to report their assets' climate risks in line with recommendations from the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures. These provisions are largely beneficial for scheme members. The new policy seeks to strengthen the requirement placed on trustees and managers of occupational pension schemes to include proper climate risk management within their governance processes and publish that information so it is available to all. Since the bill was introduced, other amendments have also been made to add further detail on the policies already in the bill. In summary, the amendments are as follows. A charge cap for collective defined contribution schemes, commonly called CDC schemes. This amendment ensures that the regulation making powers in the Pensions NI 2015 regarding charge caps apply to CDC schemes, so that a similar charge cap can be implemented in CDC schemes. The existing charge cap set in the regulations at 0.75% provides an important protection for members in the default arrangements of money purchase schemes used for automatic enrolment. transfer rights amendments designed to protect scheme members from targeting by criminals and fraudsters. So, for example, to clarify in prescribed circumstances, the trustees or managers of a scheme are not required to carry out a person's request to transfer pension benefits to a different scheme unless they are satisfied that the person concerned has obtained prescribed guidance or information on pension transfers. This is with a view to limiting pension scams. A pensions dashboard amendment that will make it clear that there will be a public service pensions dashboard as well as a commercial dashboard. The intention has always been to provide a public service pensions dashboard through the Money and Pension Service. The amendment now makes that explicit on the face of the bill. Amendments have also been made regarding the use of delegated powers in relation to collective money purchase benefits. The delegated powers for the authorisation criteria and subordinate legislation will now be confirmatory. The delegated power for the transfer rights will also be subject to the confirmatory procedure. This is in line with the corresponding powers relating to British legislation, which will be subject to the affirmative procedure. An amendment has also been made to clarify an existing power, allowing for the modification of statutory provisions to make it clear which provisions may be amended and for which purposes. So overall, the bill aims to help people plan for the future and to protect people's pensions by giving the Pensions Regulator greater powers to tackle irresponsible management of pension schemes, including actions taken by employers that could compromise the viability of a pension scheme. I personally very much support the principle that members' interests should be at the core of everything we do. The Assembly has already agreed the principle that the bill should contain provision for here, and in view of this, it is sensible that the amendment should also apply here, as many schemes operating here are based in Britain, and it is desirable that the same regulatory framework is in place here within the same framework as Britain to facilitate compliance, planning and enforcement. Importantly, under the bill, the power to make subordinate legislation and to commence provisions relating to devolved matters will vest in the Department for Communities. Likewise, the powers of control and subordinate legislation will also rest with us here. The bill ensures that the pension system is fit for purpose and that the future, by strengthening the systems and introducing important safeguards and deterrents against those who might seek to avoid their responsibilities. The use of the legislative consent motion procedure in this case should not be seen as a precedent or an indication of how I intend to proceed in the future in this area. I am very much aware of the importance of the Assembly's role when considering legislation and, in particular, the value of the Committee's scrutiny role. Including provisions in the bill for here, these are very important to be enacted and in Britain and here at the same time, because it provides us with legal certainty for schemes and employers to allow preparatory work, for example, for the introduction of climate-related financial disclosures to proceed. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Before I call the first speaker, can I remind members I have quite a short list here, but there's quite a lot of members, so if anyone in the chamber, if anyone wishes to speak in the debate, if you could please rise in your place just to let me know. I call the Chair of the Communities Committee, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and the committee thanks the Minister for bringing this second legislative consent motion in relation to the Westminster Pension Schemes Bill. The Westminster Pension Schemes Bill started in the House of Lords on the 7th of January 2020. It is now at committee stage in the House of Commons, and the Bill Committee is expected to report on the 5th of November. As a short aside, I would like to take this opportunity to remind the House that the Committee for Communities is currently considering the Pension Scheme Bill for Northern Ireland and will start its formal clause-by-clause scrutiny this very week. That bill is to mirror the provisions of a different Westminster's bill, the Pensions Act 2017, which introduced, amongst other things, a new regulatory framework for master trusts, workplace pension schemes that can be used by multiple unrelated employers. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, planning and preparation for the retirement is very important for all of us, and spent pension schemes are often not given the attention they deserve by many of us. As I reminded the House on the 1st of June, when we debated the first LCM related to the Westminster Bill, although pensions are a devolved matter, to all intent and purposes in the UK there is essentially one system of pensions that includes numerous pension schemes in Northern Ireland. Also, the Pensions Regulator, the Pensions Ombudsman and the Pensions Protection Fund all operate UK-wide. The Westminster Bill establishes collective money purchase schemes. In such a scheme, both the employer and employee contribute to a collective fund from which the employee draws an income at retirement. The bill also strengthens protections for scheme members by enhancing the powers of the Pensions Regulator and introducing stronger civil and criminal sanctions. It also increases transparency about pensions saving by introducing digital interfaces for individuals called pensions dashboards and the introduction of provisions to help tackle pension scams. The committee are pleased to see that central to the bill is the principle of consumer protection and enabling people to plan better for their pensions, and that the bill has been broadly welcomed by the unions, the pensions industry and political parties. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, returning to this LCM, this further LCM relating to the Westminster Pensions Schemes Bill is now needed to ensure Northern Ireland provisions remain in the Westminster Bill following amendments to it. Members will have read the committee's report published on the 22nd of October 2020 on the second legislative consent memorandum, but just in case I will provide some background and update members. The committee published a report on the first legislative consent memorandum on the 29th of April 2020. At that time, members were reassured that the Department would brief the committee on any significant policy change to the bill as a result of amendments at Westminster. Such amendments occurred and the committee was indeed then briefed by departmental officials at its meeting on the 15th of October 2020 on such a policy change and other amendments and on the need for this further LCM. The committee welcomed the main amendments which are in relation to climate-related financial disclosures, with the aim being to secure effective governance and disclosure of the risks facing pension schemes and of the risks and opportunities associated with the transition of a lower carbon economy. The committee also welcomed the other amendments and were content that these added further detail on policies already in the bill, including, as the Minister has stated, setting a charge cap for collective defined contribution schemes, an important protection for scheme members in such schemes. Transfer rights amendments, one of which aims to safeguard members of unfunded public sector schemes from being targeted by criminals and fraudsters, and another aiming to limit pension scams, and an enhancement to the pensions dashboard, which ensures that there will be public service pension dashboards as well as commercial dashboards. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to remind the House that the committee have previously noted their general uneasiness with the use of LCMs in principle rather than bespoke Assembly legislation. It is not the way that we would prefer to deal with legislation, but we recognise that it is necessary in this instance. We welcome the inquiry by the Committee on Procedures on the use of LCMs, and the Committee for Communities has already issued a response. Saying that, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee recognises that the amendments are generally seen as a positive measure to better help people plan for the future and to protect people's pensions. The committee welcomes the fact that further detail on these provisions will be set out in subordinate legislation by the Department for Communities and subject to Assembly control. The committee accepts that it is advantageous that any changes to the regulation of pensions are made across all jurisdictions at the same time to ensure compliance and enforcement. We acknowledge that the bill will strengthen the pension system by introducing certain safeguards and enhanced sanctions. For those reasons, the committee is supportive of this second legislative consent motion related to the Westminster Schemes Bill. Therefore, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I support the motion.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead Ennis.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as a committee we've been scrutinising the pensions bill for a number of months now. I want to take this opportunity to thank the research team and all those other people who've provided briefings to the committee to date. I'm broadly content that these amendments fit within the aims of the original bill, which is to provide additional protections, safeguards and options for members of the schemes. The amendments for the most part provide further detail and clarity to what is already included. The climate change financial disclosures element is the new policy inclusion and the element that has necessitated this additional LCM. Both the Minister and the Committee Chair have given a clear summary of what this will mean in practical terms. It makes sense, therefore, given the necessary focus on climate change and the impact it is likely to have on many aspects of our lives, that any climate-related risks are properly assessed and disclosed in order to minimise the risk to people's pension. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I support the LCM and I look forward to discussing the remaining aspects of the Pension Schemes Bill at committee.
Thank you. Mr Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. As I said back in June when we passed the first legislative consent motion relating to the Pension Schemes Bill, and I know the Minister will concur, LCMs should be a last resort, particularly when we're dealing with the Westminster Government that we are currently dealing with. No matter how laudable the aims of a bill, this Assembly should not surrender its powers or reduce scrutiny lightly. Both LCMs and accelerated passage are suboptimal routes for us to take, and I would take this opportunity, like I take every opportunity, to reiterate to the Minister that we do have the time now to ensure that we don't have to cut corners when it comes to scrutinising the upcoming welfare mitigation legislation. In terms of this bill, however, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we do recognise the time pressures as a result of the 3-year absence, which would put pension scheme members here at a disadvantage to those in Britain. So we supported the LCM in June on the basis of the Communities Minister's assurance that any changes to the bill as it made its passage through the House of Lords to the Commons would be brought here for scrutiny and approval, hence the motion before us today. That assurance was sought because of the committee's nervousness about potential changes to the bill that we would not wish to support. The UK Government has already indicated its intention to secure support to remove the Lords' amendment on delaying the introduction of commercial pension dashboards. In light of the potential changes to this bill in the Commons Committee tomorrow and Thursday, and when it returns to the floor of the Commons, can the Minister reiterate that no changes will be extended to Northern Ireland without this Assembly's approval? As far as the changes thus far before us today, we support them. The Minister and the Committee Chair have already detailed them out, but I highlight in particular those made relating to climate change to help to ensure that pension schemes can adapt a low and hopefully in a not too distant future net zero carbon economy. The new provisions aimed at strengthening protection against pension fraud and scams are similarly welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And thank you to the Minister for Communities for bringing forward this LCM. The Pensions Schemes Bill before us extends to Northern Ireland the provisions of the Pension Schemes Act 2017 as laid in GB. The extension could not proceed as intended in 2017 as this place was suspended. It is time that we ensure people who have workplace pensions are covered by the same protections as elsewhere in the UK. Therefore, on behalf of the Alliance Party, I support this LCM. Following the Pensions No. 2 Act, Northern Ireland 2008, it was compulsory for employers to automatically enrol eligible workers into a qualifying workplace pension. The pensions market responded and master trusts developed. Master trusts are multi-employer pension schemes picked by employers for their staff rather than having to set up their own scheme. And the reason why we support this LCM is Part 1 of the bill provides authorisation for master trusts to be introduced and the criteria that they have to meet. This means that all master trusts will have to demonstrate to the Pensions Regulator that they can meet criteria, their trustees are fit and proper persons and can meet criteria, and act within required parameters in the event of wind-up or closure of a trust. And the Pensions Regulator will have greater powers to take action where key criteria are not met. It also means that master trusts operating outside the UK will be open to employers here as long as the master trust registers within the UK and complies with this criteria and the Pensions Regulator. Part 2 of the bill supports a cap on early exit charges. The power to override contract terms allows the Department to make regulations that restrict charges or impose requirements on certain pension schemes. For example, if a contract between those persons currently provides for a type or level of charge, such as member-borne commission, or an exit charge, that is prohibited under regulations made under paragraph 1 of Schedule 18. It allows regulations to provide that a provision of a scheme will be overridden in the event of any conflict in the legislation. The bill caps early exit charges. The bill doesn't set out what those levels will be, but it's vital for customers to know they will be able to access pension freedoms without overly expensive barriers. As the Minister has said, the bill requires Master Trust to provide information on how money is being invested by reporting climate-related sustainable investments. And this will help us as society as we move towards a lower carbon economy with the ultimate goal of zero emissions. I welcome the pensions dashboards for both public and private sector. After all, they are our pensions. It's not fair to ask a normal person in the street to try and find out exactly what is happening with their pensions, so the dashboard is very welcome. This LCM provides openness and transparency for customers. The dashboards, as I said, will be one way to do that. It protects people's pensions by giving the Pensions Regulator more powers. It is working towards a low-carbon economy, and the reports that will be brought forward from each pension or master trust are very welcome. As the Chair has said on behalf of the committee, while welcoming this, would prefer that this hadn't been an LCM, but we are where we are. But I have to ask the Minister, will she confirm that any future amendments will be brought back here to the House so that we don't have anything slips through that would be bad for customers or exclude us from opportunities for master trusts? Thank you.
Thank you. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to speak in this debate, so I call the Minister to wind on the debate. Minister.
I'm really shocked at that, actually. I want to thank all the members who have spoke on this LCM. Like everyone has raised, I'm deeply uncomfortable with having to use this LCM route. I am not taking the scrutiny of the committee lightly. That is their role, that is their job, and I want to ensure that that process isn't thwarted. However, I think there is an acceptance that if these amendments weren't discussed and voted through, we didn't want to put any pension holders here at a disadvantage. So just to be clear, if there are any further amendments that will be brought to the committee and will be brought to the Assembly, I think it's abundantly clear now that everyone has accepted that there are safeguards provided for in this bill, and I think fair to say for the people who spoke that was mentioned, and also to ensure that people have access to what they're entitled to through dashboards, both in public, private and commercial pensions. If I've missed any other issues, I'll certainly write to the committee, and indeed if the committee want any further information, they'll do the same. So without further ado, I'll commend this motion to the Assembly for Margaret.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business relates to the Department of Justice. The Minister we are running ahead of ourselves in terms of time, so if we could take your ease for a few moments just to allow the Minister to arrive in the chamber. Thank you. Members, I don't know how this has happened, but the Minister for Justice is unable to be in her place. I've sought clarity. I do have discretion that we can move on and return to this item of business at a later point. So the item of business that we're going to deal with now is a motion from the Committee for Education on post-primary transfer. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly takes note of the feedback to the Committee for Education's online survey into post-primary transfer testing and calls on the Minister of Education to outline contingency plans for post-primary arrangements.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Mr Chris Little, to move the motion.
Moved.
You certainly did get into that place in time. Thank you. The Business Committee has allowed 2 hours for this debate. The mover of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call Mr Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I begin in my capacity as Chairperson of the Education Committee and move this motion on behalf of the Education Committee, which calls on the Assembly to take note of the findings of the Education Committee online survey into post-primary transfer testing and the Education Minister to outline contingency plans for post-primary transfer tests this year. The motivation for this Education Committee survey, which was agreed by all main parties, and the focus of this motion today is the safety, well-being and equal educational opportunity of children in Northern Ireland during a public health pandemic. A pandemic that has taken life and livelihood across Northern Ireland and caused the Northern Ireland Executive to take extraordinary approaches to almost every aspect of society. The closure of schools and significant disruption to education across Northern Ireland from March to June 2020 led to the replacement of GCSE, AS and A-level examinations with centre-assessed grading and, crucially, prevented school-based preparation for post-primary transfer testing. At that time, the post-primary transfer tests in questions were scheduled to take place about now. The first AQE Common Entrance exam would be taking place this Saturday in the middle of a 4-week COVID-19 circuit breaker. In these extraordinary circumstances, the Education Committee engaged with providers of these private tests, the AQE, PPTC, wrote to every selective school in Northern Ireland and consistently questioned the Education Minister to ask what contingency plans were being put in place for post-primary transfer this year. The response, or lack thereof, that the Education Committee received was concerning, and we therefore sought to engage more widely with parents, guardians, teachers and children and young people via the online post-primary transfer survey. The survey was unanimously agreed by DUP, Sinn Féin, SDLP, UUP and Alliance Party members of the Education Committee with the assistance of the Assembly engagement team. It was completed by over 8,500 people. Approximately 6,500 respondents were parents and guardians, about half of which are responsible for children in P6 or P7. Around 1,800 respondents were teachers, with about half teaching P6 or P7 pupils, although disappointingly the Education Minister refused the Education Committee request for the survey to be sent to all teachers in Northern Ireland via the C2K network. About 750 respondents were children or young people, of which 3/4 indicated that they were entering P7. I'll say more about the findings of the survey in my capacity as an MLA. However, some of the key feedback from the survey was that a majority of parents and teachers surveyed were very or extremely concerned about children sitting transfer tests further to a period of significant disruption. Despite the efforts of the Education Minister to facilitate private transfer testing of P7 children this year, including the drafting of a ministerial direction to the Education Authority and the fast-tracking of enhanced application and appeals processes, the Education Committee remains concerned at the lack of any concerted scoping of alternative arrangements for the post-primary transfer of children during a pandemic that is causing significant disruption to their education and preparation for these examinations, and unanimously calls on the Education Minister to outline substantive contingency plans for this academic year. Mr Speaker, I'd like to add a few comments in my capacity as an Alliance MLA. As I've already stated, the motivation for this survey and the focus of this Assembly and the Minister of Education must be the safety, well-being and equal educational opportunity of children. I would ask the Education Minister to stop misrepresenting my integrity and advocacy on this matter as an anti-grammar school campaign. It's not, and it is unedifying and not a serious response to a very serious matter. There are non-selective grammar schools in Northern Ireland. My understanding is that a grammar education is an approach to education, not a system of admissions for education. It is possible to hold that academic selection is unfair and unnecessary as a system of post-primary admission, and to not be against academic or grammar approaches to education. Teachers can differentiate their teaching approach to different aptitudes within a school without an archaic admissions system to differentiate pupils by school. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, this is, however, a wider debate regards academic selection that this Assembly needs to have in an open and inclusive manner, and it is my profound regret that the collapse of the Executive in 2017 stopped an inquiry into post-primary transfer initiated by the previous Education Committee. This motion is about how we transfer thousands of 11-year-old children this year in the midst of a global public health pandemic that has claimed tens of thousands of lives in these islands and disrupted almost every aspect of our way of life. We have closed schools for months and cancelled some of the most important exams possible. Yet, in this context, the Minister of Education remains adamant that it is safe, fair and appropriate for 10 and 11-year-old children to sit up to 5 examinations in January and February 2021. Principal Deputy Speaker, how in this context can it be safe or fair for the Education Minister to allow private transfer test providers to require 10 and 11-year-old children to sit up to 5 examinations in January and February for admission to post-primary school during a public health pandemic when he can legislate otherwise? When 8,500 responses to an Education Committee survey include over 60% of parents and guardians and teachers very or extremely concerned about children taking tests this year, a highest scoring preferred approach for post-primary transfer this year among parents, guardians and teachers of not sitting the tests and using non-academic admissions criteria instead, and 43% of parents, guardians and teachers of the opinion that post-primary transfer tests should be abolished. When tens of thousands of pupils have been in self-isolation since August, and it is time for the Education Minister to provide full, open and transparent information on the extent of this self-isolation, rather than obfuscating behind codes and percentage figures. The Education Minister says there is no alternative admissions criteria. His own Department of Education recommends alternative admissions criteria. DE Circular 2016/15 advises all grant-aided schools on post-primary admissions and recommends categories such as free school meals, named primary schools, named areas, nearest suitable school, sibling at school as appropriate criteria. What has the Education Minister himself done to scope alternatives? With whom has he engaged on this matter? Principal Deputy Speaker, children deserve better and more from the Education Minister, and this Assembly motion calls on the Minister of Education to outline an alternative contingency plan for post-primary transfer this year. I hope he has one, and I commend this motion to the House today. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, every person called will have 5 minutes to speak. And the next person on my list is Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I thank Louise Close and her team and colleagues in the Assembly engagement team for what was, I think, a very useful exercise. And at this stage, I do want to pay tribute to principals, to boards of governors, to teaching staff and all the support staff in the way that they have reacted over this pandemic situation. I think we owe all of them a debt of gratitude. And I have to say, I do welcome, despite the Chair's remarks, which I find somewhat nearly insulting, to be honest. But anyway, despite his remarks, it was right to do the survey. It was right to do a survey in the middle of a pandemic. And given the circumstances that we all found ourselves in, an unknown circumstances, place we had never been before, it was right to do that. And I'd have to say I do welcome that today all our schools are open and the teaching staff are there and the children are being educated. And the very fact that that is happening, I think, stands in stark contrast to the very negative approach that the chair of the committee has taken. I want to refer to the survey, and maybe just before I do, some remarks he made about the children being always safe, school principals, teaching staff always being safe. Nobody would in any way dispute that. It should go without even being saying that we would want the very best protection that we can have for the teaching staff and the pupils in every school, from the front gates of the school until the children come back out again, in whichever circumstances the children find themselves in. And that should go without saying. But just in referring to some of the findings of the survey, and I note that the Chair is going to refer to these when he's speaking as an MLA. Post-primary test, young people survey. And before we had the COVID-19 crisis, 91% of those who responded were planning to sit the transfer test. 91% were planning to sit the transfer test. And indeed then, when the COVID-19 situation occurred, responding on how they felt about children taking the post-primary transfer test, lockdown period, 61% of parents or guardians, 64% of teachers, and 67% of others stated that they were concerned, extremely concerned even. Well, it would have been strange if they weren't concerned in those circumstances. And those circumstances were having an impact across every sector of industry. And then when we asked the question about the post-primary, when a similar question of 45% of young people wanted the test to run as planned rather than changing the date of the term. 25% felt that schools should use a different way to access academic ability based on scores in primary schools, and 14% felt that they should be delayed until January 2021. So, when asked the question about when to run the test, 45% wanted to run the test as planned in the autumn, 25% felt that schools should use a different way, and 12% felt that the tests should not be run. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, when young people themselves were asked about whether or not tests should be abolished, 35% of young people felt that tests should be retained. 14% felt that they should be changed, and the 13% were unsure. So it's 35% retained against 38% abolished, and up to 62% who wanted them either retained, changed, or were unsure of the situation. I will give way.
Member for giving way. I note the member mentions young people. We are talking about children, and we are talking about a pandemic. Does the minister, or does the member believe that it is fair on those children to be put into this situation, given all of the great challenges that our society and our young people have faced this year?
Member has an additional minute.
I think the question is a fair question, as whether or not children should have been put into the situation. But the children were included within the survey. That's the fact. If we look at the results of post-primary transfer of parents and guardians, before the COVID-19 crisis, 75% of parents and guardians were planning for the child to take the transfer test. 21% were not, and 4.5% specifying others. The results of this, in terms of what I believe, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that underneath, and I think it is right that the survey was done, but underneath it all, there is this current running against the selection and running against the grammar schools, as indeed we know them at this moment in time.
I'm afraid the member's time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Ms Karen Mullen.
Sinn Féin supports this motion brought forward today by the Education Committee, and as the Deputy Chair of the committee, I am impressed by the number of people who took part in the survey. And like the member across, I would also like to thank Louise and the Assembly team for the work that they did. Over 8,500 respondents. This shows the intense level of interest on the issue of post-primary transfer, and in particular the worries over this year. Parents, children and teachers responded to the survey. That is why this piece of work was so valuable. It reflects the reality on the ground of what transfer is like here. First off, I want to say that Sinn Féin's position on these unregulated tests used by some schools, carried out by private companies, is clear. They should be abolished, but for the purpose of today's debate, I will mainly focus on this year's situation brought in by COVID. The use of this system discriminates against children from socially deprived backgrounds, those with a special educational need, and those who have social and emotional needs. Over the past week, I have been contacted by many parents, teachers and concerned groups. Unfortunately, I don't have time to read out all, but I want to thank them for getting in touch. But I do want to read out a piece sent to me by a Primary 7 teacher. She says, "The present for children, parents and teachers alike is unimaginable. I teach in a socially and economically deprived area, and there is only one pupil in my class being tutored. I overheard a girl in my class ask a boy why he wasn't doing the transfer test, and he said, 'Sure, you can only do the transfer test if you are loaded.' That tells a very heartbreaking story that a child at 10 years old would be so aware and would relate a test to money. This isn't academic selection," she says, "it's social selection." She goes on to say, "Children missed out on months of education. I have some children who are taking the test who didn't log in or engage with me during the entire lockdown period. In terms of teaching and learning, I am trying to deal with the day-to-day issues in relation to COVID whilst trying to cover a vast amount of work that was missed." Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there is now a culture of private tutoring for many children. I would like to ask if the Minister has agreed for funding given by this Executive for the Engage programme to be used by primary school pupils to purchase an online tutoring app, and what his department is doing to ensure that the Engage funding is used to support all children who have fallen behind because of the disruption in their education. As outlined by the Chair, when teachers were asked what their preferred method of transfer was, the most popular position was to not run the test this year and for schools to use non-academic admissions criteria. Teachers were also asked how they felt about children taking the transfer test following COVID, and 92% were concerned in some way. But what is striking about the survey, and also deeply unsettling, is some of the common words that arose from the feedback from young children in relation to the transfer test. Worried, nervous, scary, unfair, stress, concerned and sad. These are 10-year-old children in the midst of a global pandemic. Where is the compassion for them? Many teaching unions have shown leadership on this issue and have called for an end to academic selection. I want to commend that leadership, and I also want to commend the leadership of the schools so far who have decided not to use the transfer test this year, and in particular St Colum's and Thornhill Colleges in Derry. And finally, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the survey, similar to this House, does not find consensus on the issue of post-primary transfer, but it is clear that new arrangements must be considered if we are serious about putting children first in our education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. As SDLP Education Spokesperson, I too welcome the opportunity to participate in this important debate, and I know and want to acknowledge at the outset that this is and has been for some time a controversial and divisive subject of debate. But it is imperative that pupils, parents and schools have clarity for the future, especially given the impact the current pandemic is having on education as a whole. I'd like to take this opportunity to put on record my appreciation to the many teachers and school staff who have gone back into classrooms and schools across Northern Ireland today. They are working under intolerable conditions and are in uncharted waters. In this regard, I wish all our staff and pupils a safe return to our schools. And I also note, just at that point, that I would hope that the Minister does everything within his power to provide the necessary support to our teachers in the school environment who have found the opening of schools after the first wave to be an entirely very stressful situation. I'm sure that has been well noted to him. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the SDLP believes at its core that academic selection is grossly unfair and in major need of an overhaul. Due to the inaction or unwillingness of this House to tackle the issue, we are now left with unregulated transfer tests which are not in the best interests of all of our children across Northern Ireland. It's almost a hokey-cokey approach in terms of how this has been dealt with. In addition to these concerns, we do believe that the concerns of parents and teachers regarding the current use of transfer tests needs to be addressed, especially in the context of this pandemic. In this regard, I welcome the survey conducted by the Education Committee, and I want to take this opportunity to thank committee staff involved and Assembly staff in bringing it forward. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the Education Committee set out to gauge the opinions of parents, teachers and other stakeholders during an online survey that ran between the 7th of July and Monday the 7th of September, where, as already mentioned by my committee colleagues, 8,528 responses were received. This work was bolstered by a young person survey which resulted in 754 completed surveys. The findings of the survey highlight that there is significant concern out there among teachers and parents concerning transfer tests proceeding in January 2021, and I wish to cover a number of these items in this contribution. The biggest concern surrounds the interruption to education in Primary 7, children having their education in Primary 6 significantly disrupted by the restrictions brought in to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, these children could not have properly completed the whole curriculum in English and Maths during this period. What's more, the blended learning children were encouraged to engage in during lockdown has now been recognised to be a much less effective way of learning when compared to face-to-face teaching. Obviously, postponing transfer results until January is a small consolation to these many pupils and does not afford them with enough time to deal with the huge deficit in learning opportunities lost out during the course of this pandemic. To compound this, since our schools reopened for the current academic year, we've seen massive disruption to the current Primary 7 cohort, with over half of our schools impacted by over 2,000 COVID-19 cases. This has had a significant impact on pupils personally in terms of their own health or that of their families, and also in terms of their mental health and having to deal with family illness or even death in some circumstances. Expecting pupils who have had to suffer such sit through a test that will in most aspects determine their very own futures is absolutely reprehensible on this occasion. It is the view of the SDLP, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, now that schools have returned after half-term break, that the disruption to education the virus has posed will only worsen given the onset of winter weather conditions conducive to its spread. Things may get worse over the Christmas period that could result in disruption to schools in January. The impact of lockdown has also had the same impact across the student population. Reports show us, for example, that those from a disadvantaged background, as outlined by Ms Mullen, will be more disproportionately disproportionately impacted as a result of this pandemic, and also in terms of what is expected from them as young people, as children, because we are talking about children. We mentioned young people, we're talking about children. Remember their ages, and they've went through a very, very difficult period this year in their learning. We need to support them. But if there is consideration given to removing this year, Minister, please ensure that there is a fair process in place to ensure that children from disadvantaged backgrounds have access to the opportunities as those from more affluent areas, which clearly seems to be the issue in this regard. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Mr Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for being here to hear this really important debate today. I want to thank the Chair of the Education Committee and all of the members on the Education Committee for putting into this consultation. We spent some time, Minister, agreeing the questions that went into the consultation. The people that put it together, in particular Louise, want to put on record my thanks to those people. I want to thank the teachers and pupils and parents who also contributed to the returns within the consultation. And if there's one thing that it has shown us, is that the public and teachers and pupils are as divided on the subject of academic selection as we are. And what I'm glad so far in the debate is that we haven't hankered too much in and around the percentages and the returns, because it doesn't provide the answer. And I don't think today is the day to be addressing transfer testing in its holistic nature. That's a part of the transformation of education, and I think that would be the grown-up place to discuss that. The Minister has outlined from the very outset of his mandate that he would hold fast to... Yes, of course.
Referred to the selection test. Would the member agree with me that it was an irresponsible action to do away with the 11+ before an adequate discussion took place, negotiation took place, and another system identified to be put in place?
Thank the member
for has an additional minute.
Thank you. Thank the member for his intervention. It was before my time, but what I do know from my own background working in the fire service, that when you're in the midst of a crisis, you don't make draconian actions. You take measured steps and you do them in a thoughtful process. And I would say with education, that's what we need to do. If we want to get rid of academic selection, what we actually need is we need tried and tested alternative arrangements, which actually I don't believe are there, and will be borne out by what I'm going to share, actually, from the results of the consultation. I do agree with the sentiment of the motion. I do support it. The Minister does need to do something here with regard to providing contingency plans in the event that, if the test does go ahead, we need to know that our children are safe, and Daniel had picked up on this point. Our children need to be absolutely safe. Now, there's 8,700 responses to this. There's also 7,000 responses to the Bring It Back to Primary motion petition as well. So there are measures that we can take, Minister. We can reduce the amount of tests that pupils sit this year also, and there are things we can do. And if in the event that the COVID takes us to the place where we don't take the test, we need to ensure that those alternative arrangements are actually fair, and as can be found in the consultation, people don't agree that they are any more fair than the transfer test. It was split right across parents, it was split across teachers, it was split across pupils with regard to whether the test would go ahead or not. And I, like many of you guys, have taken multiple emails from teachers and people with vested interest as to what we should do. And I hope at the end of this the Minister does outline some of the contingencies that he is considering. I want to pick out just one or two, and I'm not going to labour too heavily on the statistics. But the Chair has pointed out that there's a strong voice for the abolishment of the test, but similarly, 48 to 50% either want to keep it or reform it. It's a balanced place, guys. It's not as straightforward as just abolishing it. I do go back to Mr Newton's point that if we are going to get rid of it, we need to ensure that whatever comes to replace it is better and fairer, not just a change for change's sake. One of the things, and I'm going to pick up, it was the Deputy Chair and Daniel, I'm sorry to do this, guys, but one of the things that I was deeply saddened about in the consultation, and both of these have picked it up for the right reason, is those people who are socially disadvantaged, children on free school meals and SEN pupils. And the disappointing thing is that when the question was asked to respondents, what are the alternative arrangements that you would like to see, do you know what finished bottom of the pile? Those on free school meals and those with special education needs. And that wasn't politicians that were coming back with those answers. That was that was probably the most disappointing thing in the survey for me, that when we're trying to tackle educational underachievement, if we're trying to pull people up and not push anybody down, how can we do that when we already know academically those that suffer most of those in the socially disadvantaged areas, perhaps on free school meals, and those with special education needs? The consultation told us that actually those were the two areas of least importance for alternative arrangements, and that really was something that I was surprised at, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I know Daniel will probably bounce on me on this one. One of the lights, if you like, one of the good points of the consultation was the response of our children. Now, you know that mental health is my soapbox, if you like. It's the thing that I want to drive and talk about. I'll talk to anybody about it. What I think we underplay at times is the resilience of our children. We underplay the resilience of our children and our young people. And it was the P7 cohort of this year who came back in quite strong numbers and said, do you know something? I think we need to do the test this year. And there was an interesting part of the consultation which picked out those children in those schools who have decided not to do the test. 82 of those children who are in those schools responded to the consultation and said they feel that they have now been disadvantaged because they're not getting an opportunity to do the test. And that's out of the mouths of the babes. We have to listen to our young people too, and we have to take on board their wishes, because they've been preparing for this, not just for this last 2 or 3 months, but this is a system that they have known and been aware of since they were in P1. It may not be the best. It may not be the best, but we can improve it and we can do a whole lot. We can do a whole lot better. The end of the survey, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker asked for the young people to give 3 words, and the Deputy Chair picked out a couple. I'm going to give them a couple. Whether they do the test or whether they don't, each and every one of them, you are enough. Thank you.
Mr Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Like other members, I would like to thank Louise and the Assembly team for the hard work that they undertook in bringing this survey forward to the Education Committee. The survey itself was a good yardstick for debate going forward, and also, as already been alluded to, it provided food for thought. Whilst I have no objection to the motion, I would agree that there needs to be serious thought to transfer tests this year, and I would agree that I support the transfer test, but I also support reform to the transfer test. Good, serious reform, not a knee-jerk reaction to something, as happened with the 11+. Certainly.
Thank the member for taking the intervention. When we talk about reform of the transfer test, what about reform of the education system so that children don't think they're being disadvantaged if they can't go to their nearest school?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for her intervention. And of course, she is right. It's incumbent upon this House to have a proper debate around the reform of education. And I would agree with her on that. But I do support some sort of transfer test. But I do feel that it has to be reformed in a great way. I also would like to make a point that it's parents and not the Education Minister who puts their children forward for the transfer test. So therefore, in that light, I think it's unfair to criticise the Minister on this. The survey itself, I would ask a question because I don't know the answer. How many respondents could use the same email address or IP address from the same household? Was it open to all within each household, or was it a single response per IP address or email address? Something I don't know. On safety, I would like to see a greater rollout of IT equipment and lack of broadband availability properly addressed. And I know the Minister will already be making plans for a fair and equal transfer test. In closing, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I would be confident that the Minister will have a plan B to cover further disruption to the school year owing to COVID-19, should it be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Brave Lascan Corlia, and it's been an interesting debate thus far, and fair play to the Education Committee for commissioning the survey and the work they've been involved in around the transfer test, and particularly this year's transfer test and the difficulties that has brought. Like all aspects of our lives, COVID-19 has had a dramatic impact on education, and I welcome the fact that today our children and young people are back in their schools. I think it is important that the Executive does everything within its powers to ensure that our schools remain open, and that there's a responsibility on parents and others in society to make sure that happens. So we have to mind our actions and be socially responsible, whether it's around the school gates or any other aspects of our lives, because when I hear the figures of the COVID infections in schools, the first question I ask myself, was the infection caught in school or as a result of activities outside the school? And that's an important factor. But the safety of our pupils, our staff, is vital. So we all have a part to play in that. But in terms of the question in front of us today, very quickly, yes.
Member for given way. Does the member agree with me that the expectation that principals or school leaders should carry out the track and trace within the school themselves is unfair and adds to an already very difficult time for them?
I think it's grossly unfair, and it has placed huge pressure on our schools, on our principals, on our teachers. And without them, in many cases, tracking and tracing wouldn't exist, because they're doing it, so it wouldn't exist. So I think it's one of the elements the Executive has to look at as we move forward towards a proper tracking, tracing and support element. As I said, I'm an avid opponent of academic selection. Not that I'm opposed to grammar schools or I'm opposed to A, B or C. I'm opposed to academic selection because there is no evidence to support academic selection as giving added value to your education system. But there is a weight of evidence to show that it damages your education system and that it damages young people. I can think of no other area of public policy that has so much evidence weighted against it. In any other circumstances, our media would be lambasting us on a daily basis for continuing to use academic selection. But apart from a few, for whatever reason, and I have reasons of my own why they do it, our media supports academic selection on the basis it has parental support. Well, smoking in bars used to have support. Driving without seatbelts used to have very popular support. There are people out there who will tell you that COVID-19 doesn't exist. There were people out there, in fact, I was stopped recently on a walk by a guy who tried to shake my hand, took offence because I wouldn't shake his hand, then tried to tell me there was no such thing as COVID-19. So there's opinions about everything, but there's evidence, and then there's opinions. And the evidence tells us that academic selection is bad for your education system. So that's the responsibility we have as legislators, to ensure that something that is bad policy is removed. Now, in particulars of this year, why are we having this debate? We're having this debate because two private companies are supplying our schools, our publicly funded schools, with tests. Now, I don't know what committee in this House those two private companies are accountable to. They're not accountable to the Minister, in fairness, because academic selection is outside the remit of this Minister. So they're not accountable to him. They're not accountable to the Education Committee because they're two private companies. So the question is, why are two private companies interfering in our education system in the first place? But I think in terms of the timing of the test, etc., schools have a huge responsibility here too. There has been schools that have led by example, and there are schools that have stepped forward and says we won't be carrying out academic selection this year, and I hope that continues. But there's no reason why all schools shouldn't step forward and say we will not be carrying out academic selection this year. They don't have to wait on an instruction from the Minister. I would love to stand here and lambast the Minister, trust me. It'd be an easy speech. He has certain responsibilities around all these things. But we have devolved significant powers to our post-primary sector. Whether it's a grammar school or not a grammar school, they have significant powers. The Board of Governors carry significant powers in their hands. So they have a responsibility to step forward and say there will be no academic selection this year. And that in itself will lift huge pressure off our children and young people. Those who suggest that the test should be returned to the primary schools, I object to it. And I object to it on this basis. What about those children who are not sitting the test? My colleague Karen has given a very good example of a P7 teacher. Why should them children's education be disrupted and be abused because some either want to or are being told to, that they have to sit a test. Totally unfair and totally unwrong. And in fact, this entire debate, not singularly this debate in this chamber, but the debate about the test, has been about a section of our education system and a section of our pupils. And that's what's wrong with academic selection. Because when you have academic selection, the focus of the whole machine turns towards those who are doing the test, and they leave people behind. So if you want evidence of what's wrong with academic selection, listen to the debate of this last few weeks and few months, because it's about the few
Members'
and
time
not
is
the
up.
many. And our education system has to be about all our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that it is just past 5 to 2 and question time is due to commence at 2 o'clock, the next speaker on my list was Mr McNulty, but I don't think it would be fair to curtail him in that way. So if I could ask, or perhaps it would be, I don't know. If I could ask members just to take their leave while the ministers come into the chamber for question time.
Okay, members, it is time for questions to the Executive Office, and I call Harry Harvey to ask the first question. Mr Harvey.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deputy First Minister, that will be question number 1. Thank you.
I can call you. The Department of Health has advised us that as of this morning, the Stop COVID app has been downloaded 495,745 times.
Mr Harvey, supplementary, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Maybe you could tell me how we can increase the numbers of those downloading and engaging with the app. Thank you.
I think that it would be really helpful if all of us in our good office use every opportunity to promote the use of the app. I think it's testimony to the public and their desire to do their part that so many people have downloaded the app. I also welcome the fact that younger people, there's an app that's now been designed specifically, if I could say that word, for younger people, and that will obviously see an increase as well, I think, in terms of the number of people that are using it. I think that the version, as I said, that's being developed for 11 to 17-year-olds will really help reach more people, and we're asking our schools and our FE colleges and others to also promote this. But I just think that ourselves, just repeating the message to download the app is one of the key ways in which we'll increase the numbers of people using it.
I call Pat Sheehan.
I wonder, could the Minister tell us what supports have been provided for those who are required to self-isolate?
Thank the member for his question, and I think that the self-isolation is crucial. It's a crucial part of the strategy to stop the transmission of COVID in our community. So it's really important that people are financially supported to self-isolate whenever it's required. Back in March, the Communities Minister, Gary Hargate, introduced enhancements to the discretionary support scheme to further support people affected by the pandemic. And that includes a non-repayable COVID-19 living expenses grant to assist with the short-term living expenses where a person or any member of their immediate family is diagnosed with COVID-19 or who is advised to self-isolate. Regardless of circumstances, a discretionary support COVID-19 living expenses grant award will include a specific amount for any children in the household and can be made for periods of more than 14 days. This means that it's possible for individual awards to exceed £500, making this more supportive intervention than anywhere else, and it also will support those of lowest paid workers. I remain committed to working with all executive ministers to support those required to self-isolate and to those individuals and families who need support during these most challenging of times.
Call Colin McGrath.
The Deputy First Minister may be aware that we were told in the Health Committee recently that there is an update due to the app which may reduce the amount of time that people actually have to self-isolate because the app works back the way 14 days. So there is an opportunity to reduce that window that a person may have to actually self-isolate. Does the Deputy First Minister know when that update might be made available?
Well, I wasn't aware just of that conversation on the Health Committee, but I certainly can seek to ask the Department of Health of that information. We're told that there's advances made all the time when it comes to the app, whenever it comes to, I know there's some work going on in terms of the period of self-isolation, but we're yet to see the evidence around that, but no doubt we'll get that over the course of the time, but I'll pass on the comments to the Department of Health.
I call Jim Allister.
Some might think there's a need now for a track and trace system for COVID small business grants, following the scandalous retention of such vital money by the Deputy First Minister's party until they were flushed out by Stephen Nolan. Why should the public not conclude that if Stephen Nolan hadn't caught Sinn Féin out, there never was an intention to pay back this money?
I don't think, Corlia, that the question is relevant to the question that's been asked. However, I will say that what I said last week publicly, and I'm very happy to say it again in this House today, what happened was wrong and was totally unacceptable. And as soon as the party leadership became aware of what had happened, we moved swiftly to deal with the issue.
Next question, I call Trevor Lunn.
Question number 2, Minister.
Victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse have endured unimaginable pain and suffering at the hands of those who should have protected them. And we're absolutely committed to making sure they get the acknowledgement and also the redress that they deserve to help them to move forward and to rebuild their lives.
The interim advocate has been working with victims and survivors groups to advise on an official apology. He has also looked at the experiences of other jurisdictions to help inform this advice. We've just received his report on the 16th of October and took the opportunity to discuss it with him on the 20th of October. He has highlighted the importance of a wholehearted apology that deals with acknowledgement, responsibility, recognition and repair. The Executive Office has engaged separately with Savia on the apology, and we will be receiving a full report of their views. It is really important that we get this right, since victims and survivors have waited nearly 4 years since the Hart report was published, and we will come forward to victims and survivors groups with plans for the apology as soon as possible. On the 6th of October, we announced the appointment of Fiona Ryan as the Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Child Abuse. Fiona will take up position from the 14th of December, and, as well as her critical interest in an apology, will certainly take up the issue of a memorial.
Trevor Lunn, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer so far. It's very comprehensive. She mentioned the interim advocate's activities, and he has announced, I think, that the advice services will be in place from the start of December. Can the Minister advise us to what extent they will be available? Will it be a limited service or a full service?
Well, you're right that the Hart report, if you know, or as you do know, recommended that specialist support services should be available to victims and survivors, offering counselling and practical help tailored to their needs. And I'm pleased to say that the Executive Office is taking steps to establish a wide range of additional services for HIA survivors. The Victims and Survivors Service will deliver dedicated health and wellbeing, social support and related services to victims and survivors of HIA. From today, Monday the 2nd, support is available directly to meet pressing and immediate needs, including persistent pain, disability aids and psychological support. We're intending that the HIA support service will be officially launched from the 1st of December. This will include a dedicated health and wellbeing caseworkers, outreach, drop-in and social support, local and easily accessible. Representatives of the victims and survivors groups have helped to develop the case for the support service and assisted VSS, TEO and the Interim Advocate's Office in designing these arrangements. The service will build on what's already available for HIA victims and survivors and on the interim service for counselling and emotional support that was established in early summer. So I think this is another important milestone in the fuller implementation of the Hart report.
First of all, could I ask members to desist using their mobile phones in a chamber? We're getting a lot of interference in the system here, please. Could I call Christopher Stalford?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her responses thus far. Could I ask the Deputy First Minister to give an assurance to the House that co-design of every stage of the delivery of this restorative scheme will be at the heart, because it's so important that we carry people with us? And secondly, can she give the House an update on where we're at with the financial scheme in terms of compensation, specifically the contributions required from institutions?
I think just in terms of your first point around co-design and co-production, I think that's essential. If we're going to get this right and actually have the confidence of the victims and survivors, then they have to be at the heart of designing things. That's certainly a commitment that I'm very happy to make in this House today. The member will be aware, I think we've talked about it before, different times and questions, that we are seeking meetings with a number of the relevant bodies, and we want people, because everybody has to play their part. There's a huge lift and a huge responsibility here in terms of getting financial support to those, redress payments to those who need them. So we're working our way through that, and we hope to have meetings with the relevant institutions in the coming weeks.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Deputy Minister, can you ensure that applicants to the Address Board are made aware of what information is being sought about the applicant, particularly if the Board is seeking their criminal records, as this is very distressing for victims?
Very happy to take that on board, and I will speak to the relevant officials.
Disturbed here with the interference on our equipment here. I'll call Linda Dillon.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers thus far, particularly in relation to those support services that have been put in place for the victims. I think that it's extremely important that they get the support they need, particularly at this time whenever they are having to go through the application process. Could the Minister give us an update on the work of the HIA Redress Board for administering the redress payments, and if there have been any issues that have arisen during that process?
Yeah, Thanks to the member for her question. Historical institutional abuse, as we all know, should never have happened, and it was so wrong on so many different levels, and that trust was breached and children violated. So they were all failed by a system that should have protected them, a system that turned a blind eye and covered up systemic abuse. So we owe it to them to make sure that we get this right and that they get the redress that they deserve. And I know that the redress has been a long time coming. As a matter of fact, it's been far too long in coming. However, we have started to make some progress in supporting victims and survivors. The Redress Board opened for applications back on the 31st of March, and within 7 weeks, the first compensation payments were made, and that was all within the timescales that were set out by the President of the Board. This was a significant milestone, I believe, for the victims and survivors who are now starting to receive the compensation which they are long overdue. As at the 28th of October, 647 applications has been received, 171 of them from people who participated in the Hart inquiry. Panels have made determinations totalling 5.1 million and paid out a total of 3.7 million.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Mr Speaker, I just wonder if the Deputy First Minister be able to give us an update on the recruitment of Victims Commissioner, given that we are concerned about how many people are hurting in society, both from institutional abuse and from the conflict.
Yeah, I was happy to make a statement to that effect to the House only a short number of weeks ago, and we're delighted that Fiona is going to come on board, and I think that will be a new beginning in terms of the work with the victims and survivors and building on all the recommendations in the Hart report, the apology, the memorial, all the things that we've committed to. So she's due to take post on the 13th of December, and we look forward to that post.
Before I call the next question, I should advise members that oral questions 4 and 12 have been withdrawn, and topical questions 2 and 6 are also withdrawn. And I call Doug Beattie.
Speaker, question 3, please.
We are currently considering draft amendments to the Ministerial Code to reflect the changes in the law introduced by the Executive Committee, Functions Act 2020. Following executive agreement, we will table a motion for their approval by the Assembly at the earliest opportunity.
Doug Beattie, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Given that the Executive Committee Functions Bill is now law, does this mean that decisions are being made by ministers which are now outside the scope of the present Ministerial Code?
No, in fact, that's not the case. We're aware that the Minister sought legal advice and is perfectly content that she has taken decisions in line with the Code as it currently sits.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the Deputy First Minister for answers thus far. Deputy First Minister, one of the reasons this place was in abeyance for 3 years was lack of public confidence in financial transparency and in holding ministers to account. Can she confirm that when a new ministerial code is brought forward, it will be enforced by the Standards Commissioner, and that Standards Commissioner will have both the powers and the logistical firepower to properly hold ministers to account?
Yes, I can confirm that's the case. When the Ministerial Code is in place and is confirmed by the Assembly, then obviously the Commissioner will work to that basis.
Call Rachel Woods.
Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister. Could I ask for an update on when a new panel for ministerial standards will be appointed?
I don't have that information with me, but I'm very happy to provide it to the member in writing.
Call Claire Sugden.
Member has been asked. Thank you.
Moving on to question number 5. Martine Anderson.
Question number 5.
We are making good progress in regenerating the North West and bringing about prosperity for the people of this area through recent and continued investment. The £200 million made available through the region's City deal will help us to stimulate growth and attract jobs. We are committed to the development of the Graduate Medical School at the University of Ulster's Magee campus, and through our Urban Villages programme, we are progressing the redevelopment of Meaning Square. We are also committed to the continued implementation of the Communities in Transition project, which seeks to support and empower those who live and work in the Brandywell and Craigan areas of the city. These critical and very significant investments will complement the great progress we've already been able to see in the redevelopment of the Abrington site. We are pleased to report that the procurement process to appoint a works contractor to complete enabling works on the Clock Tower building is now underway. An appointment is expected by the 30th of November. The works programme is expected to run for approximately 12 weeks from December 2020, dependent obviously on the weather. We will continue to advance all remaining development works on site and look forward to seeing these being complete for the benefit of all in the wider area.
Martina Anderson, supplementary.
Good Minister, and thank you for that full and complete answer. Passersby in Derry would have seen the new construction taking place in Ebrington around the Grade A office accommodation. Could the Minister provide an update on the second building that is being proposed for Grade A office accommodation in Ebrington, please?
Thanks to the member for her question. So, in terms of the Grade A developer Hearn Property Limited, they received planning approval in September 2019, and works to construct the building commenced in December 2019. And whilst temporarily delayed due to the lockdown, works recommenced in July 2020. Construction works are expected to be complete by March 2022, and when complete, we anticipate that this project will bring significant benefits to the city and to the region, and will be a key catalyst for this site.
I call Gary Middleton.
Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer so far. On the issue of the Grade A office accommodation at Ebrington, does the Minister have any information in terms of whether the investors are still keen to put jobs in the site, given the current COVID environment?
Well, we have no information to say the contrary, so we would continue to work with them to make sure that this is progressed. I mean, the Grade A office accommodation itself is the construction which is commenced is going to provide like 50,000 square feet of office accommodation. I mean, that's huge, and then it can accommodate between 400 and 450 people. So I think that we'll continue to work with the contractors to make sure that this work does continue and is delivered upon and brings the benefits that we know it will bring.
I call Mark Duggan.
I'll go to Concordia and thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers thus far. Well, it is great to see advancement on Ebrington that has been long overdue. Has the Executive Office heard any concerns from the business community in Derry that while it's great that there will be business and office accommodation on Ebrington, that it's not going to create new jobs per se, but it runs a risk of displacing jobs within the city and across the district?
No, we haven't had any concerns in terms of that, but I think that obviously the current COVID restrictions make it difficult for ministers to get out and about and get engaging with people. But I certainly have spoken to numerous business people in the city, and I've committed to making a visit at some stage in the near future. I think that where we can talk out all those issues.
I remind members to assist using their mobile phones. There's a lot of disturbance on the computer system here, so we're not just appealing members to do that. William Humphreys.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer questions 6 and 14 together. I share Mr Humphreys' desire for a Christmas period that will bring relief to the retail sector whilst remaining safe for shoppers and those who work in the sector. We could all play a part in encouraging that in the coming weeks. The High Streets Task Force will look beyond that immediate challenge. It is clear that our town and our city centres face a range of economic and social challenges. Whilst the COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly exacerbated the situation, many of the challenges are long-standing, stemming from the financial crisis of 2009, prolonged underinvestment in infrastructure and changing patterns of consumer behaviour. This calls for a strategic, sustained response, with departments and local government working in partnership to deliver a vision for sustainable town and city centres as thriving hubs for the retail services, hospitality and residential sectors. I recognise that stakeholders are frustrated that the task force is not in place already, and I too share that frustration. However, these challenges call for a sustained transformation, not a quick fix, and that needs thorough preparation and planning. We have asked for what work can be accelerated, with detailed proposals to be brought to the Executive later this month and the task force established shortly afterwards.
William Humphrey, supplementary.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Recently I met with the Lord Mayor, Chief Executive of Belfast City Council, and with Michael Stewart, the President of the Belfast Chamber of Commerce. Over the last 2 to 3 years, Belfast had a dreadful time in terms of retail in the marketplace, given the bank buildings fire and, of course, this year COVID. The city retailers are struggling, and they continue to struggle. They need help and support. The joint upness that the Minister referred to in her answer is absolutely urgent. Can I ask the Minister to ensure that that joint upness will be put in place as soon as possible? And can I ask that also consideration is given to support high street traders, particularly in the city that I represent in this place, in the run-up to Christmas, which is so vital to our city centre economy? I was in city centre on Saturday morning, And quite honestly, the footfall was very, very poor, and traders are very concerned, and I have met them and have heard it directly from them at first hand.
Yes, I mean, I think what's key to this work is going to be the joined-up nature of it. None of us can afford to work in silos, so we need to work with both the industry, with local government, bringing together all the stakeholders and then bringing forward a plan. And what we intend to see is that there should be short-term, medium-term and longer-term goals for us to reach to support the sector. We've said that there isn't a quick fix here, and we believe that this is a complex picture and you're trying to fix something that's been a long time developing. So we are absolutely wedded to a joined-up approach, and as I said, there will be a number of proposals come forward to the Executive before the end of the month.
I call Karen Mullen.
Thank the Minister for her answers so far. Does the Minister believe that the High Street Task Force has a role in COVID-19 management and recovery?
I think that, and that further builds on the previous question. It's the challenges that we see that are being faced by our towns and our cities are not amenable to a quick fix, and the decline of the high street has been something that is not new. It's began long before COVID-19. So what we now need to see is action and delivery to stem the decline, make them more sustainable and plan for recovery. We need to protect our high street, our small retailers, family-owned businesses who are all at the heart of our communities. These are the most challenging of times for everybody, and we need to be innovative, and we need to look at how we can bring life back into our towns and cities, how they can be a space in which to live, to work and to enjoy our leisure time. And we need to work collaboratively, as I said, with all sectors, and our officials are currently engaged with all the stakeholders in putting together preparations for the High Street Task Force and bringing that forward to the Executive very, very soon.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Mr Speaker, if the Deputy First Minister agrees with the Chief Medical Officer that the hour number cannot be controlled with schools and hospitality open at the same time, what more does she think her colleagues in finance and the economy can do to help the 65,000 who work in the hospitality sector?
There's no doubt these are the most challenging of times for everybody, but not least for the sectors that have been really badly hit. We're now in just over 2 weeks into our 4-week period of intervention. We know that our objectives throughout this period is to get the hour rate down. Certainly the work that we're doing now as an Executive, collectively, all ministers obviously have a role to play in this. What does the exit strategy look like, and how can we move forward? How can we keep the virus down at a level that allows us to be able to move around a bit more freely? So we intend to publish work around an exit strategy over the coming days, and we'll communicate that to the public. But this is really, really trying times, and that's why whenever we moved to intervene and bring forward these measures, we knew we couldn't do it without financial support. We knew we couldn't do it without shoring up those businesses that have been impacted. That'll always be our barometer. We'll always have to, no matter what we have to do, we need to be able to support the people that are struggling, and certainly that'll be at the heart of our decision making.
Steve Egan not being in the seat, I move on to the next question. Chris Little.
Nate.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I'll ask Junior Minister Kearney to answer both questions 8 and 10 together.
Our ability to reduce the levels of COVID-19 in our community is absolutely dependent on the public getting behind the effort to protect people and to save lives. Our communication strategy focuses on the steps we should all be taking to stop COVID-19 from spreading and the very serious consequences of non-compliance. This is a message that can be conveyed no more effectively than by those families who have felt the devastating effects of the virus, those who have lost a loved one to COVID-19. The Executive's public information campaign is being updated for the winter months and includes a testimonial from a bereaved family member, which will be broadcast from this Friday, the 6th of November. And this personal testimony will be very impactful in communicating the very real human cost of COVID-19 and the importance of everyone doing their bit by following the restrictions, limiting your contacts with others, maintaining social distancing, washing your hands well and often, wearing a face covering, maintaining good respiratory hygiene, downloading the Stop COVID NI app, and isolating and booking a test immediately if you display the symptoms. The Compliance Communications Group, which includes representation from departments as well as local government and the PSNI, are working together to ensure that a joined-up approach is taken which will maximise the effectiveness of that messaging through all channels.
Chris Little, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank Junior Minister for his response. Clear and imaginative communications are obviously vital to encourage behavioural change and protect life and livelihood from COVID-19. Can I ask, has the Northern Ireland Executive employed behavioural change experts and/or considered employing local artists and high-profile people in Northern Ireland to help us with this important messaging?
I thank the member for his questions. An integral part of the work which is being carried out within the Department of Health and by the Chief Scientific Advisor and his staff is to take account of behavioural attitudes, behavioural change, to assess the effect of the restrictions which we have introduced in terms of how that actually obtains greater buy-in from the public, as well as what may actually be off-putting or neuralgic towards impacting on human behaviour in a positive way. So I think we should work on the basis that that informs our approach, that informs our analysis. In relation to the need for more innovative and animated ways of communicating, particularly with our young people, that has been a recurring theme of discussion within the Executive. I think the point is very well made, particularly when we look at the nature of how the demographics have changed in relation to the increasing chains of transmission, that being within a younger demographic, that it is very important that our messaging is very targeted and very impactful. So the need to be more innovative is a point which is well taken on board and has been emphasised to the Executive Information Service and the work that they are taking forward. And to your last point, yes, absolutely, it's critical, particularly when we are speaking with our younger people, that we're engaging those who exist within the younger demographic, particularly our sports stars from all of our codes, to assist us in articulating that very important message and the kind of measures that need to be taken by young people in particular in a very, very challenging period to ensure that we save lives and that they stay safe.
Colm Gillarney.
Can the Minister update us on the work undertaken by the Executive to strengthen the messaging on enforcement and compliance to combat COVID-19?
Well, as the member will know, the Executive has introduced emergency measures to halt the alarming levels of COVID-19 in our communities, and we're in the midst of the current intervention, which is very severe, it's very restrictive, but nevertheless it is designed to try and have the desired effect. And none of those were easy decisions that were taken. But our focus is to be emphasising the need to protect people and to save lives. And the key to that, as the member will know, is breaking person-to-person contact. In other words, that we break the chains of transmission. And we are trying to get a balance between the introduction of restrictions when they're needed to flatten the curve of the infection, mitigating those as best we can, but also, in turn, as has been discussed during question time, the need to protect our businesses. And the steps that we are taking and have taken are informed by the most up-to-date analysis and advice which we have received. Our preference is to work with every member of our community so that we protect ourselves and each other. But where the level of compliance falls short of what's required, then the regulations, of course, will need to be enforced. And the Strategic Compliance Group, chaired by myself and the other Junior Minister, is working very closely with all our partners on a range of issues around compliance and enforcement and communication. And I want to specifically thank our colleagues in local government and the PSNI for the very central role that they have been playing along with the Executive Office in the course of recent weeks. It's a very solid foundation for how we move beyond this period and into the recovery period. I also want to highlight the very important work that has been carried out in my own constituency, particularly by Antrim and Newton Abbey Council, whom I think have led the way in setting a template for how other local government organisations can follow suit in terms of this work within the community. We are also working to ensure public messages on the issue are heard and understood, and to that extent we've engaged with a wide range of other sectoral interests, including faith groups. But our most important partner in all of this is the community, and we must understand that the human cost of not adhering to the public health restrictions is very, very severe. So we all need to be responsible, to take responsibility for our actions and our behaviour.
And that ends the period for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Ms Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Deputy First Minister, I would like to ask the reasons for the failure to appoint a new head of the Civil Service.
Can I thank the member for her question, and can I say that we had a competition. We weren't successful in appointing someone, but we do, as we outlined in our statement to the House on the 26th of September, that we are working to put in place arrangements to fill the Hawks position on an interim basis, and we hope to be able to say something positive about that over the course of the next number of days. But until that is all finalised, we will say no more than that, other than to say that we will come back to the House to give the information first.
Rosemary Barton, supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, thank you for your answer. Has anybody declined an approach to be temporary head of the Civil Service?
I'm not going to get into HR issues, but we work through our HR department, and everything's done according to the rules and regulations as laid out. But as I say, we hope to be able to say that we're very glad, actually, for the work of a number of senior civil servants who've helped us through this period. Derek Baker, for example, who stepped up to assist us in the executive. You know, you have the key issues of the day, whether it's COVID in the health department or whether it's Brexit, where we also again have senior civil servants helping us out. So we're grateful for that work, but we want to be able to, we hope to be able to make a very positive announcement about an interim over the course of the days ahead.
And I call Melissa McHugh.
Would the Minister agree that the COVID recovery plan should promote equality, fairness and inclusion?
Thanks for the question. As Joint Head of Government, I can certainly say that I'm committed to leading a Parisharan government that is defined by equality, fairness and inclusion. So in terms of planning for recovery and going forward, we want to ensure this is a good place to live for each and every person who calls it home. We want to work with all groups to deliver a society with social justice, workers' rights and equality at its core. I'm also aware, however, of the disproportionate impact of the virus on those in our black and minority ethnic communities, on women, the impact on our children and young people in relation to education, the mental health impact of the restrictions that we've had to put in place, as well as the loss of employment, particularly for those who are already experiencing poverty. Our recovery must provide for those in greatest need and for those that have suffered the greatest impact.
Melissa McHugh, supplementary.
Minister, would you also agree with me too that in addressing holiday hunger, that must be cured, must be core to any future COVID recovery plan?
Yeah, I can say, without a doubt, this is a very stressful and difficult time for many people across our community, especially where people have found a sudden change of their circumstance, or whether that's through, losing their jobs or reduction in income because of maybe hours being reduced. COVID-19 has exacerbated this issue for so many people and so many families without access to financial resource. So support for those families is vital, and for all those that are struggling, we need to be able to support them. And holiday hunger, as you've raised, is an issue that indeed I and indeed the Executive as a whole take very seriously, and we're determined that the Executive will work to address this issue while working to ensure that our children are afforded the best possible opportunities to help them to succeed.
I call Sinead Ennis.
With ministers committed to delivering a victims' pension scheme, can the minister confirm that the Executive Office will make a bid for financial resource for the scheme as part of the Budget 2021 to 2024 information gathering exercise?
Yeah, thanks to the member, and I can confirm that we're determined to deliver a victims' payment scheme based on need. And as part of the Budget 21-24 information gathering exercise, TEU has made a bid for finances. 21-22 year, 28.72 million, 22-23 year, 64.29 million, and 23-24, 72.8 million. The provision of these finances and financial certainty for the scheme is now key to making the scheme progress.
Sinead, a supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Can the Minister update on the status and timeline of executive discussions with the British Government in respect of providing adequate resources for the scheme, given that it is British Government legislation?
Well, the First Minister, the Finance Minister, the Justice Ministers and I met on the 22nd of September in relation to the funding for the scheme, and we agreed to make an urgent request for a meeting with the British Secretary of State, Brandon Lewis, to discuss this issue further. In a letter dated the 26th of October to the First Minister and myself, Brandon Lewis set out the British Government's position that the cost of the scheme should be met from within the block grant. To date, he hasn't scheduled a meeting. This is not tenable, nor is it a sustainable position. We will certainly continue to raise the issue of finances and financial certainty, as I did with the British Prime Minister, until this matter is satisfactorily addressed.
Linda Dillon.
Apologies. Can the Minister provide an update on what discussions have taken place with the Irish Government in respect of the NDNA commitment?
I welcomed warmly the Irish Government's announcement of the creation of a €500 million fund for the advancement of North-South projects as part of its budget exercise on the 13th of October. While still at a very early stage of development, it is anticipated that the fund will support the delivery of key cross-border infrastructure projects, investment in new all-island initiatives such as areas of research, health, education and the environment, addressing the particular challenges of the North West and border communities, achieving greater connectivity on the island and enhancing the all-island economy and all aspects of North-South cooperation. The creation of this fund is a much-needed and welcomed investment which will hopefully deliver practical benefits for all of our people, providing the basis for all-island cooperation.
Linda Dillon, supplementary.
A supplementary has been answered in the fulsome answer the Minister gave. Thank you.
And moving on, Emma Rogan, not on her seat, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers to the questions so far. Can the Deputy First Minister provide clarity on the Executive's approach to the restrictions in light of the Chief Medical Officer's claims that it would not be possible to keep R below 1 with both schools and the hospitality sector open?
You're correct. That is the Chief Medical Officer's view, and he has relayed that to the Executive in all of our conversations. We have to be guided by the public health advice. We have to take balanced and reasonable approaches. This is not easy. This is far from it. Very, very difficult decisions to be made. But as I said earlier in answer to a question, the Executive are working our way through the exit strategy, what that looks like. We need to be able to communicate that to people well in advance of the 13th, because we need people to have that information so that they're able to plan. So the Executive work continues on this basis.
Daniel McCrossan, supplementary.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for the answer to that question. Can the Deputy First Minister clarify if she agrees with the First Minister's position that businesses should reopen, if safe to do so, in 2 weeks' time after the restrictions lift?
I mean, obviously, it's the ideal that we're allowed to allow maximum amount of businesses to be opened, the maximum freedom to individuals. But we're in a very, very challenging situation. We've brought forward this intervention for 4 weeks because we had to. We had no option other than to do something to try and arrest the situation. Our determination is to make this work. But we also are, I think, consistent across the board in saying that we want to find a way to move away from continual lockdown. That cannot be the Executive policy, to have a lockdown strategy. But I've also been honest enough to say that we have to keep all options on the table. So when it comes to what comes next, we need to minimise the disruption to people's lives as much as we possibly can. We need to be guided by the public health advice. We need to invest in test, trace and find strategy. We need to see more advances in terms of the testing regime itself. We need better communication with the public, so I welcome the work that's being done in terms of that. We have another few weeks left of these interventions, and if we all stick at it, we can make a real difference here and get the virus down to a level that allows us to be able to lift some of the restrictions that we have. But all the while, we have to be guided by the public health advice.
Pádraig McClone.
Agad John Collier, agus muíchas leis an las fríomhhaire. Tá mé géirí eile amach an féidir leis an las fríomhhaire chur an úl dúine an ggóilthan cinna deanta maidir leis an reachtaíocht ó díomh cultúr agus teangacha. I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers. Could the Deputy First Minister provide us with some update on the legislation in relation to languages and culture bills?
And thanks also to the member for his question. We are committed to the development and the implementation of the rights, language and identity proposals that are included in the New Decade New Approach. The delivery of these priorities will be important in building our shared future based on mutual respect and of parity of esteem. Whilst the COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly delayed it's very difficult to hear, can't call you when people are speaking. So whilst the COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly delayed the speed at which we would have liked to see these issues progress, it has not deterred us, I can assure you, from delivering them as quickly as possible. Officials are undertaking the necessary preparatory work to legislate for the core elements of the bill, and we intend to progress the legislation during the 2021 this year to create the relevant bodies as quickly as possible.
Pádraig McClone, supplementary.
Thanks very much indeed for your response, Deputy Speaker, or sorry, Deputy Minister. Sorry about that. Could you tell me just, you mentioned there initially that there was some time frame for it. Could you tell me just what the time frame is and what articles or what elements of the bill have already been prepared?
Well, if the member is very aware that there were 3 separate pieces of legislation to come forward, that work was done in terms of the drafting of the bills prior or just in advance of the NDNA. So the only delay has been bringing this forward, and COVID has been the big interrupter, but I can assure you that there won't be a moment wasted. As soon as we receive the advice from officials, then I hope to be able to come back to this chamber and talk about the progression of this.
And Palm Camera's not in our place, so that will bring us to a conclusion the time for topical questions. Could members please take their ease a moment or two? Thank you. Thank you, members. We now move on to questions to the Minister of Justice, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Question number 1, Minister.
Mr Speaker, work has been progressing across the Department of Justice and the wider justice system to prepare as far as is possible for the end of transition period. The
The key risks for my department from the EU exit are the loss of EU tools that facilitate cooperation by law enforcement partners and the impact of EU exit on crime, organised crime and public disorder. Planning to mitigate these risks continues to be impacted by uncertainty around the shape of any future security partnership and the nature of the wider relationship between the UK and the EU at the end of the transition period.
Senior McLaughlin, supplementary.
Minister, for your answer. Does the Minister agree that the removal and access to the European arrest warrant would be a backward step for policing and justice here in Northern Ireland?
Well, Mr Speaker, there are a number of tools for law enforcement within the European suite of tools and sharing and cooperation that we have, of which the European arrest warrant is key. There are other mechanisms in place at this point as a fail-safe mechanism when it comes to issues around extradition, but none of them are as effective or as efficient in terms of their operation as the European arrest warrant has proven to be.
Nicola Rogan.
I just want to apologise for not being in my place earlier as well at previous question time. Does the Minister agree with me that a no-deal Brexit will leave our criminal justice agencies at a disadvantage in tackling crime, particularly along the border corridor?
Mr Speaker, we are working very hard in order to ensure that we are able to maintain safety and security and good order in terms of the justice system. However, there will of course be issues around some of the protocols that we have been able to rely on up to date. There is, for example, a particular issue around data adequacy, which ensures that we can in live time share information across borders. That data adequacy agreement is not yet in place, and it is a key issue for justice should we exit the transition period without that agreement being in place. That is the day-to-day impact that this would have in terms of the ability of operational partners to share personal data for the detection and prosecution of pan-EU crime and particularly of cross-border crime. So there is clearly a challenge to be reached within the next 8 weeks. And there is a real pressure, I think, on all of those involved in these negotiations to get down to the detail, to get this over the line and to get an agreement which will allow us to continue to provide a safe, a secure and a good cooperative relationship across the border.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Does the Minister not agree that in light of contact between domestic terrorist groups in Northern Ireland and international terrorist groups in the Middle East, that following the end of the transition period, it would be folly for Northern Ireland not to align itself with the rest of the UK on the counter-terrorism and sentencing bill?
Well, the member has strayed somewhat off the issue of the EU adequacy and preparation. The counter-terrorism bill, obviously, and terrorism in general, is not a devolved matter. It is a matter for the Home Office to take forward. However, there are areas where it impacts upon the operation of local justice. And as the member will be aware, I took the matter to the Executive. I liaised with party leaders. And unfortunately, there was no agreement from the parties of this House how to actually get an LCM through this chamber in terms of having that legislative consent motion agreed, whether it be a limited or a full one. So unfortunately, on this occasion, it will be a matter for Westminster to continue as was the case before.
I should have said that oral questions 8, 11 and 14 have been withdrawn, and I call Liz Kimmins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I have advised the House previously, I remain committed to working with criminal justice and health partners to further improve how cases of child sexual exploitation are handled. A multi-agency task and finish group is considering the Shigenu report in line with the work being progressed by the Safeguarding Board for Northern Ireland and other partners responsible for the operational response to child sexual exploitation and existing child protection mechanisms and protocols. In taking this forward, my officials are having ongoing discussions with partners in the Department of Health, the Safeguarding Board for Northern Ireland, the Health and Social Care Board and the PSNI, and are developing an action plan which we will share with Shigenu once ready. On an issue such as this, I'm always open as to how we can improve outcomes for victims by working together better and more strategically, and this is what we will be considering as we finalise our action plan in response to the Shigenu report and seek to implement the recommendations.
Liz Kimmins, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer. And Strategic Recommendation 1 recommends that DOJ within 6 months take forward a cross-departmental strategic response to tackle child sexual abuse and exploitation. 4 months on, can the Minister assure us that work is underway in conjunction with the PSNI and the PPS to deliver this recommendation in a timely fashion?
The majority of the recommendations in the Sejini report are operational and will fall to statutory partners to deliver, but the report does recognise the importance of ensuring a coordinated, strategic, multi-agency approach to this issue. A multi-agency task and finish group is considering the report in line with the work being progressed by the Safeguarding Board for Northern Ireland and other partners responsible for the operational response to child sexual exploitation and existing child protection mechanisms and protocols. The group is also considering the Sejini recommendations alongside those in the recent Leonard Consultancy report on child sexual exploitation that was commissioned by the Safeguarding Board, given that there is a crossover in those recommendations. That should ensure a considered and joined-up approach to the strategic and operational recommendations in both reports. It will include how my department and our criminal justice partners best support those elements that have a health lead and vice versa. Through this, a more coordinated and effective response should be able to be secured.
I call Paul Given.
The Inspectorate's report was very critical of the lack of strategic leadership in addressing the outworkings of the Marshall report that was completed in 2014. It calls for a step change and it then makes the strategic recommendation that the Department of Justice need to lead the multi-department response to this. Can the Minister give an assurance to this House that she will take on that responsibility and drive forward the kind of response that we need to see?
Yes, Mr Speaker.
Sinead Bradley.
Mr Speaker, I note the Minister's work to date on this, but I would ask her, could you define or give a timeline of when we can expect to see some results from this work?
Well, the department obviously is working collaboratively in terms of taking this forward. My department doesn't have a strategic lead for issues in relation to child protection. However, I do recognise that more can be done to enhance our strategic response and ensure that by working closely with partners we get the best outcome for victims. In terms of a timeline, there are some challenges. So, for example, around the Marshall inquiry, there were a suite of recommendations across a number of departments and bodies. Progress reports have been published by the Department of Health, while a Child Protection and Senior Officials group is also led by that department. And what we hope to be able to do is, over the coming months, to be able to provide more updates to the Committee and to the Assembly in terms of progress in relation to this serious issue.
And I call Justin McNulty.
Mr Speaker, across the justice system, the impact of COVID-19 has been felt in how services are delivered, from the police, how courts operate, how people are kept safe in custody, and for those under supervision in the community. Huge efforts have gone into managing the impacts of COVID-19, with organisations quickly adapting their practices to comply with public health guidance and to put in place contingency arrangements. This has included conducting risk assessments of premises to ensure that the safety of essential workers and those in our care can be maintained, increasing the use of various digital platforms to engage with members of the public and those in contact with the justice system, and where possible enabling staff to work from home through the provision of IT equipment. Examples of innovative practice include virtual visits and virtual learning in custody, the increased use of live links by courts to enable remote access for defendants, victims and witnesses, and digital recording of statements provided remotely by victims and witnesses. From the end of September, the full range of courts and tribunal services have resumed, albeit at reduced capacity due to the necessary social distancing controls. Each justice organisation has a recovery plan in place, with progress carefully monitored and adjusted in light of the trajectory of the virus in the community and overseen by the Criminal Justice Board.
Justin McNulty, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer. I'd just like further clarification in terms of working from home and social distancing in relation to policing. And can you give the assurance that all efforts will be made to ensure the most heinous crimes against the most vulnerable within our society will continue to be met with the full rigours of policing and the law, despite any COVID-19 limitations?
Well, it's very clear that for most policing operations, working from home is not an option. Whilst there may be some scope for people to be able to operate remotely when it comes to paperwork and other things, most policing does require them to be present and active on the scene. I can certainly assure that there will be impacts on the PSNI as a result of COVID-19. I can't assure people that there will be none. That would be foolhardy. I think that the PSNI, however, have responded excellently when it comes to being able to respond to those challenges, which include the additional burden, which they didn't previously have, of having to manage COVID regulations and the enforcement procedures around those. But I think what we are seeing from the PSNI in terms of their response, it has taken a toll, certainly on officers, and there are issues about people having to self-isolate. We keep that under review, and where we are asked for more resource or more assistance, we are open to have that discussion with the PSNI.
I call Linda Dillon, supplementary.
Minister, for answers thus far. The Minister has alluded to the fact that the courts have resumed. However, there obviously is quite a backlog. Can the Minister give us assurances that there are mitigations in place should there be any further COVID restrictions to ensure that that backlog is reduced and dealt with, particularly around family court cases and then in relation to those that have very vulnerable victims involved in them?
Well, as the member will be aware, Mr Speaker, significant work was undertaken within the courts to ensure that we were able to hopefully continue to operate the courts in as normal a fashion as possible once they restarted. So there was physical distancing measures put in place, reorganisation of courts. 2 court systems have been introduced so that deliberations are held in a separate court to the main trial. And quite a number of different and innovative systems have been put in place. Members will also be aware that we are looking at additional capacity in terms both of circulation space and potentially the opportunity to hold some of our family courts and tribunals at other locations. And the Department is working very closely with others in SIB and indeed some arts organisations, obviously, whose premises will not be particularly busy over the next period in order that we can utilise those to the best possible outcome for justice. In terms of the speed of processing, of course it is correct to say that there will be a backlog. At the moment, that backlog would suggest that we have now real-time reporting, and from that we can tell that there are around 51% more cases in the court system than there were on the 1st of March. So that is a significant increase in the number of pieces of business that the court has to do. However, last month was the first month where we actually saw the number of cases being progressed exceed the number of cases incoming, which suggests that some inroads are now being made into tackling that backlog. And there will, as the member will also understand, given the complexity of the justice system, be different impacts right across the different stages of the system.
I call Roy Beggs.
The National Police Chiefs Council recommends engage, explain, encourage and ultimately enforce. Does the Minister for Justice accept that in failing to chair the COVID working group that she has, enforcement working group, that she has failed to demonstrate leadership?
I neither accept the premise of the question that I failed to chair it, nor do I accept the inference taken from it.
Call Claire Sugden.
I thank the Minister for her questions so far. Would the Minister give me her assessment of inappropriate referrals from various statutory agencies to women's aid shelters? Inappropriate in that there hasn't been an incident, not least a recent one anyway, and it seems to be getting referrals because they have spaces. So Housing Executive Police seem to be referring to women's aid to be able to house people.
For raising it with me. It's not an issue that has been raised directly with me by Women's Aid. There certainly has been an increase in the amount of reporting to Women's Aid and to other helplines, largely as a result, I think, of people's awareness being raised about domestic abuse over the last 8 months, but also, I think, due to the campaigns that we have had on social media and on television, encouraging people to report. I think many people phoned up where there wasn't an immediate issue, but concerned about family or friends who may be at risk of domestic abuse, but perhaps cut off from their normal networks of support. But I'm not aware of people being referred back to Women's Aid with respect to seeking, for example, accommodation and support. If that is the case, I would certainly be happy to hear more from the member in that regard.
I call Jerry Kelly.
Just a question for please.
Mr Speaker, over recent months it has been extremely disappointing and indeed distressing to hear of sporadic interface violence at a number of locations across the north of the city. Any such trouble, where it has a sectarian motivation, is a hate crime, and I unreservedly condemn it. The Department, in partnership with the Northern Ireland Policing Board, funds the North Belfast District Policing and Community Safety Partnership. A core part of that body's remit is to improve community safety and to tackle antisocial behaviour. The interface team within the department also works to broker interagency cooperation between DOJ, Belfast City Council, the PSNI, Education Authority, Youth Justice Agency and Housing Executive in order to tackle the underlying causes of interface tensions. If we're to address those tensions and the violence successfully, then we also need local political and community support and leadership to do so.
Supplementary, Jerry Kelly.
Thank the Minister for her answer up to now. And while I accept that the multi-agency approach is an approach which is very necessary and it isn't just down to police, I suppose the question was in terms of the Justice Department and what specifically she thinks is the way to go forward and the actions which can be taken. There are issues, I may say, and I should have said by the way I'm a member of the Policing Board, but there are issues around what can be physically done in some of these areas, small moves which would make a big difference in some of these areas, and it is happening on a daily basis.
Well, first of all, I have to say thanks to all of those representatives for North Belfast, because I know that although there has been this particular issue over recent weeks and months, in other elements there has been good progress in terms of trying to build safer and stronger communities in that neighbourhood. My department continually works to try to get that interagency cooperation to which I referred, and in order to look at options to design out crime, also considering what support might be available in terms of diversionary activities and other such interventions. With community consent, there is also good progress being made. Indeed, in recent months, interface structures have been re-imaged and removed at Duncairn Gardens and Hazelbrook Drive, both in North Belfast. Whilst I understand that there is a growing frustration that perhaps more could be done to tackle this issue, I think that it is difficult unless we are able to capture not just the actions that the police are involved in, but also, I think, wider actions that are being taken in that area. I'm committed to working on a cross-departmental basis to address the underlying causes of violence, and the Together Building a United Community strategy has also sought to break down those barriers between different parts of our community. Those determined to disrupt the peace and quiet that many residents had been enjoying along interface dividing lines in North Belfast simply must not be allowed to succeed.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Sorry, my supplementary's been asked. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Robbie Butler.
Mr Speaker, my supplementary may have been asked, but just like to ask the Minister to outline any further cooperation between her department and the Department of Communities in respect of this.
My departmental officials themselves have been on the ground with the PSNI colleagues at Spanmount and North Queen Street to ascertain what measures can be taken to increase community safety in the area, improve conditions for local people and create deterrence to antisocial behaviour. We also work in partnership with Belfast City Council, with the Northern Ireland Housing Executive and with other agencies who have their staff on the ground in those neighbourhoods. We also recognise that on occasions we will look to convene those with other roles to play in addressing these problems, and in other places we will just be making our contribution via established community and statutory partnerships. So it's important that it is not just that for the Department of Justice to lead on this, but it is something that we collaborate and work constructively with others about, and that includes agencies of the Department for Communities, clearly the Housing Executive and others.
And I call Gemma Dolan.
Question 5.
I recognise that antisocial behaviour is an ongoing issue in local communities and causes anxiety and suffering for the residents of those communities. This is no doubt magnified by restrictions in place over recent months, with more people at home and some looking for alternative social places to meet. Partnership working between the relevant agencies who have the levers to address this issue is vital to deliver a swift and coordinated response to problematic behaviours and the underlying causes of that behaviour. Fundamentally, my plans to address antisocial behaviour are based on supporting a collaborative approach and at a local and strategic level to, where possible, prevent antisocial behaviour occurring in the first place, to resolve issues at the earliest possible stage through interventions and support communities and individuals most impacted by that behaviour. The newly established Multi-Agency Community Safety Board will give effect to better linking the strategic and operational response to community safety issues such as ASB. Through existing operational mechanisms such as policing and community safety partnerships and support hubs, processes are being developed to pool collective knowledge and resource to ensure an effective and joined-up response. While prevention and targeted interventions of negative and risk-taking behaviours is the preferred approach to protecting people and communities, I'm also aware that it is important to ensure relevant agencies have effective and proportionate enforcement powers in place to ensure that action is taken where necessary. My department is currently working with partners in relevant government departments to review antisocial behaviour legislation.
And I thank the Minister for her comprehensive answer. It's been 2 years since DOJ did a consultation on the current criminal legislative framework to tackle antisocial behaviour. So I'm just asking the Minister if she can tell us if she intends to make legislative changes to tackle antisocial behaviour, and if so, will they form part of the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill?
Well, in terms of progress that's been made, I would be more than happy to meet with the member and just set out some of the actions that have been taken in terms of what we have been able to deliver thus far. Not all of the antisocial behaviour review will require legislation. Some of it will simply require a different option in terms of delivery. My officials are aiming to progress the outworkings of the review consultation as quickly as possible. However, a challenge is that some of the powers under consideration sit outside this department. Officials are therefore liaising with counterparts in other departments to agree which department will be best placed to take forward the powers that currently are under consideration. So it's not as straightforward as me simply bringing those matters to the House, but we will discuss that with other interested departments and try to seek a way forward. One of the key issues for the review is the ongoing challenges, particularly around Part 5, as you know, of the Criminal Justice Order. Given that it doesn't meet the policy intention of seizure and disposal of alcohol, current provisions allow for voluntary surrender only, and so the Department of Justice has taken steps, first of all, to improve PSNI powers to help address those issues, and are also talking with the Department for Communities, who has primary responsibility for alcohol regulation, in order to ensure that a better solution can be found.
Gordon Dunn.
Does the Minister recognise the need for additional resources for community policing? I think we all fully recognise the good work, especially within our constituency of North Down, the good work that has been done by community policing. And does the Minister continue to urge the Chief Constable to provide additional resources for community policing within our constituencies?
Well, Mr Speaker, the issue of how the Chief Constable wishes to deploy his resources is an operational matter and one simply for the Chief Constable. However, he is on the record as having said that he believes that community policing is a priority, and therefore I hope that both he and indeed the members' colleagues who sit on the policing board will hold him to account in terms of how he delivers on that priority.
Kelly Armstrong.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the Minister and all her department for the hard work that they have put up with throughout this pandemic. But the Minister has mentioned already the new Community Safety Board. As we all know, the issue of antisocial behaviour in our communities tortures some communities. I'm just wanting to find out then from you about that establishment, who all is on that Community Safety Board and what work is being done to avoid antisocial behaviour happening in communities.
Well, it's very rare for community safety issues to be able to be resolved via either one agency or one board alone, and antisocial behaviour is no different. So the Multi-Agency Community Safety Board is a structure that aims to link the different strategic and operational responses to community safety issues together. The structure allows us to operationalise joined-up responses where necessary by stepping up and standing down a response group on any particular issue where evidence shows that it's needed. So, for example, the Community Safety Response Group was set up in May to consider the risks of antisocial behaviour in the absence of normal youth diversion and summer scheme interventions due to social distancing requirements. Without the support of formally approved and structured summer interventions, there was a risk of exacerbating the issue and of seeing a possible rise in young people entering the criminal justice system. Discussions in that case resulted in the Education Authority and PSNI working together to identify the most acute needs and agreeing appropriate mechanisms for engaging with young people. The Community Safety Response Group was also set up in August to address PSNI and NIHE concerns around unacceptable bonfires in some areas of concern. Again, agencies met on a number of occasions to address the associated ASB and related community safety issues from those. The learning from all of those different step-ups will allow us then to inform potential issues next week in the future.
Well, Mark Durgan.
Cian Corlia, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Partnership and collaboration are pivotal to so much we do in this Assembly, and it's certainly important if we are to address and prevent antisocial behaviour. Speaking for my own constituency, the Housing Executive are always very proactive, always happy to engage with other agencies to address issues as they arise. However, it's my experience that there are some inconsistencies across the housing associations. Some are very proactive, while others display an unwillingness or inability to engage with other agencies to address these problems. Is this something that the Minister would consider raising with the Minister for Communities, if not the Federation of Housing Associations themselves?
Well, I thank the member just for his input into this, and I think that that is indeed something that we would be more than happy to raise through the Antisocial Behaviour Board. I think that there is an opportunity through the cross-departmental working that we have through that board to find mechanisms to raise it, whether it be through the Northern Ireland Housing Executive itself or indeed directly with the Minister, and I would be more than happy to take that forward.
I call Melissa McHugh.
Number 6.
Mr Speaker, improving health within the Criminal Justice Strategy Support Action Plan was jointly developed by my department and the Department of Health prior to its publication in June 2019. 7 thematic areas were identified within the strategy, which translated into a total of 45 actions to be taken forward on a joint basis between health and justice, including our respective partners. The action plan, which is currently subject to a further update, reports 69% of the actions is on track for completion, complete or embedded in business as usual activities. 31% of the actions within the joint action plan were assigned to my department as lead, of which 71% are on track for completion, complete or embedded in business as usual activities.
Melissa McHugh, supplementary.
Minister, I'm sure you'll agree with me that many of those who enter the criminal justice system already suffer from complex health needs, including mental health and addiction. And the Department of Justice, they have a key role in improving situations for those people. Therefore, is the Minister satisfied that positive changes in this area are progressing fast enough in order to make provision for the most needy in that respect?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think that the member raises a very valid point in terms of the degree to which many of those who are in our care within the justice system have already fallen through the cracks of the health, and particularly the mental health services and also addiction services and others. People often have a complex range of needs when they enter the justice system, and what we have within the justice system is a microcosm of wider society. So the responses that we use within the justice system in terms of offering people support, in terms of their mental and physical well-being, I think have to reflect best practice outside of the justice system. And so we work very closely with our partners, particularly those in the PSNI, PCSPs, Probation Board, Youth Justice Agency, Prison Service, and of course, most importantly, our partners in the Health Department, who help us to ensure that in whatever way people come into contact with the justice system, whether it be a short intervention in the street, whether it be a longer-term intervention within the prison system, that we put health and well-being at the forefront of what we do.
Next question, I call John O'Dowd, and just to advise you that you have a minute.
Question number 7.
Since the publication of Prisons 2020, The Way Forward in July 2018, Northern Ireland Prison Service has driven a programme of continuous improvement across the organisation with the aim of delivering better rehabilitation for people in our care. Years 1 and 2 have seen significant progress made towards the strategic commitments across each of the 4 strands of the programme. Plans for the first 2 years of the programme detailed over 180 deliverables, of which only 5% were not achieved. I'm delighted that these achievements resulted in significant improvements both for staff and people in our care, included delivering state-of-the-art accommodation and technology across the estate, developing innovative interventions to assist the most vulnerable in our care, and supporting our staff to carry out their unique and challenging role. The impact of the programme has been further evidenced by the excellent inspection reports received over the past 2 years in both Maghaberry and Hydebank. The programme has now entered its third and final year. Aligned with our ambition is the recognition that we are working in a complex and challenging environment which has been heavily impacted by the pandemic. While the organisation has maintained its drive for improvement, consideration is now being given to revisiting the programme timescales to reflect the additional pressures presented by it.
That ends the period for a list of questions. We move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to provide or to give an assessment from her department's perspective in terms of the penalties and the enforcement of COVID-19 regulations?
Mr Speaker, as members will be aware, the Department for Justice led a review recently of the penalties for enforcement of COVID regulations, and we passed at executive increases in those penalties, which are now being taken forward in cooperation with the PSNI and other partners, and those regulations should be led shortly.
Gary Middleton.
Thank the Minister for her answer to that question. Can the Minister give us a time frame? I appreciate she says they should be laid shortly. Would the Minister agree that these penalties and the enforcement is actually of the utmost importance at this minute in time, given the fact that we want to ensure we drive down the number of cases, but we also want to ensure that we can get our economy back open again, so enforcement and penalties are very much important?
I completely agree with the member, and it is important that we do so as quickly as possible. However, the timing of this will unfortunately be led largely by the time it will take for the PSNI to be able to produce the new enforcement notices, and there have been some issues around delays in that because of the pressure on the bespoke printing that is required for those enforcement notices. However, as soon as those enforcement notices are ready to be able to be rolled out across the police service, we have the regulations ready to be laid in the chamber.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister of Justice for an update on the work of her department to enhance prison officer health and well-being?
As the member is aware, I have launched focused reviews on the support mechanisms and procedures the prison service has in place to ascertain if more could be done to help frontline staff. The review of the support services for serving staff was due to report by the 31st of October this year. The review team asked me for more time to consider this important issue and are now going to report to me in early December. A separate review of support services for former staff is also being progressed, and I expect that report within the next month.
Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister of Justice for the attention she has given to prison officer health and well-being, and ask the Minister if she agrees that, whilst mental health must be addressed by all executive departments, that the Department of Justice has a particular need to ensure support for staff performing some of the most challenging public roles in our community.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the member for his comments. I know that he and indeed some other members in this chamber have taken a consistent interest in the welfare, well-being and support for current and former prison officers alike. And I want to thank them for that. Prison officers carry out a very challenging and unique role in Northern Ireland and are to be commended for doing so. Wellbeing is embedded across the Northern Ireland Civil Service departments, and help is available from Welfare Support Service and from Inspire. I want to support prison service staff, however, in every possible way, which is why I launched the reviews. I'll consider the findings of those with NIPS and senior management as a priority once received.
I call Colm Gildernew.
Can the Minister outline what plans, if any, she has to allocate additional funding to the Police Ombudsman's Office to deal with the backlog of historical investigations?
Mr Speaker, the Police Ombudsman has contacted my office and we are due to meet to discuss this matter shortly. It would be inappropriate for me, I think, to discuss in advance of that meeting what my intentions may or may not be, and until I have heard her case. But as with any other application for funding, it will be accompanied by a business case, which we will have to look at carefully. However, I am committed to ensure that the legacy piece that was supposed to be agreed by us at Stormont House and supposed to be taken forward in short measure is able to proceed, because I believe that by not doing so, we are burdening both the PSNI and the Ombudsman's Office, and indeed other parts of the justice system, with policing the past when they should be mainly focused on policing the future.
Colm Gildernew.
Gorma agat agus gorma agat ira when fragra sin. Obviously, we would much prefer to see the Stormont House Agreement mechanisms implemented in full due to the pressures that Legacy is putting, as you have said, on the PSNI and the Police Ombudsman resources. However, the Minister, I'm sure, understands that many of these families have been waiting for many decades, including the family of Roseanne Mallon in my own constituency, for these investigations to be completed. Can you confirm if there are any funds ring-fenced to deal with Legacy and whether any of this will fund the Police Ombudsman?
With respect to legacy funding was ring-fenced by the Northern Ireland office in order to deal with legacy. However, my department has been advised that that is only available to draw down for issues related to the Stormont House Agreement and its structures and the setup of those, but not for wider legacy issues. I've written again to the Secretary of State to seek clarity on that matter, given the inherent delay that his change of process has led to in terms of delivering on those legacy structures, such as the HIU and others. So at the moment, the funding for all of these issues in terms of legacy is one which is very complex and uncertain. And what I would like to see is some certainty brought to this entire process. And I absolutely agree with what the member says when it comes to the need for people who have been seeking truth and justice where possible to be able to continue to seek that and to get it in a timely manner. And I think it's important that we have the resources to do that, but I don't think that it is only for this Assembly and indeed the Executive to find those resources. I believe that the UK Government has a significant role to play in that regard.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers so far. Could I ask the Minister of Justice to detail how the justice system intends to deal with parental alienation?
Mr Speaker, as members will be aware, we are about to have in the next few weeks the consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill. Whilst it does not contain any specific reference to parental alienation, I do believe that the elements of that legislation which deal with the aggravating factors of the use and abuse of a child in such relationships can be captured by the legislation that we are taking forward. With respect to wider policy and practice in respect of parental alienation, as you'll be aware, the issues of families and the law around that actually rest with the Department for Health. However, we have had a long engagement with them in terms of parental alienation and how we can capture it as part of the domestic abuse offence.
Maurice Bradley, supplementary.
For that answer. It's just that I have been contacted by several constituents who have children and haven't seen their children for several months, even up to a year. Given the pandemic, many carers, primary carers, seem in some cases to use and take advantage of the pandemic to inflict self-isolation on the other parent so that they can't engage with their children. So how can the department act to prevent this happening?
Well, Mr Speaker, there are a number of elements to this. I think first and foremost it would be fair to say that when it comes to the justice system and particularly the family court system, that the needs and where ascertainable the desires of the child have to be paramount, and therefore there is a reliance, if you like, on the judgment of the courts in terms of this, but it is also informed by social work and by those who have contact with the family to ascertain their needs. The best outcome for children is for children to be able to have full investigations in terms of being able to have full access to both parents. And ideally what we would like to have, Mr Speaker, is a situation where these family disputes don't reach the courts in the first place, but where they can be mediated. And as a result of that, there is an emphasis on mediation in terms of how we want to see the family courts and justice system move forward. Where it does end up in court, it is important, as I say, that the desire and the wishes and the needs of the children are paramount. And there is no excuse for preventing a child from seeing their estranged parent unless there is a risk to the well-being and health of that child.
And I call Rosemary Barton.
Very much, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can I ask what actions you're taking to address the imbalance in the religious breakdown of those employed within the Public Prosecution Service?
Mr Speaker, the Public Prosecution Service doesn't fall within my remit in the Department of Justice. It is actually an independent body that is funded by the Department of Finance.
Rosemary Barton, supplementary.
Thank you. While it is an independent body, within the finance. Would you make a statement every year in relation to the community background of the statistics of the employees within that service to the House?
Mr. Speaker, it would not be appropriate for me to make statements about the breakdown of people within that service because it is not a part of the Department for Justice.
Call Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, Minister, could you provide the House with an update on your legislative programme?
Mr Speaker, my plans for the remainder of this term include the introduction of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill in the Assembly today, the Protection from Stalking Bill introduced hopefully to the Assembly at the beginning of December, a bill to change the personal injury discount rate to be brought forward in mid to late January, and a Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill to be introduced to the Assembly hopefully on March of next year. I appreciate that that is an ambitious and demanding programme, but I believe that we can deliver it if we work together. A good model is the committee stage of the Domestic Abuse and Families Proceedings Bill, where we have worked in partnership to improve and, I believe, enhance and sharpen that bill. I'm very grateful to members of the committee for their constructive and timely consideration of the issues during scrutiny of the bill, and hopefully, if we can get through these final stages in terms of consideration, further consideration and final stage, it will be able to receive royal assent in the new year. And as the Chair noted with some pride, despite people's concerns that we may, because we did this locally, lag behind Westminster, we're actually finishing ahead of them.
Stuart Dixon, supplementary.
I appreciate, Minister, the extent of the programme which you have, but would you agree with me that reform of the committal process is absolutely critical part of speeding up justice here in Northern Ireland, and indeed that it has been reflected upon by both the Criminal Justice Inspectorate, the Northern Ireland Office and by Mr John Gillen in his report on serious sexual offences?
Yes, Mr. System and delivering on the executive's priorities and New Decade, New Approach. They also deliver on a commitment arising from the Northern Ireland Audit Office, as the member rightly says, about avoidable delay in the criminal justice system, which was published in 2018. Whilst it's important in terms of tackling the speed of justice, it is also important in terms of the other benefits which it brings for victims and witnesses. So, for example, the Fresh Start panel recognised that a broad protection to victims and witnesses in paramilitary and organised crime-related cases where there may be coercion or intimidation. Further, the Gillen Review recognised the impact that it would have on vulnerable victims and witnesses of serious sexual offences in an effort to reduce trauma and attrition rates. And finally, the Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice has made similar recommendations about reforming committal proceedings because she was concerned about the impact on serious sexual and child abuse offences and wanted those added to the schedule, and that will happen as a result of the committal reform being brought forward. It is also my intention progressively to add offences to the list of specified offences until traditional committal proceedings are eradicated entirely, and I believe that if the Assembly has the first reading of the bill today, it will be a significant first step in that process.
Call Emma Sheeran.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for her answers thus far. Can the Minister advise whether a judge has been appointed by the Lord Chief Justice to oversee the Victims Payment Scheme?
I have spoken with the Lord Chief Justice and he has assured me that such a nomination is imminent, and we are hopeful that an announcement will be made in the coming days.
Supplementary, Emma Sheeran.
Thanks to the Minister for that. Can you advise if this will be an interim appointment or a permanent one, and if it is an interim, then why?
I think my understanding of this is correct, that it has to be an interim appointment in the same way that all of the members of the panel will be interim appointments until this is formalised in legislation. But my understanding is that when we get this appointment, it's not necessarily going to be the case that there will be huge churn, given that most of those who have the specialisms and the skills we would hope would reapply when those become formalised posts.
Call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, could the Minister give us her assessment of the work of the community support hubs in identifying and protecting vulnerable people in our community?
I think the community support hubs have been an incredibly useful tool and has I think, have the opportunity to enhance cooperation and collaboration that's happening on the ground within the different organisations that are responsible both for identifying vulnerability and also responding to it. I think it has also managed to bring partners together in collaborative ways of working that are more streamlined than perhaps was the case before. So I think that they have been a success, and we would certainly hope that people will continue with those projects in the future and continue to work on the basis that has been set up under the hub system.
And unfortunately, the time is up, and I could ask members to take their ease for a moment or two to prepare the chamber. I've seen it. Okay. Mr Andrew Muir has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for the Economy. I would remind members, if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for the Economy to outline how ineligible payments occurred under the coronavirus £10,000 Small Business Support Grant Scheme, including progress in recovering payments.
And I call the Minister for the Economy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wish to start my response to this question with a reference to the Controller and Auditor General. In his report, he highlighted that 20 Department of Economy initiatives were activated to support local businesses, and as a result of this action, tens of thousands of businesses have been assisted and jobs saved. This would not have happened had the department failed to act quickly. My department launched 3 grant schemes: the 10k Small Business Grant Scheme, the 25k Small Business Grant Scheme, and the Micro Business Hardship Scheme. A total of £343 million was processed to approximately 32,000 businesses. The 10k Small Business Grant Support Scheme was open to businesses registered as in receipt of small business rate relief. It was later extended to include those in receipt of industrial derating. This scheme mirrored those being implemented in other parts of the United Kingdom. Every party in the executive agreed there was a need to get payments to businesses as quickly as possible. For that reason, it was agreed that approximately 7,000 automatic payments would be made to those businesses for whom LPS held bank details for rating purposes. The Executive took this decision fully cognizant of the risk. To save businesses and jobs, it was simply not possible to put in place the checks and balances that would be associated with schemes of this nature. The scheme was announced on the 18th of March and launched 8 days later on the 26th of March. The data used to process these payments is held by LPS. For those businesses for whom LPS did not hold bank details, an online portal was also launched. In my letter to Executive colleagues on the 25th of March, I set out that a subsequent audit of the scheme would provide an opportunity to identify payments made in error and consider options for recovery. I remain committed to this today. The eligibility criteria for the scheme included a list of exclusions, which included vacant properties, MP and MLA's offices and businesses which are insolvent or dormant. Every effort was undertaken within the time available to ensure automatic payments were only made to eligible businesses. However, I am aware that a number of ineligible payments have issued, representing less than 2% of the 24,700 grants issued. The scheme closed on the 20th of October for appeals. My department is committed to undertake a post-scheme evaluation and will put in place a full process to recover ineligible payments. To date, 74 payments have been recovered in full. I am content that my department took the necessary, swift action to support tens of thousands of businesses and jobs under threat caused by the COVID-19 crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. The revelations exposed last week by the media concerning the grant scheme have caused great anger and concern as people and businesses across Northern Ireland continue to suffer real hardship. Will the Minister commit to commissioning a swift, independent investigation into this matter so we all quickly know what happened, who knew, how the money is going to be recovered and why we only found out about this scandal last week?
Well, first of all, can I inform the Minister that the actual process only closed on the 20th of October. And the reason it was allowed to continue was to allow for appeals within the 10k small business grant scheme. So it's very important to remember that. I have said and did say to my executive colleagues in my letter of the 25th of March, which asked for approval of the scheme, that we would have a full evaluation of the scheme, followed by a process of recovery of any payments which were deemed ineligible. I think that we will allow the process to continue and ensure that those payments that were made in error will be recovered and that the businesses that did get the money were able to continue in businesses. We see of many, many businesses in Northern Ireland by the 10,000 small business grant scheme. And many businesses are here today that would not be here had they not had that type of relief alongside the other national programmes that our government put in place. And many businesses comment on this to me on many, many occasions.
I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers so far. The Minister will be aware that there was incredible pressure from across this chamber to get the scheme set up in March and money out quickly to businesses. One member in this chamber told us to rip up the rule book. Another member in this chamber told us to bury bureaucracy. Does the Minister agree that the balance needs to be got in trying to get the money out quickly to those who need it, but also ensuring that it's done in a way that we get to those who are eligible and those who urgently required it?
Yes, can I thank the member for his question and indeed his comments, and indeed for reminding this chamber that many people right around this chamber from every single party in this chamber at that time urged us to rip up the rule book, bury bureaucracy, I think was another phrase that was used, in order to get money out quickly. The honest answer is that we were in an incredibly difficult situation in a pandemic that we had never been in as a nation before. We had been told that businesses had to cease trading, and there was a huge concern that many of those businesses would subsequently fail had they not had the support that they did. The Executive took a decision, supported by every party in the Executive, that there would be a number of automatic payments because this would get money out more quickly to those businesses. That is where we have seen most of the difficulties. The subsequent application process, while slower, was certainly open to less risk. And I think we should remember that for subsequent processes in the future.
Call on Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your response so far. Can the Minister tell this Assembly, has she got absolute confidence in her department and the leadership to deliver us with a healthy economy out of the COVID crisis? Because I am really questioning it at the moment.
Well, it doesn't really relate to the question, Mr. Speaker, but of course I will answer the question because I think it is very, very relevant. In terms of COVID, the only other department that had the response rate to the Department of Economy was the Department of Health, which you would absolutely expect in a health pandemic. So my department moved very, very quickly, as the Auditor General has indicated in his preliminary report into the Executive's response to the pandemic so far. My department moved very quickly, and again, as the Auditor says, by moving quickly and getting money out quickly, saved many thousands of jobs and thousands of businesses that would otherwise have been in failure. And of course, my department on skills, on higher education, on further education, on improving our green, clean energy strategy for the future, and of course developing our overall economic strategy for the future. These are incredibly, incredibly difficult times that we are going through, and I am satisfied, and indeed I thank the officials in my department for the response and the work so far. And I also want to place on record in this House, Mr. Speaker, because I think it is very, very important, the work of Land and Property Services. And many people across this chamber will have cause to be very grateful for Ian Snowden, who personally rang them time and time again to answer queries for businesses. And I think it is worthwhile putting that on the record today.
And I call Keith Archibald.
Oversight of public spending of public money is something we all must take very seriously, something obviously my party is very aware of since learning of erroneous payments to our offices last week. And there is a need to ensure that money is returned to the public purse. I previously asked the Minister and Permanent Secretary.
The member just resume her seat, please. I just want to remind members that every speaker who's on their feet has an entitlement to be heard respectfully. Everybody has an opportunity to make their points in due course. Thank you. Keith Archibald.
Previously asked the Minister and Permanent Secretary at committee about the scale of the ineligible payments, and in response to my written question, the Minister indicated officials were putting in place a process to deal with the ineligible payments. As part of that process, can the Minister outline if individuals or businesses who received the erroneous payments have now been notified and asked to repay it?
As I have noted in the Chamber already today, the scheme closed on the 20th of October. We will be writing to everyone that we identify as being ineligible for payment and asking them to return that money. It is important that we have proper accountability for taxpayers' money. And indeed, particularly important at a time like this when so many businesses are suffering and so many individuals are hurting because of the health crisis that we have amidst our communities. So yes, I will, and that will be a process that is undertaken. But be aware, colleagues, in this chamber. We are also currently, in response to the 4-week restrictions, putting together another set of grant schemes. There are very limited numbers of officials to actually work on all of these grant schemes at the same time. And I refer you to actually Her Majesty's Treasury, which has indicated that the full scale of fraud and error in the job retention scheme may not be known until 2021.
I call John Stewart.
So far, I think one of the most frustrating things for businesses hearing this story coming out in the last week or so is the many that waited months and months, and some are still waiting, as you alluded to, on their appeals being heard as recently as last week. Businesses were contacting me saying that they were still waiting on the outcome of those, and I do think there'll be a great deal of frustration. Can you just assure us that any appeals that are ongoing at the minute will be heard as quickly as possible, so that people who are entitled to that can get it? And what legal powers do you have to try and claw back any of those monies that have been paid incorrectly?
Again, can I thank the member for his question? And yes, I will assure him that appeals will be heard and should be heard as quickly as possible. Those that are still waiting tend to be the most difficult and intricate, and probably are waiting on further information, etc. And we will ensure that that happens. I do think that that is important, and I thank the member for highlighting that it is very, very significant.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, Minister, thank you for coming to the House today and answering this question. You will appreciate that many people are very angry about the scale of these payments that were made erroneously. And there will be others who will thank you for ripping up the rulebook. However, when you ripped up the rulebook, did you include a very clear statement in those rules which said that anybody who attempts to defraud or is paid erroneously, that will be recouped, and that you have the power to do that recoupment?
Well, I want to thank the member for his question, but also to correct him, in that I actually never indicated that at any stage that we should rip up the rulebook. In actual fact, I indicated and cautioned, and actually, and I brought it with me, wrote to my executive colleagues on the 25th, before the scheme launched, to actually outline the risk that there would be to the scheme. So I'm not in favour of ripping up the rulebook. The rulebook is there for a very, very good reason. However, what I did do on the scheme was include certain exemptions, and those exemptions did include MPs and MLAs' constituency offices, and that was clear from the start, and they're there alongside businesses that were insolvent or dormant, etc., etc. Therefore, yes, I had a very clear set of guidelines for those who were operating the scheme, and yes, we will write to those and seek to claw back money that was paid in contravention of the guidelines for the scheme.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. But I would like to ask, when did the Minister first become aware that there were some payments made to ineligible businesses and people, and by whom was she informed?
Again, can I thank the member for her question? Since we are now only starting the evaluation of the scheme, we had done some preliminary work on those areas where we thought that there may be difficulties with the scheme. And for those who are concerned with the issue around the payment to the wind turbines, we did discover, and of course the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme is a very all-encompassing scheme, and perhaps something that maybe members of this Assembly and maybe members of the Finance Committee in this Assembly may wish to examine in further detail, where we discovered that many of the people who are eligible for small business rate are strange, to say the least of that. So we discovered, for example, that payments had been made through the automatic process to the 52 wind turbines. We later then moved to make those ineligible for the scheme. Be aware, folks, that we will come back at businesses that have not claimed properly, or businesses who, through no fault of their own, and that was the case with some of the businesses, and we don't want to make people out to be in the wrong where they are not in the wrong, where they received the 7,000 automatic payments, but we will be attempting to recover all of the monies that are owed.
Jim Allister.
To give us some indication of the estimation of the number who wrongly received. I have an answer today which says 72 have repaid. How many are still outstanding? And when it comes to repayment, Mr McHugh told the public radio that he had great difficulty contacting the LP Land and Property Services and getting a process to recover the money. Is the Minister aware of any difficulty from LPS in receiving back payments which should never have been made?
I just take the last part of your question first, in that my department has advised people of a telephone number at which they can call and make arrangements with LPS. If there are very specific difficulties, I of course will pass this on to LPS, but the member will be aware that LPS is under the control of the Finance Minister, and this may be a matter that he would wish to take up with him. At present, as we currently know it, and before we've done a full evaluation of the scheme, most of the difficulties lie within the 7,000 automatic payments, because the other payments were actually processed, many of them manually and checked manually by people from my department. It was a huge undertaking to try to get those grants out in a very short space of time. It's worth reminding members that there were 24,700 grants that went out in an extremely short space of time in very, very difficult circumstances. And currently, including the 52 wind turbines, the number stands at just over 400.
Jerry Carroll.
Given that people in my constituency, Minister, are hounded and humiliated to pay back benefits if they are overpaid them, can the Minister explain why is it one rule for those constituents of mine and those who are in and connected to Stormont who don't even need or apply for grants but get them regardless?
Well, of course, what I would remind the member is that we should try to eliminate fraud and error in all aspects of life, and that includes in the benefit payment system. And I just looked this up the other day, that in 2018, the fraud and error in the benefit system amounted to £60 million in Northern Ireland for the 1 year. So I would encourage people who are in that situation to make that right. I don't approve it in any form of life. What I would say also, though, is that if there were payments made in error, that those people should return those payments. The eligibility criteria is very clear on the website, and we can go and examine that eligibility criteria. People should look at it very carefully, and if they have received a payment in error, then they should return that.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister has today confirmed that at the time of payments she understood the risk. She's also confirmed that her executive colleagues, which made the decision along with the Minister, understood the risk. So what measures did the Minister put in place knowing that risk? Did she, for example, issue remittance advice to all those automatic payments, which included a disclaimer to claw back that money should these be paid in error?
Thank you for your question. You are absolutely right. I wrote to executive colleagues before this scheme launched on the 25th of March. I received a response from every party in the executive indicating that even though I had outlined the risk, that risk balanced against the need to get money out very, very quickly in a very difficult situation in order to save jobs and businesses that would have failed, was a risk that they thought was appropriate in the circumstances. We are now in a situation where the scheme is closed, where we will evaluate the scheme, where we will take the scheme forward. If you got money and you know that you are not entitled to that money, then that money should be paid back. We will be writing to everyone that we are aware of in those circumstances, and we will try to seek recovery of that money for the public purse.
I call Gordon Dunn.
Thank the Minister for her answers. I think we all should genuinely recognise how significant the small business grant was. It was paid out from March onwards during what came in as a real shock, and that was the lockdown period. Can the Minister advise on her opinion in relation to trying to stop recurrence of this ever happening again on the way forward? I understand that the system used the LPS database. Do you see a better system, perhaps where there's a formal application rather than an automatic system in the future? And again, given the public assurance that this will not reoccur.
Can I thank the member for his question? And the question really centres around the issue of the automatic payments. And as I said to the previous, in answer to the previous question, this was a balance. It was a balance about getting money out quickly, balanced against the risk of fraud and error. It was decided by the Executive that we should use the LPS data system because this was a rates-based scheme, and this mirrored all of the schemes that were put in place right across the United Kingdom. This was nothing that we invented new or different. It mirrored that. Obviously, as we are now fully cognizant of, and which, in the haste to get money out, we used the database, but that did contain some businesses that we may not necessarily think of being as impacted by the COVID pandemic. As soon as we realised that in relation to wind turbines, we moved to exclude them. But again, it was a method of getting stuff out. That was not so much the case with either the 25k scheme or the micro-business hardship scheme. Now, I've stood in this chamber and I've heard people complain in this chamber about the slowness of those schemes because of the application process. But of course, that takes away considerable risk from the scheme. So we have to all make choices in what we're doing and in how we conduct our business. So going forward, those application processes are very important, as would be, as I have explained to a number of members in this chamber on a number of occasions, and it still eludes me to this day, would be HMRC cooperation in verification of data.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Speaker, and first of all, can I welcome back John Stewart to the House after his period of illness. Minister, thank you for the answers to the questions so far, and also I'll put on record appreciation for the funding given to businesses at this critical time. It has been very, very important to keep them above the water. However, Minister, I am concerned. You've mentioned we will try to get it back. We will ask businesses to return it that shouldn't have got it, or businesses who haven't or shouldn't have got it should return it. But have you actually any power, any enforcement to ensure that this money is returned? And what are those powers?
Well, of course, we set out the parameters of the scheme and the eligibility of the scheme. If you have applied and are not eligible, then you're clearly in the wrong, and what you have done is wrong, and therefore we will come after that for payment.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Minister, will you give us a guarantee here this afternoon that the method of automatic payments that you used previously will not be used again when giving out grant schemes?
I certainly am not using it, and I'm not using it in the grant scheme that is currently the COVID restrictions support scheme that is currently underway. And perhaps if members would like an update, that scheme launched late on Wednesday afternoon. We worked very hard to get that out. Part A of that has launched, and to date we have around 1,200 applications, with many, many more draft applications in the pipeline. And again, and I say to the House because I think we need to be clear, this is about the balance that we strike in relation to all of this. And checking data and being able to check eligibility criteria is very important in de-risking a scheme, but it does make it slower to administer. So we have to choose.
And I call Paul Frew.
Very much, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, what part in any evaluation will the Minister of Finance play? He's just walked in, his timing is impeccable. And will it also cover the scandalous actions and indeed inactions of Sinn Féin, even in the Minister's own constituency of Upper Bann and also in West Tyrone? And does the Minister think that's what Sinn Féin meant when they said, let's rip up the rule book?
Again, I have indicated that most of the problems related to the automatic payments. However, it is absolutely clear, and was clear at the very outset of this scheme, the eligibility was clear around the scheme, that it was not applicable to MPs and MLAs' constituency offices. Anyone who had received that money into their bank account, paid automatically in error and unasked for, should have returned that money and should not have been tardy in doing so. However, in relation to the further schemes, as I say, we will have a balance, and we need to strike the balance between getting money out to people who are in awful circumstances because of the restrictions that have been placed upon their daily lives, and the balance of risk to the public purse, and the timescale that we can get money to people in order to help them in very difficult circumstances.
Thank you. And that concludes this item of business. Could members take a raise for a moment or two, please? Okay, members, resume our business. So, Mr Robbie Butler has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Finance. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Finance for his assessment of the announcement of the extension of the coronavirus job retention scheme and its impact on businesses in Northern Ireland.
And I call the Minister of Finance. Minister.
For months I have pressed on the Chancellor and the Chief Secretary of the Treasury for the extension of the furlough scheme so that jobs can be protected. So this announcement is welcome, albeit the extension is only for 1 month at this point. In particular, I welcome that the scheme will be open to those employees on the payroll on or before the 30th of October, which includes employees who haven't previously been furloughed, as this has been a gap to date in support. Many businesses, however, have been faced with tough decisions about redundancies, which have not been helped by the lateness of this decision by the Treasury. It remains unclear whether the furlough scheme will be extended beyond the end of November, and I will be pressing for this. For the weeks and months ahead will continue to be very challenging for businesses and workers who need certainty that the support offered by the furlough scheme will remain in place.
And I call Robbie Butler.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. And Minister, as you'll be well aware, many businesses, and you've reflected in your answer, are on their knees because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'd like to ask, in addition to the UK Government's furlough scheme, what other financial measures and supports are you, as an Executive Minister, actively considering to support businesses in the event that restrictions may return after the 13th of November, or when restrictions are applied in future, given that that's the uncertainty that is really crippling people at this time?
Well, the member knows that I was listening to the Economy Minister earlier. Executive is currently rolling out schemes, particularly in relation to the businesses which have been affected by the current restrictions over this 4-week period, and looking at a range of other measures, including the Infrastructure Minister has brought forward some measures for taxi and coach businesses and people who previously didn't receive support. So in allocating that money for that, we have also held back a sum of money, which the Executive agreed to last Thursday, to ensure that should, and none of us want to get into the situation where there has to be a repeat of these restrictions that are currently in operation, but should that necessity arise again, then we have held back some money to try and assist businesses through that phase as well. Now, we will continuously obviously get advice from the Chief Medical Officer and the Health Department in relation to how the COVID virus is behaving and what the projections and the trajectory are for it. And clearly we want to make sure that people heed the advice and that we as a society become more proactive in terms of suppressing the spread of COVID right across the board, and then that in turn will hopefully not lead to a situation where we have to bring in restrictive measures. But we have held back some additional money to make sure, should that situation arise again, that we do have some support to be able to give out to businesses at that time.
Call Paul Fruit.
The much needed help that this will add to businesses in the next month, and it's something that we've all been pushing for. What sort of signal, Minister, does it send when his own party has support monies resting in their accounts? Will the Finance Minister make a statement to the House on this issue to bring much needed transparency to the population of Northern Ireland?
Well, it clearly was not correct or right to have any money which was wrongly received sitting in anyone's account. And of course, once the leadership of our party became aware of that, the money was returned immediately to the centre and the action taken on the back of it. I have to say, lectures on propriety in government coming from a DUP member from North Antrim, where at the very least, in terms of transparency, the Sinn Féin process in terms of dealing with this, which I wasn't applied for, wasn't sought, but should have been paid back much quicker. The process that we have for dealing with transgressions within our party are much more transparent than the ones which apply in North Antrim for the DUP.
I call Keith Archibald.
Concordia, and as the Minister has outlined, we've been highlighting for many weeks that the ending of furlough would result in thousands of jobs lost and the job support scheme wouldn't be adequate. It's welcome that furlough is being extended, but would the Minister agree with me that it should be extended until at least the end of the financial year to give businesses and workers certainty in terms of planning, and for some businesses to be able to retain a skilled workforce for when demand returns?
Well, it is, as I say, it is welcome. Bear in mind, we had argued for that extension for many months over the summer period. We then ended up with a job support scheme, which was quite restrictive. There then was a move about a week or two ago to expand the job support scheme, which was welcome, but it still wasn't as good as the furlough scheme. And then suddenly overnight we're back to the furlough scheme. So the uncertainty of the pandemic and how we're dealing with it has been greatly exacerbated by the approach of the Treasury in terms of getting support for workers and employees, because we have been on the very point, on the eve of people coming to terms with the job support scheme. Only a week ago it was changed, and then suddenly we abruptly had a halt to that. Now, the fact that ourselves and the Scottish Finance Minister and the Welsh Finance Minister and in latter times the mayors of cities in Northern England were all calling for a furlough extension, and those calls fell on deaf ears in the Treasury. When the issue became an issue in Southern England, then that extension was very abruptly granted. Welcome as it is, it has been handled in a way which I think has caused huge uncertainty to business. So, of course, we want to see it extended for 1 month. I don't think it's going to be sufficient. I hope that the British Government recognise that sooner rather than later, and they give a notice to employers and employees in terms of protection of jobs in the time ahead.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Speaker, I first of all welcome the fact that, notwithstanding the fact the job retention scheme has been extended by the UK Treasury, that Sinn Féin have taken at least some action to recognise the strength of feeling in relation to money that was erroneously held or should not have been held in accounts, and the people in Sinn Féin haven't retained their jobs as a result. Can I ask the Finance Minister in relation to the extension to the furlough? I agree with him that it's unacceptable that across the north north of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland. People have been crying out for the furlough scheme to be extended, and the refusal to do so really highlights the constraints on this institution in terms of financial support for public health policy. Can you explain what further conversations he's had with Treasury around in-year flexibilities that he has requested, so that we have the flexibility going forward, that we aren't just simply relying on last-minute action from the Treasury based around the public health situation in the south of England?
Well, as a member will know, we did update the committee on some of these discussions a week or so ago when I met the Finance Committee. We have continued to press, obviously, for the continuation of the furlough scheme, because we recognise that the end of October was really a cliff edge for many of employers and employees. The job support scheme, while much substandard, very substandard in relation to the furlough scheme, nonetheless was better than a cliff edge. But now we're back to that decision. We have continued to press, as he knows, for flexibility in relation to our own finances and early sight, if there are to be any barring consequences, the earliest possible notice in relation to that, because while the support that has come from the Treasury has been welcome and no doubt has assisted us to assist businesses and respond in terms of the health pandemic by supporting the health service itself and to protect the vulnerable, the lateness and abruptness of these decisions has not helped us in terms of planning. And so we will continue to press for that flexibility. As he knows, the comprehensive spending review is underway in Whitehall at the moment. We want early information in relation to the outcome of that. We're disappointed that we're not into a multi-annual budget cycle, but we'll continue to press, as have Scotland and Wales, for flexibility in terms of our own finances for the end of the financial year.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for coming to the House today. Minister, have you had any communication with the Economy Minister to work out what might happen to those who would have been made redundant at the end of the furlough period, but because of the extension might now take advantage of a further period of furlough? And I understand that your counterpart in London refused to answer that question today, but it is a question, and it's a very serious question. People need to know if they can extend the furlough period and rescind their redundancy notice at this point in time, because it has the potential to knock people into a further year of redundancy rights.
Well, I think the member asked a very pertinent question, and thankfully that the scheme has, we're told, the employer must be on the employee must be on the employer's PAY payroll by up to midnight on the 30th of October. To qualify for the scheme. So I hope, and that's very late information for people, and they're obviously only coming to terms with it over the weekend and today. But I certainly, we are continuing to press for further details, and we want to make those as public as we possibly can, as early as we can, so that employers in particular and employees who now can avail of that understand that they can. Of course, there was a gap from the end of June through to October where newly employed people couldn't avail of the scheme. They now can, and as I say, those people right up to almost the minute before midnight on the 3rd of October can now qualify for it.
Call Rachel Woods.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister will be aware of how hard the hospitality industry has been hit due to COVID-19 and restrictions, and how the job retention scheme was and literally is a lifeline for workers. Without it, we would see more redundancies made in an already precarious industry, and I agree with Ms Archibald that furlough should continue to at least the end of the next this financial year at a minimum. But given this, will the Minister support Unite the Union's Hospitality and Tourism Rescue Plan, meet with union reps and bring it to the attention of the Executive for action?
Well, I concur with their view in terms of the extension of furlough, and that's something we've been arguing for some time, as I say, and we will continue to argue now that the scheme is back on the table again, albeit belatedly. I haven't seen the Unite the Unions plan, but I have always had an open door policy of meeting the unions whenever they have an issue that they wish to present. I'm more than happy to meet them to see what the detail of that plan is.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Thanks to the Minister for his answer so far. What is the Minister's plan to address any shortfalls for wages in the scheme to ensure people aren't having their wages reduced as costs for fuel and other things go up? And also, what is the Minister's financial plans if the Tories only extend the scheme for a month as they have currently outlined?
Well, the member will know that we don't have either the financial wherewithal nor the data to do wage schemes, and we had actually asked previous time HMRC, who hold all that data, to assist in the possibility of creating a bespoke scheme here in the north to do something like that, and we get a point-blank refusal. So it's not possible for us to intervene in that way because we don't know who pays taxes, how much they pay. HMRC hold all that data, and plus the executive's finances would not stretch to meeting wage support. That's something that has to come from Treasury. So we continue to press them for that, and we don't see anybody in greater hardship. The experience of this pandemic has put a huge number of people into hardship. And it's already created a significant number of redundancies. And of course, our arguments with Treasury have been to try and recognise that workers, and particularly low-paid and part-time workers, have been at the front end of receiving that, particularly those in the hospitality sector, which tends to employ a lot of people in kind of low-paid, part-time, and primarily a lot of women as well in that sector. And so we continuously press that case with Treasury because those are schemes only they can do.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister has confirmed, and, just so I get this right, that those employees that were employed after the original cut-off date, I think it was at the end of March for the original furlough scheme, now up until the end of October can apply for the new furlough scheme. And to labour Mr Dixon's point around those who have already been made redundant, I understand that the British Government did reverse that process in that it was when that paperwork had been submitted, they brought forward the dates so that then they were included. Is that something that you as a Minister are asking on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland who have already been made redundant, anticipating that furlough would have come to an end in October?
Well, as I say, I think it was the end of June was the date that previously cut off people, and that particularly over in hospitality, people who were employed over the summer season. Fell through that gap. We are told that people who are on a PAYE payroll by the 29th of October are eligible. There's obviously much more detail. This came very late in the day on Friday. There's much more detail to be worked through that, and officials are continuing to engage with Treasury. So as soon as we get more accurate information for employers and employees, we will make that public, because clearly this is a time of great stress for people not understanding. As I say, welcome as these schemes are, they have come in a very haphazard way to us, and that doesn't give certainty for people who are facing redundancy, and it doesn't give certainty for people who are trying to run businesses as well.
Paul Given.
Decision, welcome as it is, nevertheless will be too late for some people, for the Minister, for the reasons the Minister has outlined, with the changes of the scheme from June and now going back to the premium scheme, for a better want of phrase. But given that businesses will be asking for support packages in the future, are there any Barnett consequentials that have flowed from the decisions taken at Treasury and the most recent announcements by the Prime Minister? And does the Minister also agree that the best support that we can give to our businesses is to allow them to get back to business?
Well, in terms of recent announcements, we are continuing to bottom out with Treasury whether there may be further Barnett consequentials, and I hope that we'll find some more information this week. We're not certain whether that is the case or not, but we continue to explore that with them. And of course, yes, we want to see businesses back working again, but we have that balance to strike, as he knows, between ensuring the suppression of the virus and allowing people to go out and do as normal an activity as they possibly can. And while we have had restrictions here, they're not on the same level as are happening currently in England. We have all retail open, not just essential retail as they're doing there. And I know we've had the schools, timely for the Education Minister to come in, we've had the schools closed down for 2 weeks, but they are back open today. And as I say, the Executive, from my experience, does not want to take any level of restriction for 1 minute longer than is absolutely necessary. And of course, it's much better for businesses if they can trade. But in the absence of them being able to do that, we need to get as much support package to them as we can.
Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Minister, you spoke earlier on about money that you still had held back in relation in case it was needed. Do you have any plans, along with the Minister of Economy, to perhaps support those businesses that are still being excluded?
Well, the member will probably know from previous statements I've made here that, as well as the money we allocated last week, we had always held back a sum of $55 million for groups who were excluded. And I'm very pleased that at long last some of them appear to be beginning to be addressed in terms of taxis and coach operators. And I know there are some issues in relation to those schemes, but there is nonetheless some move to address that. There are other sectors, people who are self-employed, who've been left out, and there are schemes that have been opened up. And I sincerely hope that those schemes will be able to address those. So we had held aside a sum of money for those who were previously excluded. And I made the point, and made the point at the Executive, that while we're in the second round of support for some businesses, it's grossly unfair to people who have never yet received any support. So I think every effort, and I have encouraged Executive colleagues from across all the departments who may have responsibility to make every effort to ensure that they can put together some measures to provide support to those people who have continuously lost out since the start of the pandemic.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his responses thus far. I must say that hearing the announcement on Saturday evening did strike me that yet again the South of England comes first when it's the UK Government's response to the pandemic and has pushed many people in Northern Ireland into poverty as a result of the less favourable job support scheme. I wouldn't call furlough a premium scheme at all. Can the Minister outline what impact the extension of furlough and the additional grant monies will have upon any decisions to extend the restrictions beyond the 13th of November?
Well, I mean, the restrictions were brought in before. There was a job support scheme. There was the continuation of furlough for the first half of our 4-week restriction period, and then the job support scheme beyond that. I have to say, I mean, clearly you have to take cognizance of the economic impact in terms of workers and of businesses that restrictions are going to have, and you try and mitigate those as best you can, because you believe that the restrictions you're bringing in are absolutely necessary in order to suppress the virus, protect the health service and save lives. That's the reason we do this. So the extension of the furlough scheme, I don't think, will have any real bearing in relation to that, albeit if it continues to protect workers in a better way than perhaps the job support scheme would have done. So it is a better level of protection. But regardless of us coming out of our restriction period in 2 weeks' time, we will continue to argue for the furlough scheme to continue to operate, because even at that, we are not, and the economy is not back to full level of operating, and it won't be possible to get back to full level of operating. Social restrictions will still apply, and that makes it more difficult for hospitality in particular to do business, and indeed retail to do business as well. And so I think there will be a continuation in the economic uncertainty for the furlough scheme to remain. So it's not necessarily linked to any extension of our restrictions, but I think in terms of the damage the economy has shipped over the last number of months, I think there is a need for the extension of that scheme, and that's why we've continuously argued for that, and that's why I will continue to press the Treasury for an extension of it in the time ahead.
I call Gordon Dunn.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers today. And I think we all welcome the furlough scheme, and the confirmation from the Minister that new applicants can now apply, I think is reassuring, and I'm sure he recognises the great values of being part of the United Kingdom that have brought forward such a scheme. And further, just to earlier discussion, what is the Minister's opinion about getting the balance right, following on from the First Minister's statement of last week, where we're encouraging people to get the balance right in relation to living, working and doing business with COVID. What's your opinion on that as we move forward, trying to get a good Christmas, not just for business, but for everyone?
Well, of course, there are a range of challenges and arguably damage to society as a consequence of the pandemic, and a lot of those are economic, and that's why a lot of these schemes have been put in place, and that's why the thing we're discussing here today, the furlough scheme, it has been an essential component of mitigating against the damage caused by the economic downturn and the restrictions that have had to be put in place over various times. And there's also societal damage. We recognise that families, communities, all of that interaction, which is very much part of our everyday life and what makes us human beings, and the ability to interact with others is a key component of what we are. So that has all been damaged, it's all been affected. And of course we want to see as much ability for society to be able to move forward as we possibly can, but that also has to be balanced against the fact that people are dying as a consequence of this pandemic. So we have a responsibility to protect public health. We have a responsibility to protect those vulnerable people who are more vulnerable to the pandemic than others, and to make sure that transmission is kept down within the community. And that is a balancing exercise between taking the necessary steps to do that and also ensuring that society can continue to function as best it possibly can, and business and the economy can continue to function as best it possibly can. And that's a constant challenge, and that is a real challenge in the Executive, and there are no easy decisions to be taken in that regard. And I'm sure my colleague across the way will verify. We have grappled with this on many, many occasions, and we've debated it out, and we've eventually come to decisions which we've all attempted to stand over. And we'll do that in the best interest of all of the people that we represent collectively.
Jim Allister.
Could the Minister bring some clarity for those who have been employed within the hospitality sector, and it has been closed down now for the last 2 weeks? Will they now qualify for furlough on a backdated basis?
Well, those who qualified for furlough, who were in that sector from before the end of June, if I remember the date, qualified for furlough anyway up until the 31st of the month, because the furlough scheme continued up to that period. What they've now done, and then they would move into job support from last week, an improved job support scheme, but now that has been overtaken by a continuation of furlough. So in many ways we're trying to get a lot of the detail in relation to this. He'll accept that this isn't ideal in terms of planning or ensuring that there's clarity for workers and for employers as well. So we're now told that people who were on the PAY roll up to the 30th, midnight on the 30th of October, can qualify for the scheme. And that may, as we understand it, fill the gap between people who were employed over the summer period so that they can furlough. So there is more detail to be hammered out. This is late notice, as probably then was characteristic of that late notice. It didn't give the full detail that is required, and that's something we have to hammer out with Treasury over the next couple of days, and we're already engaging with them on that, because I think it is important, and I'm sure he will agree, to have clarity for employers and for employees alike.
That concludes this item of business, and I'll ask members to take a ease for a couple of moments.
Members, we now return to the Committee for Education's motion on post-primary transfer testing. Agus Iram Sir Justin McNulty on Cancha. Call Justin McNulty.
Gary Middleton, and on this All Souls Day, I think we should all take a moment to remember the souls of people close to us, our loved ones, and also the souls of those who have passed as a consequence of this pandemic and during this pandemic. Today, I know there are so many parents and young people who are breathing a huge sigh of relief because schools have reopened. I also know there are many parents and teachers and principals and school staff who are still worried and who have concerns and who have unanswered questions. So they deserve huge credit in stepping up to put the education of children and young people first. I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate, and like others, I commend the work of the team who oversaw this insightful survey, and I recognise the invaluable contributions of the over 8,000 respondents. I must also reiterate my party's position in our opposition to academic selection for kids at age 11. That view has been held by our party since our formation, and it still holds true today. However, this debate is not about the actual policy of academic selection. This debate is about addressing an issue facing young people in the midst of a global pandemic. Children have already experienced enough disruption to their education this year. There are obviously impacts to their academic education, but there are also unintended and unquantified impacts to their emotional health, their physical health, their mental health, and their general well-being. There can be no doubt that this pandemic has most adversely impacted children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds and those with special educational needs. We should not do anything that adds to the pressure on them and inhibits their opportunities educationally or increases their mental or emotional strain. We have a duty to do everything in our power to protect our citizens, and especially our young people, and most especially our young people from disadvantaged backgrounds or those with special educational needs or complex needs. I, like others, commend the schools who have recognised the very difficult situation facing 10 and 11-year-olds children. Those grammar schools, some in my own constituency, my old school, the Abbey, Our Ladies, the Sacred Hearts and St Coleman's, have postponed the use of academic selection for this year. The head teachers in those schools, as well as the head teacher in St Louis, Kilkeel, came together and made the brave decision to postpone the transfer test this year. Their collective decision, supported by their boards of governors, was focused on what was best, what was fairest for children and families in the midst of a global pandemic. In the midst of this crisis, the head teachers and the boards of governors of those schools all stood up and showed strong leadership. I applaud them all. In the event that the Minister continues to hold firm, and given the so uncertain trajectory of the coronavirus pandemic, would it be reasonable to ask school leadership teams to think... Of course.
Member for giving way, and the member rightly makes reference to those sections of our community, school children, who are most hit by this situation. And I know that he feels much the same as me for the shocking figure of the 2,000 children who are at risk in their own home, were at risk in their own home during school closure. Would you agree with me that there much more needs to be done between the Education Department and the Health Department on addressing the issues pertinent to those 2,000 children?
I wholeheartedly agree with the member. In the event that the Minister continues to hold firm, and given the so uncertain trajectory of the coronavirus pandemic, will it be reasonable to ask school leadership teams to think of our children and to follow the example of those other grammar schools and suspend testing this year? The debate on academic selection has been going on for years, and we can fight that battle on another day, but today I appeal for leadership. As I've said, Concordia, today we have children and young people returning to schools. They've been asked to wear masks on school buses. They've been asked to sanitise their hands. They've been asked to keep their distance. They know we are in the middle of a pandemic. They know we are in extraordinary times. And I agree with other speakers. Most children are resilient, and they have the ability to adapt to whatever arrives. And that is a brilliant trait of youth. But some children and young people do not have that capacity through no fault of their own. It is those children who we should be thinking about when making decisions about the fairest and best way to proceed. We must act now and postpone these tests. We need a unified and consistent approach. We owe it to our most vulnerable and disadvantaged children and young people. I
call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity this afternoon to participate in this debate. As a former teacher in a non-selective school, I watched year upon year as Year 8 pupils arrived in their pristine new uniforms on their first day at the big school. There were those who had not sat the post-primary transfer, who considered examinations a real inconvenience in their lives. Then at the opposite end of the scale, there were those who sat the post-primary transfer and were so disappointed in not succeeding, while finally there were those who were encouraged by perhaps parents and teachers to have a try, but were really not concerned about the final outcome. Yes, it was obvious that some of that Year 8 group were suffering from disappointment following their encounter with the transfer procedure. However, after half-term, many would say this disappointment had disappeared. They enjoyed life at their new school and they began to view the experience in a positive light by turning this into a building block towards increasing their resilience opportunities. The keenness that many of these young people have for sitting examination is borne out by and reinforced by the Young People's Questionnaire, which has indicated that a similar percentage of pupils, 91%, wanted to sit the transfer procedure prior to COVID, while only 3% less wanted to continue to sit the transfer after the COVID. These stats prove that it is really important in the event of unforeseen circumstances in January that you, Minister, take all reasonable steps towards ensuring that the transfer procedure is not cancelled and there is emergency contingency planning in place for those young people to sit their post-primary transfer test. This contingency planning must give consideration to the location of the examination in combination with ensuring that the pupils have a COVID-reduced, safe experience while sitting the exam. Consideration regarding the safety and welfare of children must be the #1 priority. The experience in the past of hundreds of children gathering in a school gym, dining hall or a corridor of classrooms next to each other to sit an examination is neither a good example to set nor a very satisfactory arrangement towards the protection of these pupils. Will the pupils be distanced at 2 metres apart? Who sanitises the desks, chairs, etc. before and after the exam? Will the pupils attending remain within their primary school bubbles or mixing with others from areas that are 50 miles apart? I therefore call on you, Minister, to work with the 2 private transfer examination providers to permit pupils to take the transfer examination in their own school, where they will be familiar with the tried and tested COVID-proof regulations. With regard to supervision of the examinations, both examinations financially charge pupils or an education body for the young people sitting this exam. So perhaps this finance could go towards the extra supervision necessary for these smaller sittings of the examinations in their own primary surroundings to ensure there will be safety. The UUP will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my colleague Chris Little, Chair of the Education Committee, for bringing this important motion forward today, and thank you, Minister, for being in the chamber to hear this debate. I wish to say just a few words on the more general situation which pertains to post-primary transfer testing in my constituency, because this is not solely an education issue. It ties in with planning, transport, social support and many other matters. Firstly, let us again be clear that transfer is a statutory function of the Department. It is not adequate for the department to say, well, schools decide. The department has functions which include, but are not limited to, ensuring that, for example, Section 75 is adhered to. We are already seeing disadvantage in education being exacerbated by time having to be taken off school. And it is unacceptable for this simply to be ignored and handed over solely to schools to make the best they can of the situation. Secondly, let us be clear about the situation. Already we have clear warnings, notably from Wales, but implicitly from our own health advisors, that January will likely see coronavirus cases rising again. It is inconceivable that any sort of sensible testing could take place in such an environment. And just to pick up on the point that the previous speaker made there, parents are extremely concerned that if the tests are carried out in secondary schools, not their own children's primary schools, that they will come in contact with other children and adults, and the community transmission could be huge. So this is all entirely predictable. So we need to know now what the response from the Minister will be to this predictable situation. Thirdly, it is already the case that some schools are affected worse than others. Some have had to isolate for long periods, others not at all. There is absolutely no way that a crude test taken with many pupils inevitably absent, giving a clear advantage to those who have been least affected by the need to isolate, is in any way a sensible means of deciding which schools pupils go to. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have buried our head in the sand for too long. The fact is that it is already the case that parents try to make decisions on educational routes right from nursery age. In parts of South Belfast, primary schools are well oversubscribed, particularly maintained and integrated. In fact, 6 primary schools serving just one DEA in my constituency are at or over capacity, with demand continuing to exceed approved enrolments. And one reason for this is that it is perceived to be the best route to the post-primary schools that parents want to send their children to. Therefore, we already have reports of parents finding entry criteria confusing and of bottlenecks even at primary level as parents seek the most appropriate pathway. Yes?
Heard several times around Tyrone Arm, parents choosing to opt for transfer. However, in many instances, it's not really a choice, in that if your classmates, your friends, your cousins, everybody from around your neighbourhood are going to a particular school, it's really the only choice, and therefore it shouldn't really be considered a choice at all.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. Thank you, and I think my colleague Chris Little touched on that at the start, some of the issues, but certainly agree with that. So yes, we've got the reports about the confusing entry requirements and the bottlenecks. But this is not exclusively about potential educational achievement. Issues such as proximity, as you've just mentioned there, after school's capacity and needed ethos play into such decisions. Needless to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, we find the integrated sector oversubscribed, and in fact there is evidence that it would be even more oversubscribed were it not still on what is now a rather old-fashioned requirement to carry out a head count. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, we must grab this opportunity to do away with an outdated selection system, which is barely fit for the second half of the 20th century, and develop an education system which meets the demands of the second half of the 21st century, focused on exporting products and services rather than people. Thank you.
Sir Matthew O'Toole, Hon Cancha. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Committee for Education for bringing this motion to the House, which I, along with my party colleagues, are obviously supporting. Mr Deputy Speaker, before I want to make some general points about selection, as others have done, but I think it's important to first of all state, given what the motion is about and given that we're talking narrowly about 1 year today, I think it's important to say, first of all, that this year is like no other that any of us have lived through, and certainly unlike any that the very young children we are talking about today have lived through. As has been said repeatedly in this debate, particularly by my colleague Daniel McCrossan, we aren't talking about young people as in young adults. We're talking about children here. We're talking about children who have faced enormous amounts of disruption this year, not just this academic year, but since March, and will, it's entirely possible, face further disruption in the months ahead, because we are, as we know, a long way from having anything like a normal setup, albeit I'm glad that schools returned today. Mr Deputy Speaker, uncertainty and disruption in preparing for these exams has been and continues to be unacceptably stressful for children. I'm sure it's the same for all constituencies represented here today, that in recent months my office has been frankly inundated with parents deeply worried about their children, about their well-being, yes, in relation to COVID-related closures and the kind of learning opportunities they have had through the pandemic, but also in relation to the transfer test. And the two issues are, I'm afraid, completely and inextricably linked. It is the case that, as the Minister has said before, the disruption to learning for our children has been extraordinary this year. That makes the not proceeding with the transfer testing as normal all the more urgent. It makes it, frankly, all the more indefensible that we would simply leave this process unchanged. Mr Deputy Speaker, several of the parents who contacted me continued working throughout the pandemic. Many of them were essential workers, and many felt they had been abandoned and left to their own devices during the school shutdown period. Disruptions have increased because of self-isolation, and that will continue even with schools back today. We know that there will be continued issues around self-isolation and continued disruption to children who are at primary school and who will be asked to go through this transfer process in the months to come. The pandemic has added a layer of anxiety that is unique for this cohort of 10 and 11-year-olds. Only 5% in the committee's survey said their child was prepared, with the majority stating that their child was unprepared or disadvantaged. Going ahead, as I've said, Mr Deputy Speaker, with testing as normal this year, will only exacerbate existing educational inequalities, and those have been well rehearsed by several people in the chamber, including Chris Little, John O'Dowd, Karen Mullen, my colleague Daniel McCrossan and Justin McNulty. It is the case that this pandemic has exacerbated the existing educational inequalities in our system. Simply proceeding with transfer testing as if those inequalities hadn't been exacerbated is, I'm afraid, deeply irresponsible in relation to these children. I'd go on and I'd make a broader point about the transfer testing system, which is that... Yeah, I'm happy to give way. Yeah.
Is it not utterly fatuous to pretend that this attack on academics on the transfer test is really rooted in COVID? COVID is obviously a fig leaf for those who always have and always will be opposed to affording the ladder of elevation which transfer affords to many children. And should members not dispense with the shamelessness of pretending that this attack on the transfer has really anything to do with COVID?
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you very much. I'm glad actually to have taken that intervention, because it enables me to say very clearly, first of all, this debate is about COVID. It is completely unacceptable that we proceed with transfer testing this year of all years. But let me address the point the member has raised about this system. He says that it offers the ladder of opportunity. There is literally no evidence that the transfer testing leads to better outcomes for poorer kids. And that is based in no fact whatsoever. The fact that it continues to be asserted by people in this chamber without evidence is deeply, deeply problematic. And I'd give way to any member of this chamber who wants to stand up and offer me some rigorous, data-based, academically proven evidence that this offers good outcomes. The Minister, please stand up. Go ahead, give it to me.
The member raises that point. I appreciate his time is limited. Would the member not accept, first of all, we have in our two universities in Northern Ireland a greater level of social mobility than pretty much anywhere else in the United Kingdom for working class children to be able to get in? Secondly, that in terms of our academic results, they have consistently led all of the United Kingdom in both selective and non-selective education. Indeed, comparing, for instance, our non-selective schools in Northern Ireland with the schools in Wales, which are largely on a comprehensive basis, those outscore those there. Which it is clearly a level of attainment that is achieved via our system. Now, that stands in contrast to a situation where, particularly in England, where we find a situation where actually selection happens, but it's the 7% who can afford to pay for public schools. That is the real selection by money.
Time's up. Time's up.
I'm afraid I will close up by saying we should not be proceeding. Minister, what you've given me is not data. It doesn't prove your point. We shouldn't be proceeding with these tests this year.
Time's up. We now move. No, she's not here. I now call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, 12 years. That's how long this Assembly has had since the last regulated 11+ test was carried out. The failure to take action on this issue in normal times is nothing short of a disgrace. For 12 years, we have had extensive feedback of wider civic opinion and expert recommendations for change, and here we have it again. The issue is the failure of successive executives to sort this out. And the Green Party are long-standing supporters, and proudly so, of the abolition of the academic selection process, because to allow children of 10 and 11-year-old to be subjected to that level of stress and worry should not sit well with any of us in a system that overwhelmingly favours those with the means to be coached and tutored. We allow children to be instilled with a feeling of failure and low self-worth at 10 and 11 years old, all the while knowing that some never regain their confidence. And I can clearly remember sitting my transfer test back in 1980. As far back as that, my results did not matter. Not because I wasn't impacted or because of my results, but because I went to an all-ability school. A school that streamed pupils according to their ability. And while some still might try and say that this is not a possible or a viable system to instil, I'd like to add that that school is now one of the most oversubscribed schools in Northern Ireland. It was also our first planned integrated school, and many said that that would never work either. And again, to this day, say that it's not possible to extend that transformation throughout our system. So let's stop pretending that alternatives are not possible, because they are very possible and they are working. The Committee for Education's online survey into post-primary transfer testing was clear. Parents and teachers alike are deeply concerned about the prospect of children undertaking these unregulated tests this year. This current cohort of 10 and 11-year-old children have endured so much upheaval in the past 8 months, with the disrupted school year and every other pressure that COVID-19 has brought. And we already know that the test creates a two-tier system that wrongfully disadvantages too many children from low-income families. To allow these unregulated tests to go ahead again for another year risks making the divide even wider. And who, in all seriousness, wants to willingly stand over that? Not every child has the same access to computers, to home-based support. Even with the return of schools, children have had varying degrees of face-to-face teaching due to the coronavirus outbreaks and lockdowns amongst teachers and pupils. The Green Party find it unconscionable that we require a child to sit these unregulated tests, unprepared and ill-equipped under any circumstances, and now during a pandemic and lockdown. Because every year, without fail, I have parents coming to me distraught that their child has not been accepted to any school, not just their preferred school. We have a ludicrous system where some schools accept one test, some accept another test, some accept both. Some look at what primary school you went to, some look at your siblings or your parents. Some look at where you live. Schools are left to their own devices, and parents are left to navigate a complex system of post-primary admissions that makes little sense, and our Education Minister holds his hands up and claims that it's nothing to do with him. Well, it does. Minister, you have the privileged position to stand up and sort this out, to do right by every 10 and 11-year-old child across Northern Ireland today. We are failing children. We are not upholding the right of so many to an effective education while we cling to an inequitable system on its last legs, refusing to step in, to step up and create an integrated education system fit for the 21st century. Our system is a mess. Let's take action now.
Build
the framework to look beyond this year and make the opportunity to build back better. Thank you.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start off by clarifying I'm not on the Education Committee, thank goodness, says some people, but I will declare an interest as I'm on the Board of Governors of 2 schools, one primary and one post-primary. I also don't have a child facing the transfer test this year. Mr Speaker, I've never had a child face the transfer test. My family chose not to go through the system as we didn't need to. The school my daughter attends is her closest integrated school to my home. They accept children on an all-ability basis. She's currently sitting her A-levels, so not taking the transfer test didn't hold her education back in any way, shape or form. As a parent, I would like to thank the Committee for Education for asking parents, teachers and children what should happen with the transfer test this year. I'm a huge supporter of co-production and co-design, and it's right that parents and children should be part of the debate. We all agree their voices are of paramount importance in this debate. As others have said, this is not a debate about whether we should have a post-primary transfer test or not. It's a debate about what should happen this year, in the midst of a pandemic. And before Mr Alistair asked for an intervention, I don't support transfer tests, but this isn't about what I think. This is about what we should be doing for children to make a change to this difficult circumstances that they face. It is an important discussion about how child-centred our education system is. Children in this report have used words like stress, worry, nervous, excited, hard, scared, unfair. These are words coming from 10 and 11-year-olds. We have to do all we can to put children at the centre of considerations. I believe as adults, taking appropriate consideration, I will.
Member makes an important point about the word cloud that was used, and she has quoted the words. The other words that also appear are happy, important, excited, ready, good and useful.
Much to the member, but if he knows how word clouds work, the larger the word appears, then the more it has been said by children. So the words that he has used are tiny, whereas I think... Well, now, we should be doing all we could do as adults to put children at the centre of this. We need to think about how the pandemic has already impacted those children. We need to be doing everything in our power to reduce the mental health impact on those children. And the post-primary transfer is one area that is creating stress on children, as they've said in their own words, at a time when society is under such stress from a killer virus. But there are some shocking findings in this report. Like, for instance, it came as, I'm disgusted by this comment, that the majority of parents, teachers and other interested parties in this survey felt that using free school meals as a potential criteria to use was a poor or very poor criteria. What is going on in our schools or with parents? To me, that suggests that adults don't want children who receive free school meals in a class with their child. That's horrendous. As someone who grew up with free school meals, I find that answer shocking. And it's something that I look back at education and say, what type of system are you making? There are other answers that don't come as a shock. 43% want the 11 plus or the post-primary transfer abolished, and 29 say reform. Minister, you've already reformed the GCSEs, ASs and A2s. Why not step in and change the post-primary transfer? And this is where we get to the nub of the matter. The post-primary transfer tests are not within the Minister's gift control because the Minister allows 2 private companies to use school premises to make money out of tests that stresses children and who have gone out of their way to protect their tests during a pandemic. When I say, Minister, you allow the post-primary schools to use, or these companies to do this test, you allow post-primary schools to issue criteria in the book. You allow grant-aided schools to have this test performed within their buildings.
The right of academic selection is there in law. It is not some whim. I mean, look, I'm supportive of academic selection, but it's not on some whim of me or indeed any other minister. It's there in the law. So I think members should be careful not to misrepresent the situation. I'm not misrepresenting.
You do allow the post-primary school test run by 2 private companies to be held in schools that you fund. This year we are in a pandemic, and 10 and 11-year-olds already have huge mental health concerns. So on their behalf and on parents' behalf, I'm going to ask you very clearly, what specific advice has the Department of Education received from the PHA and the Health and Safety Executive regards test day arrangements for upcoming PPPTTs that will be hosted in many grant aid schools across Northern Ireland on a Saturday? Who's paying for that? The Department of Education has decided to use a variety of existing codes, namely 8, I, P and exclamation mark, to record non-attendance attributed to a variety of COVID-19 related circumstances. What was the rationale for using existing codes that retain their original purpose rather than creating specific and additional codes that has been done across England and Scotland, when they're much more clear-cut and honest? Where the aforementioned codes are used, non-attendance is only meant to be recorded if pupils are partaking in home-based learning. Can we have an update on the progress to blended learning? What additional methods are used by ETI to ensure consistency of standards and access to remote learning for children not physically attending schools because of COVID-19 related circumstances?
I ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please.
And finally, how much money is being paid into the system by these private companies who are getting our schools and our teachers to prepare children for their tests?
Here, Sir Jerry Carroll, Hunt County. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think it's very important at any time, but especially in the middle of a global pandemic, that we listen to the voices of teachers, parents and young people. And this report obviously does that, and I think it's important that we're talking about it today. And I think the Minister should listen hard to what people have said in it. A concern of mine, and one shared by many others, is that the Minister hasn't listened to these voices all along and operated on the basis that he knows best, and whilst some of his party colleagues simultaneously engaged in a round of teacher bashing disgracefully during this pandemic. And it's worth saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, that unions in the north, in the south, in England as well, have already raised concerns about the reopening of schools as well. I think it needs to be put on the record too. I think it's important that the concerns of all those who took part in the survey are heard, and those in the community more generally. And of all the groups surveyed in relation to post-primary transfer tests following COVID-19, the lockdown period, 61% of parents and guardians, 64% of teachers and 67% of other interested parties stated that they were very or extremely concerned, and that was an attempt to dismiss that earlier on in the debate, but I think that's very, very important indeed. And when asked what their preferred approach for post-primary transfer would be for this coming academic year, the highest scoring answer for parents, guardians and teachers was to not run the tests and instead to permit post-primary schools to use non-academic admissions criteria. That's what they've said, and the Minister needs to take that firmly on board. And despite being told that we are in unprecedented times and everything needs to be on the agenda, it seems that the Minister is firm in maintaining a system that is unfair, as other people have said, labels people as failures from such a young age and puts them under enormous pressure. This isn't, Mr Deputy Speaker, the views solely of this socialist MLA, but it's the views of teachers in this survey, the largest proportion of whom call for the abolition of this test. Teachers and young people surveyed as well believe that it should be abolished also. Mr Speaker, the survey also shows a massive concern amongst parents, pupils and teachers about post-primary testing in general, with many calling for this system to be abolished. The concerns refer to the pressure placed on children, and also that academic selection is unfair and elitist, sentiments that I would certainly agree with. Yeah, I'll happily give way, yeah.
Thank you to the member for giving way. It does raise good points about the consultation. The consultation was excellent. Would the member agree with me that it was incredibly disappointing to see the level of responses with regard to free school meals and special education needs children with regard to the attitude to education at the next level?
Members next for a minute.
I thank the member for his point. I do, and I'll come on to that in a second, around free school meals especially. So I would like to ask what's the Minister's rationale for keeping this antiquated system in place? How can he justify testing young people at this age and putting them through a tremendous amount of stress and pressure in the middle of a global health pandemic that has thrown all certainties up in the air and has been a particularly tough period for our young people? Safety and well-being of children, as the Chair said, was the reason behind this commissioning of the report. And I'm very concerned that the Minister appears to be more concerned about battening down the hatches and defending what always was, because it always was, and wants to maintain a transfer test at all costs and ignore the concerns of parents, staff and pupils in this survey. In addition, the Minister needs to look at how education works in places like Finland and other places to learn what's the best practice and the best approach. Finland regularly tops the table for being the happiest place in the world and is widely regarded as having one of the best education systems in the world, not to mention having extended maternity leave for parents as well. We would do well, the Minister would do well, to take our leave from what is being done in Finland, and especially here, and refer to Mr Butler's points, what is a overstretched and under-resourced education system that sees many pupils, including those with special educational needs, not get the support and assistance they need. Finland has equal access to education for every single pupil, and this is something that we should ensure is rightfully and accurately in place here. Another major concern highlighted in the survey was about the lack of support for free school meals. This House should send a collective thank you to Marcus Rashford, who has done more to highlight food poverty than any ever single government minister in the UK. This executive must now, and the Minister especially, must now begin plans to ensure that no child goes hungry, whether in school or at holiday periods, regardless of whether we are in a health pandemic or not. In one of the wealthiest countries in human history, it is morally repugnant. It's sickening, in fact, that children and families are forced to go without meals, and families are forced to choose between heating their home and eating for far too often. So I want to hear the Minister's plans in regards to those points raised by me, and also those very issues that are highlighted quite firmly in the survey. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to give thanks to the Committee for Education, in particular the Chair, for commissioning the survey. Over 8,500 responses from various important stakeholders, including teachers, parents and school children. And 2/3 of those have responded that they are concerned about the transfer process this year. So if that in itself does nothing but to convince the Minister to reassure parents about what happens next, because this survey indicates that they aren't reassured, and I think he needs to do more in that respect, if nothing else. I didn't prepare for an academic selection debate. I'm cognisant enough to know that with time left in this mandate, we aren't going to be changing the way the process currently works. There's no political will. The Minister himself says that he supports academic selection. I will be generous to Mr Alister's comments in saying that the COVID situation does tend to highlight the cracks that already exist within the system, and that's not just with this issue, but right across government policy. And I think in terms of this particular issue, it does highlight the fact that the transfer process in Northern Ireland for over 10 years has been a mess, and we need to look at it, and we need to be sensible, and we need to be mature about what we need to do, what's best for our children. In an ideal world, in an ideal education system, every school would be the best school in Northern Ireland. Every school would be providing the best facilities, providing the best education. And that's why parents do choose academic selection, because they see that some schools are better than others. And that in itself is an issue, and it's something that we need to look at around this debate of transfer, because transfer is a symptom of the problems that exist within education. I do think this is an extraordinary year, and indeed to address those comments about this potentially setting a precedent for future academic selection debate, it doesn't have to. Any decision that the Minister can take can do so on the caveat that this was an extraordinary year, and it doesn't have to set an example. As I said, there's not enough time left in this mandate, and certainly there's no political will there, but there are a significant number of parents, teachers and children who are saying that what is happening now is causing them great anxiety. I wasn't in the chamber for other members' contributions earlier, but what I was really shocked to hear from a school teacher recently is that the lockdown period that happened from Easter onwards has actually had an impact on some children's educational development. Now, I can't say that that applies to all children across Northern Ireland, but teachers, the people who know best, I don't know anything about this. I'm not a parent, I'm not a teacher. I'm listening to my constituents, and they are telling me that they are seeing seeing an impact on what that first period of lockdown has done to those children. So where are we now? We're now in the midst of a second wave, potentially anticipating a third wave in January. So there will be impact. And that impact is not only on their educational development, it is on their mental health, it's on their ability to socialise with other children, which seems to be one of the biggest impacts in stopping kids going to school. I also want to talk about the timing on this. We are now into November. The test is anticipated to take place in January. The decision to postpone it initially was an odd one. I appreciate it was in response to a court hearing or a judicial review. However, what did that actually do to that delay? We delayed it over a Christmas period when children really should be at a point where they should be with their families, not being stressed about a test that's going to happen immediately after the Christmas break. So I think the delay that happened, whilst it was somewhat welcome, in some respects it made the issue worse. I think the other issue with this is that the transfer process, whether you're academically selecting for that or you're just moving to a post-primary school, is ongoing. It needs to happen. There are timeframes in which the Department of Education, the Education Authority are working towards, and they need to have decisions now. Because, Minister, if you put a process in place because of a response to a further wave, then you're going to have a situation where teachers, parents are having to prepare for that change of policy, which we did see happen with the ASA levels. So certainly the ask from this debate is that we have some sort of contingency arrangement around this so that people can potentially prepare for this and expect what's coming, rather than creating that stress that seemed to have existed with the previous qualifications. And the last point I will make is around your opportunities to actually do anything. Speaking with school teachers, they tell me that despite the autonomy that they have through the Board of Governors, they still have to work through Department of Education directives. So if you, as Minister, were to issue a ministerial directive, again caveated by the fact that this is an extraordinary year, would that stand? Essentially, does he have the power to do something about this? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, as no other member has indicated to speak, we now have the Minister who is up to 20 minutes to respond. Okay, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. I didn't catch what was said from a sedentary position there, but thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to respond. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to this debate, and I thank all those who have contributed to the debate. I suppose it is not surprising that the debate has been a mixture about the specific arrangements of this year in terms of COVID, and while I appreciate it was not the intention of the committee to look beyond that, there have been quite a lot of members who have gone into the area of academic selections. It's inevitable, I think, as Mr Alex said, the two are inextricably linked. And indeed, there will be a suspicion amongst many of us who are supportive of academic selection that for many this is seen as a certain level of opportunity. But let me start, I suppose, at least, while there will be a divergence of opinion on this issue, although I don't intend to divide on the motion, with permission of the Deputy Speaker, I want to maybe make one comment or one area at the very start, which slightly breaches protocol, but I suspect that the House will at least unite around. Maybe the only thing that they unite around, what I have to say. And it's to indicate, because I know it's against protocol to mention any particular civil servant, I suppose it is important as Minister to place on record. Today marks the last day directly in Rathgale House of the Permanent Secretary, Derek Baker. I think somebody who has contributed greatly throughout his public life to the civil service, somebody who has contributed greatly to education, who has offered wise counsel, who has been a steady hand and a steady mind throughout various crises, and particularly, I suppose, in the years of absence, whenever we didn't have a fully functioning executive, gave that leadership. And I think it is important to place on record my thanks, and I think the thanks of this House, because I think Derek is somebody that is universally respected across the political divide, across the full education sector. So if I'll give way briefly.
I appreciate that Derek Baker worked along with me as a Deputy Permanent Secretary, and I concur with your remarks about him. He was an excellent public servant.
Again, I think it's good to see him working alongside you. John didn't actually spoil him at any stage in that regard. I suppose that's where the level of harmony on some of these issues may slightly diverge. Obviously, the motion talks about contingency plans arising out of the survey. Now, I welcome the survey. I would say I think it is only fair to point out that there will be limitations within any survey, and not least this survey as well. You know, we've got to recognise that in terms of the survey, it is a survey which by its nature is self-selecting. It was inviting people to effectively log on. There is no doubt that there will be some people who have logged on more than once, and therefore there will be limitations, I suppose, to what we can draw out of the survey. Nevertheless, it is clear that, and indeed it is also the case that if you're having a survey, it is likely that those who have concerns over current situation are a lot more likely to, broadly speaking, engage in a survey than those who are generally speaking contented with arrangements. However, I think it does belie ranges of genuine concerns that are out there. I would be extremely surprised if there wasn't, in current circumstances, a range of concerns that are happening throughout society on a whole range of issues. It's interesting to note that of those who took part in the survey, 85% still intend to enter their children for the test in terms of parents, and that 88% of young people responded were still intending to take the tests. However, as I indicated, there were concerns that were raised. So before I move on to the broader transfer process, including criteria, there's a number of issues raised by parents in the report that I want to highlight. These include concerns about pupils not having enough time to prepare for the tests and the possibility of further disruption to schools due to COVID. I understand that both providers have made changes to their test arrangements by allowing extra time for young people to sit the test. The dates are ones that are chosen by the providers. I think the only role directly for the department in terms of the dates is ensuring that the tests can be completed, results can be issued, and transfer can take place within time. It's also that the tests are not an overall standard which must meet bet. The tests assess literacy and numeracy skills which are core to the key Stage 2 curriculum. Concern is also expressed that some children may not have access to computers or home-based support if they miss school. And where this happens, schools will have contingency plans for remote learning which reflects the needs of pupils. So a number of measures have already been taken. So the provision of IT devices to pupils in 3 phases, identification of existing devices owned by schools, the purchase of the 3,600 additional laptops, and the purchase of 8,000 additional Chromebooks for disruption to pupils assessed by EA and schools as most in need. And that included P7, who have also... I'll give way briefly.
I didn't realise that school equipment such as the laptops were being used particularly for this purpose. Does the Minister then agree that Engage funding is allowed to be used by primary schools for this purpose?
Members is conflating 2 particular issues. What I've said, first of all, this is not in relation to the Engage programme, this is in relation to IT equipment. What I've said that pupils across the board have been able to access, according to prioritised years within that, have been able to access direct equipment, because, and that has been something irrespective of whether the child is doing the test, whether they're in a different year or not. But it is one of the mitigations that have been put in place. Well, very briefly, because I have a number of things I want to get through.
Question, Minister. How many of those devices have been provided to P7 pupils?
Figure to hand, but I'm sure we can get that for you in relation to that. Additionally, we've worked with BT to ensure a range of 2,500 MiFi devices, which is mobile connectivity, and provided 8,300 Wi-Fi vouchers for disadvantaged children. More generally, the C2K education system supports online access to school services in a way which I think puts us in a better position than some other jurisdictions. And at present, there are significant elements of the service which can be accessed remotely. All users have access to C2K secure online learning cloud from home, and they'll be addressed by My School Portal. Now, nobody is suggesting that any form of remote learning is something which is the ideal situation, which is why it's important that we have face-to-face teaching. But there are provisions that are put within the system. Mention's been made of the Engage programme. Within that context, 11.2 million has been made available through the Engage programme allocated to schools. It is up to the individual schools, according to the budget they have, as to how that is directly used. So there's no direction from the department as to how to do that. And indeed, this is about, as people have made reference to, the various levels of academic catch-up. And additionally, there's some other schemes that have been put in place. Now, mention has been made, I suppose, about safety. We would anticipate that there will be a range of measures put in. I'll come into those in a moment. But In particular, the setting of admissions criteria is a matter for the boards of governors of individual schools. The Education Order 1997 provides the legal power for setting admissions to Board of Governors, not to my department. One of the members asked earlier, why is this being allowed? In part because it's the law. And indeed, legally, I think I would be in breach if I was to move away from that. My department can and does publish guidance on post-primary admissions process, which they've got a regard to, but it is recommended what schools should and shouldn't use, but it remains for individual boards of governors to define the criteria they wish to use to select children for admission. Now, I think one of the concerns that will be there from parents will be what levels of safety are put in place. Now, first of all, let's put this in a level of context. We are saying, can safety arrangements be made on a particular days, which, roughly speaking, about 10,000 pupils will actually be sitting tests? We should also realise that in terms of the school system, there are about 1/3 children coming through the school gates every single day. So can provision be made to ensure that there is adequate safety for children? Yes, it can, by way of a range of measures. And so, while ultimately this is the responsibility of the schools concerned and the testing organisations, there are a range of arrangements that have been put to the organisations to ensure that there is safety. So we're talking about staggered arrival in school groups and bubbles, hand sanitisation on arrival in building and classrooms. Indeed, what this can be is a level, I'll outline a number of these, is a level of precursor to what will actually happen in terms of examinations, because the public health arrangements on this occasion will be the same as they will be happening on a daily basis. So there will be the option of face coverings for pupils. Pupils will be seated in class bubbles, which are 2 metres apart. There will be a range of hand-washing arrangements. There will be no food on site. There will be a range of from the centre heads side of it, that there will be oversights of arrival of pupils in bubbles, that they're ensuring that no parents or visitors will be directly on the school grounds while the tests are taking place, ensuring school gates will be closed to parents and visitors while the tests are taking place, explanation of arrangements to pupils, oversight of staff and pupils, oversight where pupils are wearing face coverings of that, and indeed in terms of centre staff, and there's a wide range of these things. There will be supervision, there will be maintaining safety distance when checking examination numbers, again encouragement of frequent hand washing, supervision of class bubbles and social distancing in the classroom, and a wide range of measures which will be taken into place. But what we are saying is that what arrangements are being made for around about 10,000 pupils on those particular occasions. I should point out there is a slight level of inaccuracy when we're talking about a potential for 5 tests. The PPTC offer 2 tests, the second of which is essentially for those who've missed the first test. There's around about 1,000 pupils who will do both tests within that. So there will be a range of contingencies that will be put in place. But the motion calls on me to outline contingency plans for post-primary arrangements. Now, if that means that the Assembly wishes me to detail the admissions criteria that will be used should entrance test exords not be available, I'm not in a position to do that, because the legal responsibility for setting admissions tests lies with the Board of Governors. I cannot set the criteria used by schools. Now, I'll give way briefly, yes.
Minister, law has been enacted in this Assembly during COVID-19 that has suspended statutory duties for kids with special educational needs. Are you not the Minister of Education? Can you not change the law?
Frankly, I'm not going to be changing primary legislation. I cannot do that on that basis on it. I think that would be a quick way towards judicial review. But let us take a look. Schools have got the right, boards of governors have got the right to have academic selection or not use academic selection, and it's been used very successfully on both occasions. On this occasion, there are a number of schools on a one-year basis have indicated that they are not using academic selection. But in terms of the criteria that they intend to use, what has been revealed of that, and I think Mr McNulty made reference to it, in the press statement that they were saying they weren't going to be using academic selection, they would be largely drawing on their existing criteria, which prioritised the children of existing teachers within the schools, which prioritised those who had a sibling at the school, for those who, depending upon accident birth, whether if it was an all-boys or an all-girls school, depending upon, for instance, whether they had a brother or a sister, whether or not, those sort of things which are essentially a form of, and indeed whether their parents in some cases went to that school. Now, if we are truly looking for a more egalitarian society, certainly schools are entitled to use their own criteria. But I have to say, a system which selection at a grammar school is done by form of hereditary right is not one which strikes me as being one that is more equal than what is there at present. But let us also cut to the heart of this issue. Now, it is perfectly reasonable for somebody to make an argument essentially for comprehensive education. I mean, I can't remember if it was either Mr McCrossan or Mr McNulty said the SDLP from day one have opposed academic selection. I perfectly accept that. That is a perfectly reasonable position. The party opposite has also been very clear for many years on where it stands on academic selection. But first of all, if we simply go down the route of abolishing academic selection, what we will have... No, I want to get through some things in relation to this. I will not make the same mistake as Mr O'Toole made on me in that regard. The position in terms of academic selection is if we simply abolish of academic selection, notwithstanding our changes in have a largely comprehensive system. But we'll have a comprehensive system as operates largely in England with a small percentage of students who will have fee-paying schools, who will have public schools. Now, again, I challenge anybody to say that's a fair position. But it's a reasonable enough, at least, position to put forward. And it's a position that some parties have put forward for many, many years. What is not the case, though, is we cannot, if we do not have transfer tests, academic selection requires transfer tests. There is not an adequate level of information which allows comparisons between pupils that can allow academic selection without transfer tests. We've got to face the reality of the situation of where we are today. If we abolish transfer tests or we stop transfer tests, then we are not using academic selection. And I think that goes as a logical construct. If we are not using academic selection, then we destroy the basis on which grammar schools exist. The reality is, I think there is a perfectly reasonable enough argument to say, abolish academic selection, have an entirely comprehensive system. I think that is at least a fair and valid argument to be made. What cannot be made is an argument which says, abolish transfer tests, abolish academic selection, but we're very much in favour of the grammar school system. That is at best intellectual gymnastics, dancing on the head of a pin. In reality, it is intellectually dishonest. And I have a lot more faith for those, for instance, like Claire Bailey in the Green Party, who will say, abolish academic selection, let us have an entirely comprehensive system, let us not have grammar schools. But let us not pretend that there will be support for the grammar schools when academics, or at least pretend that you're supporting grammar schools while abolishing academic selection. It is simply a thing. Yes, I will give way.
Given that's targeted at me without actually saying so, accusing me of intellectual dishonesty, which is an absolute disgrace given the topic that is under debate here today. There are non-selective grammar schools in Northern Ireland. How does that square with what he's saying? And this isn't about schools, this is about educating children. So for the avoidance of doubt, the Alliance Party is absolutely clear. We do not think academic selection is fair or necessary. And can you move on to saying what the contingency plan is here, rather than bizarre attacks on me?
Well, it did seem that, interesting enough, I've never actually mentioned the member concerned. But he seems to have a little bit of a sore point. Look, the reality is you cannot have your cake and eat it. If you want to have grammar schools, then you've got to have academic selection. If you have academic selection, you've got to have transfer tests. There is no point trying to pretend that that magic circle can be squared. Yes, we're happy to give way to.
Giving way. There's a primary school within my constituency that doesn't have standardised tests, and they believe that there is enough data that exists that can actually ensure a form of academic selection without actually having the transfer test. To the extent that his permanent secretary, before the minister's appointment, had actually visited the school and had commissioned a report on it. Is that something the minister wants to comment on?
The position on it is, in terms of when you're judging if all schools at primary level are doing everything like for like, or holding data like for like, are doing internal testing like for like, the reality is that in any school, and selection will happen, I mean, let us not kid ourselves, selection is going to happen within the system, whether we like it or not. The only issue is whether whatever flaws are there with the current system, It is largely one that is based, for grammar schools, on the basis of academic selection. If we move to a situation where we cannot ultimately compare pupils like for like, and we are certainly not in that position in relation to that, then you cannot have academic selection. It is a simple reality of the situation. I'll give way briefly.
Thank the member for giving way. I think it's very unfair to characterise the criteria being employed by the Newry schools and Kilkeel School as anything other than egalitarian.
And look, I've no doubt the member very rightly will want to defend the schools in his own area. But if you take a look at the criteria, whenever the press release, and to be fair to them, I don't think they've finalised their position, but they said within their proposals that they would largely base their selection on the basis of their existing criteria. 4 out of the 5 of those in at least 4 of the schools, and I think 3 out of 4 or 5 in the other school, all centre around the links that that person has through their family to the school. No, the member is wrong in relation to that. It is about whether or not, at least a number of the cases, whether your parents went to the school, whether your sibling went to the school, whether indeed you are the oldest child or not, and therefore, depending upon how your brother or sister got on, whether they would have a position in that, and also whether you're the son or daughter of a teacher at the school. So all of those are directly linked in with the personal circumstances that has nothing at all to do with your academic ability. So let us not pretend, and there is a perfect right in those schools, and I've already indicated to those schools that if that is the position for this year, legally that counts not as a development proposal, they are entitled to use that criteria. But I find it very difficult to justify that is in any way fair. We will make sure that all action is taken to ensure that transfer tests are done in line with public health criteria. No one has anything to fear from transfer tests. There is no doubt, and we will come back to this, a fundamental divide within this Assembly, within society as a whole, on the issue of academic selection, which will not be sorted out today.
I would ask the member or the minister to draw his remarks to a close.
And on that basis, I await for now the certain level of verbal punishment beating from the chair of the committee.
I now call the chair of the committee, Mr Chris Little, to wind on the debate, and the chair has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I begin by speaking as chairperson of the Education Committee. On behalf of the Education Committee, I'd like to thank the 8,500 respondents to our online post-primary transfer survey, and the Education Minister and Assembly members for contributing to this important debate. Deputy Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to pay tribute to the courage and the public service of teaching and non-teaching staff in schools across Northern Ireland. We thank you, and the Education Committee will continue to support you. The Education Committee online survey and this motion are about the safe and fair post-primary transfer of thousands of 10 and 11-year-old children this year during a global public health pandemic. The responses to this survey merit close consideration. One of the clearest responses was the rejection of the decision supported by the Education Minister to delay the AQE and PPTC examinations to immediately after the 2-week non-school-based Christmas break. The Education I'm happy to, if you don't take too long. Yep.
Very briefly, no. Remember, we were able to facilitate transfer. The choice of dates of the change of that legally is of the 2 organisations themselves. So I have not chosen to delay on that basis, but I can ensure that transfer takes place within the proper timeframe on those dates.
Okay, and I think the Education Minister therefore ought to reflect on what the public rejection of that approach says for decision-making to date to this matter. There may be some variance of opinion in this Assembly on post-primary transfer testing in 2021 and in the future, although I think there's more of a consensus here than some people want to accept. The Education Committee online survey has, at the very least, demonstrated a serious concern for post-primary transfer testing this year, a need for further urgent consideration of this matter, and a clear demand from parents and teachers for reform of post-primary transfer arrangements. The Education Minister approach of doing nothing is clearly at odds with that demand. Regrettably, the collapse of the Executive for 3 years during this mandate has prevented the Education Committee from showing leadership on this issue and restarting its inquiry into this matter. The Educational Achievement Panel and Independent Review of Education must therefore consider post-primary transfer reform and how we build an integrated education system to deliver equal educational opportunity for all. Deputy Speaker, I'll now speak. Yeah, certainly.
Member for taking an intervention. Firstly, can I highlight that I think we are no wiser to the contingency plans, and maybe it was the Minister's generosity with given interventions, but I certainly am no wiser to what your contingency plans are in the event that there is a lockdown and these tests can't go ahead. But also, would the member agree with me that in terms of the inquiry, that we have had inquiries, we have had reports, we have had so much information to tell us that academic selection is bad for all of our children, that we could actually bury ourselves in every school in the 6 counties underneath it. We now need to take action.
Wholeheartedly agree. Indeed, I think the last one of those reports investigating links in attainment and deprivation was commissioned by the Joint Office of First and Deputy First Minister, which clearly recommended reform of post-primary transfer, and yet delivery on that has not taken place. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll now speak in my capacity as Alliance MLA and turn to the contributions to the debate and start with the Minister of Education. He has accused some of us expressing concern in relation to this issue as opportunistic. I think that's disgraceful. I think there are 2/3 of 8,500 people expressing legitimate and serious concerns in relation to this matter. He has legitimately raised issues of limitations in relation to the survey. Of course, all surveys will have limitations. I suppose the question is, what has he and the Department of Education, with all its sizeable resources compared to the Education Committee, done to engage with parents, teachers and children and young people in relation to this issue? He has, as some of his colleagues have, referenced that 85% of respondents are still sitting tests. He failed to acknowledge that 46% of that 85% stated in response to the survey that they are doing so because they feel like they have no other choice. Yeah, I'll give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member share a concern with me that the Minister's approach maybe to himself sometimes, and his constant obsession towards socialism and attacks towards me, is a reflection of a Minister who is not confident with his disastrous handling of the education system throughout this pandemic?
I think we need to engage respectfully with each other in relation to this issue. I think it is regrettable when this debate does descend below respectful engagement, even if opinions do differ. I think there are points of engagement, and I really wish this Assembly and the Education Committee, if it has time, does engage substantively on the issue, take views from all MLAs, from all concerned parties, and that was at the heart of what the survey was about at the end of the day. The Minister references mitigations he has put in place for educational inequality during lockdown, but in my opinion, there is a lack of specificity. He's referenced laptops, Chromebooks, and yet coming to a debate today in relation to post-primary transfer, he can't specify how much of that resource has actually found its way to primary 7 children. He references the education order that provides that schools, boards of governors set emissions criteria. As I intervened, this Assembly and this Executive has enacted exceptional changes of law during this time period. We have changed the fabric of our way of life. To say that he cannot intervene in those ways, I think, is an abdication of responsibility. He's referenced safety measures, limited safety measures in terms of masks, hand washing, no food and entrance arrangements. I think my colleague Kelly Armstrong asked some extremely legitimate questions with regards to what advice he has sought and received from the Public Health Agency, from the Minister for Health, in relation to risks involved with bringing this number of children outside of bubbles together in order to sit for transfer tests in January and February. I suppose I would ask if there are members of this House that have loved ones in shielding circumstances, how they would feel about sending them into the circumstances the Minister is planning to support in January and February. The Minister has responded to the admissions criteria being used by other schools that have courageously decided to postpone the use of academic selection this transfer test year. His department has a circular for all grant-aided schools on admissions criteria. What has he done to lead on the non-academic criteria that is being used by schools? I haven't heard a substantive proposal from him in terms of what that non-academic criteria ought to look like, and yet his department has a departmental circular on what it should look like, one of which is sibling. It does recommend against going beyond that in terms of family relation, but there is criteria there. He then attacks me, as he has become prone to doing, in relation to intellectual dishonesty. Well, that's a new one that I've heard. The Alliance Party is clear. We're against selective schools. It's my understanding that grammar education is an approach to education, not a system of academic selection. As I said in my opening, give way.
He's quite correct. Grammar is a managerial term in education set out in law. This term comprehensive has become a dirty word in education because in England comprehensive schools weren't properly politically led from the top and they weren't properly invested in. Comprehensive education is a good form of education when properly led and properly funded.
Thank the member for his intervention. As I said in my opening remarks, I don't think it's edifying. I don't think it's a serious response to this important matter to go down that route of rhetoric. I regret, Deputy Speaker, that I'm out of time in terms of referencing the many substantive contributions that were made throughout this debate here today. In particular, there is an attempt to describe this as a fractious, as a divisive issue. I think if you consider the political parties that contributed today that were with one voice, and that voice is fairly clear to me, Deputy Speaker, that it cannot be fair for the Education Minister to allow private transfer test providers to sit these tests in January and February for admission to post-primary schools. And I hope that the Minister does take action to put alternative contingency plans in place. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it and the motion is carried. We now move to the final item of the agenda, and that is adjournment. Item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Is there another issue?